activities and mentorship of the VSLAs, they can articulate their issues better.
Ende ayu anatoka mana amo member to the no magwana balani no ene ni mana ambu mitebo nando ma eto na menda ko boya monyo menda boya skali ninyango manenge yiti ondola mana ambo ya
na yo ajo kola daga kuni baras go to mada kompoka yo njara ngoto numai migera utanto kinikia yisipetele amgia tasinu kusudo nikenta ishitara pa na magore kitokukia uyo kia tanto kopoke.
Financial graduation has opened our eyes. We have seen it is possible to identify and work with people who could otherwise not be reached, people who are ultra poor, and make them lead sustainable livelihoods. To that extent, financial graduation, using the lessons that we have learned, will expand in this country within the social protection programming space.
Extremely poor people can often be invisible to their neighbors and to their governments, discriminated against and excluded from the most basic of services and opportunities. Graduation walks with families as they transform their own futures. We are all on a journey to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 1, ending extreme poverty by 2030. And it demands that we travel together with governments, with donor agencies, NGOs, and the private sector, and that we accompany poor families so that we leave no one behind.
Welcome to the Annual Women's Convention 2021, to be held virtually on the 11th and 12th of August 2021. This year's convention will be seeking to amplify and unify the voices of women's movement in Kenya and enable them forge a common ground. The two-day event will focus on discussions on the dynamics of power and how it determines the way men and women are treated by institutions, policies, and laws. The discussions will take the center stage, with the main goal being to forge a collaborative sisterhood that will work towards transformative women's leadership in Kenya. The convention, which will be held virtually, will comprise panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses from high-ranking government officials, development partners, industry leaders, and many more. The 2021 convention is a partnership initiative under the auspices of the Women's Voice and Leadership Program Kenya, networking and alliance building pillar powered by Crown Trust and Care Kenya in collaboration with Femnet, Oxfam, Amwick, Badili Africa, Young Women's Leaders Connect, WeHub, Feminists for Peace, Rights and Justice Center, and Coast Association for Persons Living with Disabilities. Don't miss out. Register now by visiting www.crontrust.org/AWROC. The Annual Women's Convention 2021, Kenyan Women Rising.
Thina umasya mundu bandu basa noka mutwa bandu bangi nye inosi wikia ibinda kila nitegi na kindu inegi na mathina mengi muno ona ndiye gingo initaba nayo kibu iyanengie mbui na nathukuma biashara yakwa nzio na nongelela maundu makwa mengi masio nitethetwe imurandi wakia. nendie bala naonete wiawi bandu basoba swekyao nathi nosa ngilile mwana mana tano nathwa sukali mutuanganu mauta giia na mayani nathi kugia athukumia ala methi wa mothukuma bau kiaoni inasobisi mbesa ciakwa ciaginzi opio na ngilie mwana mana tano
mweri ugila walikie murandini ngona aterekete kana kala kake kala nako bae kala bao athiuluka na chenako lakini gila murandi wogiyu wa munengi yembeza no wethe anu kumalu ko thio okathoya sindu ile citkatonya ko ya akuko kokaugia akuthi bandu baza kuthi na isiara kuthi akuthoa sindu cia kuthocia akuka akuthocia na athocio kwithia no wakwata okenduka kuthoya kana kindu yu ngona murandi uzu noendete nesa kaende u withia esawa na kuongela ndani agina munda kindu kwana nakwatia mang'oto le makomba munda na akwata liu
kila kingi nacia ibinda kila kiayokie ku iya tusomethie si maundu ma GSL kula kwitu
itwethi watu kwatanite meri ngo raundi tukumye silingi giana ikyo kindethecia kuthoa ibila iyo kwana ni kalilite gila nendie meri ngo raundi ibonethiwe nebosu gya kukwata ngili 35 nathwaka space yokakwa kanini kala ikoni kala oyu na ciana ciakwa
nacia nundu imuvea muno kwa kia nundu wakunenge kadi ya NHIF na kuungivia kwa ibinda yasa naci nitumite kadi yakwa ya NHIF ngagitwa nayo na ciana ciakwa ona keli tukanye kala disabled ikanagitiwe na kadi ino ngumitumia ona yukende na kunywa ndawa nacia kadi ona kiaya umako ngethi wa ready kumivia mpaka ibinda gyakwa gya muthia ya kuma bayo luanzi kitumi yake kadi ni ndethetie zaidi na ngavikia kwithiwa nina ugiti musio na wima wa mwi
ingona tukethwa twina andu menga ingi mabwana ta meri withia twi sawa
Kenyan woman, keep your head high, usirudi nyuma, mbele tunaenda, na tukiungana sote tunaweza, usikate tamaa, tunaweza, we can make it. Spread your wings, yes we can fly. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Like an eagle we shall fly away. No, we're not sleeping, we are wide awake. If we stumble, we shall rise again. Conquer everything that stands in our way. Only we empower Kenyan women rising. Pamoja tuna Kenyan women rising. Usiachwe nyuma Kenyan women rising. Usikate tamaa Kenyan women rising. Imba pamoja na Kenyan women rising. Paza sauti Kenyan women rising. Oh, paza sauti Kenyan women rising. Huzuni wimbo Kenyan women rising. Don't you give Kenyan women rising. Kenyan women rising. Kenyan women rising. Kenyan women rising. Sio kesho ni sasa. wakati wa kujiunga na siasa, sio kesho, ni sasa. Hii elimu kuinasa, sio kesho, ni sasa. Maana tunayo mamlaka na tunayo nguvu ya Mwenyezi Mungu. We can make it if we try. Spread your wings, yes. Kenyan woman, keep your head high. Usirudi nyuma, mbele tunaenda.
A very good morning to you all from wherever you're joining us. Karibuni sana. I welcome you to the annual Women's Rights Convention. It in such scary times, it's lovely to see all of us gathered to discuss something that can advance our lives. I'm Vera Okeo, and for the next couple of days, my voice is going to be very common in your ears as I'm going to be your MC. I will summon all the Luo in me to make sure that it is not a lullaby. So welcome. As a woman that thrives in Kenya, I am excited about the theme that we are going to be having on this conversation, Kenyan women rising. If I was a pastor, I would have told you, turn to your neighbor and say, Kenyan women rising. We are rising, and that is the purpose of this event for today. There couldn't have been a better time to discuss this topic as we are heading to our elections. People are campaigning, BBI, Tanga Tanga, and this is the time that women need to set their own agenda. More than a decade later, after our Constitution 2010, we still have a long way to go, and it is in such events that we are seeking a way of how we are going to be increasing our participation in the democratic events of our country. But we have had wins. In this time, we have had our first female Chief Justice. We have had women showing us that in leadership, when they're in leadership, we can respond to devastating times such as the pandemic better. No better than Charity Ngilu to show us how she responded to the event in Kisumu. We will hear about the dreams and aspirations of women who have refused to be bound by the challenges that have kept women out of power. So I officially welcome you to this discussion. Karibuni sana. I would like to hear what you're saying on Twitter on the hashtag Kenyan Women Rising. Hashtag Kenyan Women Rising. To kick us off in this event, let us have a moment and listen to the Kenyan National Anthem and the East African Federation Anthem.
O God of all creation, blessed is our nation. Justice is our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty is found within our borders. Mungu twaomba unilinde, Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajirike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Justice be our shield and defender, but also God has taken us through this session, and I would like us to bow down our heads wherever you are for a word of prayer. Our dear Heavenly Father, exalt your name. We thank you for this day and this time and for the opportunity to gather together at such a time as this to discuss the women's agenda in Kenya. We thank you for the privilege that you've given us to make our contribution to our country, Kenya. Thank you for those who have taken time to join us in this discussion. We commit these 2 days in your capable hands and pray for vibrant and informative discussions that will set the agenda for Kenya's women political and economic participation. We acknowledge that from the beginning, you made us male and female, and we affirm the place of women in every sphere of engagement, including in the political and economic spheres. We welcome your Holy Spirit to take full control and give us good success today. We pray for the courage and wisdom to follow through all the commitments and expectations that we may have here today. We thank you and we bless you. In your name we pray. Amen. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome the lady who has made all this possible. And before she comes here, I would like to hear a promo video of all the event that has come. Give us a second. Let us watch the video.
Welcome to the Annual Women's Convention 2021, to be held virtually on the 11th and 12th of August 2021. This year's convention will be seeking to amplify and unify the voices of women's movement in Kenya and enable them forge a common ground. The two-day event will focus on discussions on the dynamics of power and how it determines the way men and women are treated by institutions, policies, and laws. The discussions will take the center stage, with the main goal being to forge a collaborative sisterhood that will work towards transformative women's leadership in Kenya. The convention, which will be held virtually, will comprise panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses from high-ranking government officials, development partners, industry leaders, and many more. The 2021 convention is a partnership initiative under the auspices of the Women's Voice and Leadership Program Kenya, networking and alliance building pillar powered by Crown Trust and Care Kenya in collaboration with Femnet, Oxfam, Amwick, Badili Africa, Young Women's Leaders Connect, WeHub, Feminists for Peace, Rights and Justice Center, and Coast Association for Persons Living with Disabilities. Don't miss out. Register now by visiting www.crontrust.org/AWROC. The Annual Women's Convention 2021, Kenyan Women Rising.
All right, and we welcome the lady who has made all this possible. If you have watched TV, you may have seen her talking passionately about women. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to Daisy Amdan. She's a specialist in governance, development, and women rights. And now she's the executive director of Crown Trust, the body that has gathered us all here today. In a position at Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust, she ensures that Crown delivers in all its goals and mission. She works with the board to fundraise and ensure proper use of resources. Most important of all is that Daisy is a friend of women. Welcome, Daisy.
Thank you, Vera. And good morning to everyone who is tuned in. It is my pleasure to welcome you all. Thank you for making the time to be with us today. I want to specifically recognize the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service and Gender, Professor Margaret Kobia, the Acting Canadian High Commissioner to Kenya, David De Silva, the Head of Canadian Development Corporation, Janine Coca, the Country Director for CARE, Dr. Maureen Miruka, the Country Director for Oxfam in Kenya, Dr. John Kitui, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be exciting 2 days, and I really look forward to the discussions that we're going to have today. As Vera said, it is happening at a very opportune time when we are exactly 1 year to the general elections.
And we are going to be discussing women's journey to 2022 because it is an important journey. We know that in 2010, we promulgated a very progressive constitution that centers women as agents of change. And it has been a struggle to get the minimum threshold for women. The 2/3 gender principle, it has been a struggle. And we are now facing the third election where we're looking at how to engage, how women will engage politically. And so this is the journey. I want to appreciate the support that we have gotten through the Global Affairs Canada. This event is being hosted under the WVL program, which is the Women's Voice and Leadership Program, which is supported by CARE Canada and is being delivered in Kenya through the coordination of CARE Kenya and 4 principal partners, namely Crown Trust, Uraia Trust, CREW, and Urgent Action Fund. And the program aims to enhance women's capacities and gender equality in Kenya. And so this is right with the program, the Kenyan Women Rising, the Networking and Alliance Building Pillar, where we bring all partners together. This event is a collaborative event. We are working in collaboration with Femnet, Oxfam, Amwick, Badili Africa, Hifadhi Hub, Coast Association for Persons with Disability, and many other organizations out there. So we are excited about the conversations that we have today. We will have solidarity messages, but more importantly, we will work together. We will discuss how we're going to work together to build a solidarity of sisterhood. We keep saying women are the majority, and we have to make those numbers count. We have to make those numbers count to ensure that we have maximum women elected in 2022, and that women are also economically empowered, because we cannot discuss politics and not discuss the economy. The feminization of poverty must end, and women must be centered in post-COVID economic strategies. And so all those discussions are going to be part of our panel discussions throughout these 2 days. And so please engage with us and let us have vibrant conversations and a way forward. We will be unveiling our Charter of Inclusion and our agenda for women 2021 to 2032. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this event, and let's talk about how Kenyan women are rising. It is now my pleasure to welcome Miss Hamisa Zaja. Hamisa Zaja, I think we call her Mama Wanguvu. She is an honorable lady, a woman living with disability, a great leader, and she is the founder of the Coast Association for Persons Living with Disability. Hamisa will give us her opening remarks. Welcome, Hamisa.
Asante sana dada Daisy. Karibuni sana nyote katika kongamano 2020 ania kuwezesha wanawake kujumuika pamoja, kuzungumza masuala ambayo yanawahusu wanawake na wanahusu pia wanawake wanaoishi na ulemavu kama hivi mimi, kupitia Coast Association for Persons Living with Disabilities. Jina langu kamili ni Hamisa Zaja, natokea pwani ya Kenya, Mombasa. Hivyo basi nataka kuwakaribisha nyote tujumuike pamoja kwa vile mara nyingi watu wamezungumzia kuhusu masuala ya wanawake, watu wamezungumzia kuhusu masuala ya kuchaguliwa wanawake, lakini safari hii wanawake wamezungumzia na wamekuwa na maono na wamejumuisha pamoja wanawake pia wanaoishi na ulemavu. Hatukuachwa nyuma, tumejumuishwa pamoja tangu ni wazo mpaka sasa imekuwa ni sherehe, ni siku ya mazungumzo, ni siku ya kuandaa ukumbi ambao kila mwanamke ameweza kuhusishwa hali hii ama nyingine, ili tuweze kujumuika pamoja, tuzungumze masuala ambayo ni ya maendeleo, masuala ya kisiasa, masuala ya kuwa inclusivity si maneno tu, lakini ni vitendo, ni hali ambayo kila mmoja wetu kila mmoja wetu atakuwa ameweza kuchangia kwenye meza ya mzunguko na akaweza kupata maamuzi ambayo ni sawa na ni sahihi kwa Wakenya wote. Na mimi nazungumzia kwamba wakati mnakaribia hapa, mjue kwamba mjisikie mko nyumbani, mjisikie mko huru, mjisikie mko pamoja nasi, kwa sababu kongamano hili limewekwa kwamba kila sauti ya mwanamke popote pale alipo aweze kuhesabiwa kama mwanamke ambaye anaweza kuchangia katika maamuzi makuu ya nchi hii ya Kenya. Karibuni sana.
All right. Thank you so much, Hamisa Zaja. And taking us next to the next speaker is Bina Maseno. And in the spirit of inclusion, I am so happy to hear that we have young and aspiring ladies such as Bina. Just a brief background of who Bina is. She's the founder and executive director of Badili Africa. She's a communication specialist and a former journalist at K24 TV, and also ran for a political office in 2013 elections. The challenges of her experience in running that political office is what inspired her to begin her work at Badili Africa. She's a community mobilizer, a mentor, a speaker, a moderator, very many things. And Bina has also been on platforms, sharing platforms with people like Bill and Melinda Gates in New York, in the Goalkeepers, and we can't wait to hear what Bina has to say today. Welcome, Bina.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the organizations who've come together, gathering on this particular day. So my name is Bina Maseno, and I am so happy to be part of this process because, you know, we live in a society where patriarchy decides the kind of justice women deserve for being murdered, for being abused, for being excluded in social, economic, and political processes. You know, at times it feels like being a Kenyan is to be in constant rage because of the inequalities that you see every other day. You know, you watch your news every other day. Just the other day, I saw a story of a woman who, like curfew, what is that? Like a toilet is a luxury, you know, is a luxury to her because ever since we had this curfew, she cannot access a toilet from 10 p.m. because it's outside her home and the person who mans that leaves at 9 so as to beat the curfew. So when you live in a society where even a basic need and right like a toilet is a basic need to women and girls, and you look at how that is connected to even her daughters risking being raped to go seek a toilet at night. I mean, it's just to be in constant rage when you look at all these inequalities, and then when you look at our socio-economic, political processes, how women are being excluded day in, day out. Daisy spoke about the percentage of women in political representation. Young women account for less than 3% of that number when it comes to inclusion in political processes. So for me, when we gather here today, is to affirm the fact that individualism is not going to take us far. We need to organize. Kwame Nkrumah says, organization determines everything, and it's to draw inspiration from women who have gone before us, like Mbuya Nehanda from Zimbabwe, who organized for the Chimurenga War. And you know, those are the days that where we used culture and spirituality as tools of liberation. And when she was captured by the British and skinned alive, her words were, "My bones shall rise again," before she died. Her bones can only rise again through you and me. So let's occupy our offices as citizens. Do what you can do wherever you are. Let's organize. Let's organize, organize, organize. That determines everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bina. Thank you so much for what you've given us. That is a passionate thing that you've given us. And coming next to such a passionate appeal and people who defend women's rights is Editor Ochieng. Editor is a Kenyan activist and feminist who champions rights of people who have survived sexual violence. You'll be pleased to know that in 2020 she was awarded the Wangari Maathai Prize for her work in curbing COVID-19 in Kibera slums. That I cannot find any other emblem of courage more than Editor. Editor, we would like to hear from you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Editor Diambo Chieng. I'm a founder of Feminists for Peace, Rights and Justice Center here in Kibera. And being part of this project represent the voices of grassroots men. It means we are building a greater nation ahead. In the history of Kenya, we are the change makers. I didn't apologize for making a difference and deliberately ensuring that we contribute to equitable and transformative leadership in Kenya. Being part of a radical feminist movement, then we need to demand collectively of laws and policies that Kenya has domesticated on equality and women political participation. Promotion of accountability in all commitments in Kenya, it is something that we need to push in a very collective way. And what worries me so much in this 21st century, it's really alarming. It's putting our country in so much danger of impunity, and also putting our country in a very vulnerable situation. When women are underrepresented in government and political spaces, it means women's rights are violated, and this is something that we need to speak about, because Constitution has given women a right to have freedom to participate in politics and other leadership positions. And women's full participation and effective participation in politics is a matter of human rights, inclusive growth, and sustainable development. The active participation of women on equal terms with men and at all levels of decision-making and political involvement is essential achievement to equality, sustainable development, peace, and democracy. I want also to appreciate and recognize that women are not homogeneous group. This depends whether we are educated or not educated, whether we are young or not young, and whether we live in rural or urban settlement. It means our life experiences are different, and it means also our priorities and needs are different depending with wherever we are coming from. I want to thank everyone who has participated in this process, and also the great minds who are participating right now. And I'm looking forward for constructive discussion and to learn more about how the opportunities that are existing to leverage young women into leadership. I would also want to say that women leadership is a home of prosperity, hope, and development. And this is something that as Kenya, as a nation, and also globally, we need to demand women to be represented effectively, from young women, women with disability, and also senior women. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward for a rich day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Editor. I've just gone to Twitter, and I've known that Editor's handle is Editor Mtetezi, a defender of the people. And now we are going to move on to a commercial break a little bit. And when we'll come back, we'll be hearing from more people, our friends in high places who will give us a word of encouragement. So we'll be on a break in a couple of seconds. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Juliana Kio.
My name is Lilian Kangete.
My name is Amisa Rashid.
My name is Anne Sabania.
I am celebrating the Women's History Month with care.
I am courageous.
I am resilient.
Dependable.
And I am a woman.
I am every woman.
I'm every woman.
I am every woman.
Being a woman sometimes means carrying several generations on your shoulders, providing solutions to their problems, and giving hope to families and communities.
The ability to nurture and love.
It means seizing every opportunity to advance women's rights, especially for those women in marginalized community. To be a woman is to be constantly evolving and growing so as to change the narrative of womanhood and the societal expectation of who a woman is supposed to be.
The society holds very strong and high misconceptions on feminism.
It is assumed that feminism is an extremist approach to offer everything and anything associated with men, which is not true.
Because of the evolving nature of what it means to be a feminist and how it seems to be defined sometimes along a continuum, as well, it is considered harsh.
It is seen or it is perceived as a gendered war of women against men rather than seeing it from the objective lens of achieving equality for all.
Feminism is about accepting and appreciating that men and women have and hold unique and diverse capacities and abilities that, if given spaces to thrive, then we are creating a society with equal opportunities. Feminism is not about making women strong. Women are already strong. It's about challenging the way the society perceives this strength.
I choose to challenge the lack of goodwill from our political leaders, which is evident by the exclusion of women in decision-making spaces.
I choose to challenge women being fearful of being part of certain movements and spaces because of gendered insults towards them, like slut shaming and body shaming, which should be stopped at all costs.
I choose to challenge all societal voices and actions that demean, exploit, and exclude women from empowerment.
I stand against every form of gender-based violence and other forms of exploitation against female domestic workers in Kenya.
My name is Lilian Kangete.
My name is Amisarashi.
My name is Anne Sabania.
I am celebrating the Women's History Month with care.
I am courageous.
I am resilient.
Dependable.
And I am a woman.
I am.
Nundu thina umasya mundu bandu basa noka mutwa bandu bangi nye inosi wikia ibinda kila nitegi na kindu inegi na mathina mengi muno ona ndiye gingo initaba nayo kibu iyanengie mbui na nathukuma biashara yakwa nzio na nongelela maundu makwa mengi masio nitethetwe imurandi wake. Inendie bala naonete wiyawi bandu baso baswekyao nathi nosa ngilile mona manatano nathi wasukali mutuanganu mauta giya na mayani nathi kugia athukumia la methi wa mothukuma bukiaoni inaso bisimbesa siakwa siegenzi opio na ngilie mona manatano
mweri ugila walike murandini ngwana aterekete kana kala kake o kala na ko ba kala ba o adi ulukana chenako lakini gila murandi wogiyu wa munengi yembeza no wadi anu kumalu ko dio o kado ya sindu ile chitkatonya ko ya akoko ko ugia akudi bandu baza kudi da ziara kudi akudo wa sindu cha kudoja akuka akudoja na dojo kwida no wa kwato okenduka kudoya kana kindu yungo na murandi uzuno ende tenesa kaende u with esawa na kuongela ndani yake na munda kindu kwana nakwate mangoto le makomba munda na akwata liu
kila kingi nasya ibinda kila kyayo kieko iya tusomethesi maundu ma GSL kula kwitu
itwethi watu kwatanite meri ngo raundi tukumye silingi giana ikyo kindethesya kuthoa ibila iyo kwana nikalilite kila nendie meri ngo raundi ivo nethiwe nevosu gya kukwata ngili 35 nathwaka space yokakwa kanini kala iko ni kala oyu na ciana ciakwa
nasya nundu imuvea muno kwa kia nundu wa kunenge kadi ya NHIF na kuongivia kwa ibinda yasa nasi nitumite kadi yakwa ya NHIF ngagitwa nayo na ciana ciakwa ona keli tukanye kala disabled ikanagitiwe na kadi ino ngumitumia ona yukende na kunywa ndawa nasya kadi ona kia ya umaku ngethe wa ready kumivia mpaka ibinda gyakwa gya muthia gya kuma vayo luwazi kitumi yake kadi ni ndethetie zaidi na ngavikia kwithiwa nina ugiti musio na wima wamwe
ingona tukethwa twina andu menga ingi mabwana ta meri withi atwi sawa.
I welcome you back to the annual Women's Rights Convention, guys, and we are still on Twitter. I would like to see conversation Kenyan Women Rising. And we are moving on to the solidarity messages. These are people, our friends from high places, people who wish as well, and they would like to give us a word of encouragement as we begin our two-day conversation about how Kenyan women can rise. And to start us off is a woman of many fasts, Ambassador Dr. Mary Himulu. Dr. Himulu is the chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Water Sector Trust Fund. You may have heard it just called as Water Fund. She was appointed via a Gazette notice in 2020. She is a PhD in human behavior and leadership, specializing in management, and she established the Kenya delegation in office to UNESCO in 2006 and acted as its first permanent delegate. And now I have served in that office from 2006 up to 2013. While at UNESCO, Dr. Kimulu served as the president of the group of ambassadors from Eastern Africa, Africa, and Commonwealth countries. She was elected 4 times as one of the vice presidents. We should attest to her leadership during that tenure and served as the UNESCO committee during that time. Dr. Himulu has extensive experience in governance and has served in global, regional, and national boards. I'll just mention a few of the names because there are so many, touching on the Bible Society, UNESCO, and other UN bodies. So, Ambassador, welcome, and would like to hear from you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ambassador. Looks like Ambassador is frozen a little bit. We'll give her a moment as she tries to establish. We can continue with our conversations on Twitter, guys. I would like to see you talk, and I'm informed the Ambassador is back. Ambassador, are you here with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Please.
Thank you. I start on the protocols that I'm sure you have already established, and I am very grateful to have been given a chance to say a few words on behalf of the Pan-African Women Organizations, which I may continue calling POWER. An institution I'm honored to serve as one of the 4 vice presidents. Thank you all for the opportunity given to us to be on this program. When I told the president that I was coming, she asked me to convey her congratulatory message goodwill messages to you all. So we want to congratulate the organizers and all those who have made this convention a reality. Congratulations, and I wish you 2 very successful days of deliberation. I was only given 5 minutes by the organizers to bring solidarity message to you from Power. As I say, the President, Madam Eunice Lipenge from Namibia, the General Secretary, Madam Grace Kabayo from Uganda, both wish you all the best. And they will want me to share with them what has happened today. I promise you I will. Pan-African Women Organization is a women's organization that was founded during the Africa Unity at the first conference of African women in Dar es Salaam on 31st July 1962. A year before the founding of the Organization of African Unity. And last Saturday, we had a virtual celebration of 59 years since the Pan Women Organization was founded. A very well attended virtual meeting, and the chief guest was the Vice President of Uganda. Power is Africa's first and oldest collective women's. Sorry, I thought you were telling me you can't hear me. I'm sorry. It's the Africa first and oldest collective women's organization established to unite all African women's organizations into a single platform to share good practices, promote human rights, with a view to eliminating any form of discrimination against women, support Africa's liberation, and to promote the full integration of African women in economic, social, and political development of the continent. Thus, promote gender equality and working closely with other international women's organizations like yours. Power is a non-profit making entity that has the status of observer in the Economic Commission for Africa and specialized agency in the African Union, and is a member of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC. Allow me to name only 5 or 6 from East Africa, women who have been part of Power and have left very strong impact in Africa, in our sub-region, and some have gone to be with us and still with us. We honor them. 1, Muthoni Likimani, Mama Muthoni Likimani, at 96, she continues to write books. We know her, she was known as an activist. Muthoni has good memory. Honorable Phoebe Asio, former parliamentarian and ambassador to United Nations Development Fund, and our late former mayor of Nairobi, Ms. Margaret Kenyatta, and who was also permanent representative to UNEP. From Uganda, we have famous late Madam Pumla Kisosonkole, who was a Ugandan politician and activist for women organizations, and also late Mama Rebecca Mulira, women rights advocate, again late. And another Ugandan lady is Honorable Joyce Mpanga, who is a politician and a former Minister of Women in Development. And of course, the late Bibi Titi Mohammed, well-known Tanzania politician who did a lot to ensure the President Nyerere became a president. Though she was a Muslim, she fought for that, and she's honored by that. They even called her Mama Nation at one time there. The Pan-African Women Organization is aligned with the programs being driven by the women's voice and leadership. You people who are online at present to drive the transformation in women leadership for equality. We thus, as Power, support the training you are giving to the current women and the future leaders, our young ladies, girls, to fully understand what it takes to be an effective leader. We, like you, are aware of our responsibilities to the diverse and common problems that the continent faces, and urge African women of all political alliances to combine their efforts and incorporate their own actions into an action of different African populations in the fight against the surge and obstacles to raise the standard of living of the population and to make Africa a continent of prosperity, equality, freedom, democracy, peace, justice, and above all, inclusion, to be part of it. We join you as we all aspire to achieve the AU Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, for the improvement of the living condition of African people, and in particular, women. Let us all help women to understand the dynamics required as they ascend into male-dominated space of leadership and decision-making positions. We can succeed, though we must always be aware that male is also half of the population. We must therefore consider them and work with them to achieve the goal of development, social and female inclusion. Let us all be people who make things happen, not the ones who watch things happen or wonder what happened. Wishing you very successful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you for the opportunity.
Ambassador, thank you very much. And the Africa that we want, women must play a part in it, because we have 50% of the population, and you cannot move the ship if half of those on board are not participating. And next, to encourage us and give us a word of motivation in this is also a woman of many faiths who has extensive experience in public policy, is Rukaya Mohammed, Dr. Rukaya Mohammed. She's the Deputy Director of UN Women in Kenya. Dr. Mohammed has 15 years in programming and public policy support and has worked in the UN body since 2006. She has a PhD from Walden University in the United States and has published a lot on that subject. Dr. Rukaya, are you on? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we love your ensemble, your outfit. I'm sure you're going to give us something as lovely as well. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Professor Margaret Kobia, CS Gender, Ambassador, Ambassador Dr. Mary Mbiro, His Excellency Canadian High Commissioner to Kenya, the leadership of Femnet, Trust Crown, Crew, Care, and Oxfam, women and youth activists present here, all protocol observed. Good morning to you all. Today is a great day for women of Kenya to celebrate the victories, achievements, and have conversations on how to keep rising and shining. We cannot drop the ball. Please allow me to convey the apologies of UN Women Country Director, Ms. Anna Mutavati, who could not make it to this event because she's currently on leave. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate the women of Kenya and the government for the progress and the achievement on increasing women's participation in key decision-making positions. Just to mention a few, Kenya just got its first female Chief Justice, Martha Koome, from a list that was dominated by males, and the first woman Auditor General, Ms. Nancy Gatungo. It is notable that a good number of women have been appointed as cabinet secretaries, parastatal and departmental heads, heads of private sector boards, and professional associations, among others. Gender equality is a fundamental human right. Many attempts have been made and will continue to make today to improve gender equality and to close the gender gap in political, economic, and social spheres. However, advancing women's empowerment in leadership and decision-making requires a multifaceted approach to removing legal and structural barriers, implementation of supportive, normative, and legal frameworks, including the two-thirds gender rule, promotion of women's leadership, and creating an enabling environment for a positive shift in societal gender norms and stereotypes to enable women's participation in leadership and in decision-making. The women movement and gender equality advocates must continue to push for special measures to correct historical imbalances to promote and support women's leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, UN Women is committed to advancing women's rights, specifically through supporting the women's movement and strengthening women's voices and agency. Women's voice can be strengthened through existing opportunities like the African Women Leaders Network and the Common Women Agenda platform that unite women across all divides to lobby and advocate for full redress on glaring challenges to achieve gender parity in Kenya. We work with gender equality advocates and gender machinery to realize gender equality as prescribed in CEDAW, in Beijing Platform for Action, and other women rights framework. In this regard, UN Women supports intervention and efforts to increase women in leadership and decision-making, elimination of violence against women and girls, including violence against women in politics, promoting women's economic empowerment and the safety of women and girls, promoting women leadership in peace and security as key to promoting gender equality and women empowerment. On the political front, women's representation is still below the constitutional threshold of 33% and further below the UN Sustainable Development Goal target of 50%. Following Kenya's 2017 general elections, women accounted for 21.8% of legislators in the National Assembly. Women comprised 9.2% of the 1,835 elected individuals in 2017, a marginal increase from 7.7% in 2013. The situation is even more alarming for young women, and when we talk about intergenerational equality. So according to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission statistics, only 1.5% of the female youth participated as candidates compared to 22.1% of their male youth counterparts. Lack of a critical mass of representation in political institutions is a setback for female politicians to effectively contribute to politics, public policy, and resource allocation for increased gender equality. Barriers such as unconducive environment, inadequate capacity and skills to mobilize financial resources, campaigns, prescribed gender roles, patriarchal attitudes, structural barriers, and violence meted against women in politics, whether as voters, candidates, or electoral officials, and often misinformed public perceptions of women's leadership, compounded by negative media publicity, further entrench stereotype as to the ability of women to lead. To ensure increased participation and representation of women in political leadership and decision in Kenya, UN Women will continue to enhance capacity of targeted women to participate in and decision-making processes. We'll continue to strengthen capacity of women rights organizations and key institutions to prevent and respond to violence against women in politics. Also work to reduce negative social norms that exclude women from political participation and in decision-making. And we'll also enhance women's economic capacity to mobilize resources to finance their campaigns in partnership with other stakeholders. As part of the movement building across generations, the Generation Equality Forum is an opportunity to address the rising gender inequality underscored by COVID-19 and embed gender equality as a vital component of the Building Back Better agenda. Generation Equality Forum is an opportunity to make gender equality a reality for the current generation by spurring financial and political commitment for gender equality and fueling a significant and lasting coalition for gender equality. It presents a vital moment for activists, feminists, youth, and allies to achieve transformative change for generations to come. You are all aware we've mobilized over 40 billion commitments during the forum. Made in France and also in Mexico, and this will help to advance the work of women rights organizations. $40 billion is not really small money. On this note, we commend the government of Kenya for the bold commitment it's made in regard to the prevention and response to GBV. As we are all aware, Kenya is one of the co-leaders in GBV Action Coalition. Women are free from all forms of violence. They participate better and contribute to the development agenda more productively. That is when we really implement the commitment and the roadmap that the government of Kenya had really outlined. Ladies and gentlemen, both advanced and developing countries stand to gain if women participate in leadership and decision-making spaces at the same rate as men, work the same number of hours as men, be employed at the same levels as men across sectors, and be paid equally as men for the same level of job. Closing the gender gap in the workforce globally could add a staggering 28 trillion to the global GDP. Global GDP could increase by 26% by closing the gaps between women and men in the workforce, which will benefit both advanced and developing countries. For instance, by 2025, if women in Kenya will match the best in the region, the GDP will rise by plus 12%, and if Kenya achieves the 50-50 gender parity, her GDP will rise by plus 22%. Women's leadership is therefore critical for administration of public resources and effective delivery of services in all spheres of life, including economic, political, social, cultural, as well as security and peace dividends. Let me end with a quote. Life doesn't always give us what we deserve, but rather what we demand. And so you must continue to push harder than any other person in the room. Wadi Ben Hilki. Thus, the woman's voice must be heard, and the movement has to maintain the momentum across divide until women's rights becomes a reality. Asante Nisana. Thank you.
So much. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for that inspiration of what you've given. Yes, we need equality, and one of the areas that has displayed a great deal of inequality for women is in public health. So I'm excited about our next speaker, Dr. John Kitui, who is the country director for Oxfam Kenya. He's a public health specialist that has been working in the area of humanitarian health for more than 15 years, dealing with issues to do with socio-economic development in several countries in Africa and Southeast Asia. He's passionate about gender and justice for women's rights, so he's a friend of this conference. He currently leads Oxfam's Kenya work alongside partners to fight inequality and realize positive social change so that women can have a fair and equitable access to healthcare. Dr. Kitui, are you on?
Hello, I'm on, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Please go on.
Thank you very much. Professor Margaret Kopia, the Cabinet Secretary for Public Services and Gender, Ambassador Mary Himulu, Her Excellency Joyce Banda, other distinguished speakers, colleagues. It's really a great honor for me to speak at this forum, and the convention really comes at a very timely time. Fighting gender inequality has come a long way, especially in Kenya, and we've seen great successes that colleagues who've spoken before me have mentioned that I don't want to repeat. But even as we celebrate these great milestones for women in Kenya, there's still a very long way to go, and we shouldn't settle for a few women at the top and be distracted by that. I think we all acknowledge that there's plenty of residual barriers to women's rights and gender justice, and just for women really to realize their full potential, and especially the women who live in marginalized communities, or people who still live in remote areas, who face still huge barriers within patriarchal societies that prevent them from realizing their full potential. But also there's just plenty of barriers as well, even in urban settings, including unpaid care work, the burden of unpaid care work on women being able to exploit economic opportunities or political opportunities as well. There's also barriers that have been just set by the patriarchal structuring of society, including the patriarchal structuring of the workplaces, and the workplaces traditionally organized around men. And so there's plenty of residual barriers that we still have to collectively fight. So this annual Women's Rights Convention comes at a great time, and we are excited as Oxfam to be part of this conversation as well of Kenyan women rising, and not only in Kenya but across Africa and across the world, and to celebrate the milestones, but also take stock of where we've come from, and then recalibrate the struggle and jointly work together to achieve that. I will not take long because I just want to highlight a few areas that I think are very, very key, important. And for all of us listening today, men and women, I think the key question that comes to mind is, what are we willing to sacrifice to support making the world a just one for women? At the end of the day, it's a very personal question. What am I willing to sacrifice to make sure that women around me realize their full potential? Big question for men, especially who are champions for this cause, as it is also for women. The second point I would like to make is the necessity of recalibration of the struggle. I think for a long time, the calibration has been a fight between men and women, and I think we're seeing the conversation shifting to see that actually this is a conversation against patriarchy and promotion of a more feminist way of living and working and interaction. So there's a call for collaboration across the old boundaries. There's need to draw new lines of contention, new lines of struggle, and use those new lines to assign friends and enemies as well, and collaborate across sectors as well. Because as been mentioned many times, patriarchy is really a system. Patriarchy is not about men, it's a system. And there are many women who also support patriarchy, as there are women who are feminist, and there are as well many men who support feminism, as there are men who benefit from the patriarchal society and would like to keep that system so that it continues to benefit that. The third point I would make, I think when you look at the whole struggle of promoting feminism in the world and a better place for where all human beings live side by side equally, is a challenge of humanity. And I think it's a call to see how best do we humanize ourselves and those around us. How do we bring humanity back into the people? The root cause really of discrimination of women in society, of discrimination both systemically but also socially in our society, is, I think for me, is essentially the lack of just humanity in ourselves as human beings. And that lack of humanity does not only drive the discrimination of men against of women against men, it's also drive discrimination, whether it's across economic profile, across ethnic groups, across racial divides, but also across economic divides as well. But also we look at the challenges of the climate change as well as just discrimination against other forms of life that share this planet that we all call home. So I think fundamentally, if the fight for gender justice, for the fight for women's rights, will have to really be grounded and move just beyond legal wins and small wins here, is the injection of humanity back into people and ourselves, starting with ourselves and those around us. With those few remarks, I would like just to say thank you very much for listening to me, and it's a great honor to be part of this conversation, and I look forward to hearing from you all. Thank you very much.
Kitui, for those remarks that you've given us. It's interesting that Dr. Kitui should mention about climate change, which is one of the things that are disenfranchised women and led them to a life of poverty. And our next speaker is actually an expert in agriculture, which is affected by climate change. So I would like to welcome you to Dr. Maureen. The next speaker is Dr. Maureen Miruka. She's the country director at Care International Kenya, and she has previously held roles in that very organization, dealing with food, water system, and department at Care USA as follows. She was the director of Gender and Youth, Livelihoods, director of Agriculture and Market Systems, She was a team leader at the flagship Women in Agriculture programs, which was called Pathways. And Dr. Miruka has also been a principal research scientist, which is a very big responsibility, at the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO. Dr. Maureen, are you on and can you hear us? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I am. And can you hear me and see me?
I can hear you, ma'am. Please go on.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks for having me here. The Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Professor Margaret Kobia, the Acting High Commissioner, Canadian High Commissioner in Kenya, David De Silva, the Head of Cooperation, Danin Koka, the Country Director for Oxfam Kenya, Dr. Kitui, our hosts, and partners in the Women's Voice and Leadership program, including Crown Trust, who are our hosts today, and all guests here. A pleasure to participate and represent in this annual Women's Convention 2021, which is a forum, because of everything we have going on around now in the world, and to join all these inspiring and powerful women leaders that have spoken, the allies that are here also with us, and others work towards rights agenda. And this convention is fittingly titled Kenyan Women Rising. And so I will talk about another Kenyan woman, Dr. Jemima Njuki, who's the custodian of the Gender and Women's Empowerment Lever of Change for the UN Food Systems Summit, which had a pre-summit recently that was concluded, and that just food systems have to be inclusive and gender equal. And for that to happen, women's voice and leadership must be prominent, they must be listened to, they must not be ignored. And we've also seen recent data showing us that promoting equal access in food systems people, which is 17% of the people who are currently living hungry. And this, for me, sheds lights on why it is so important that women's voices are heard within the discussion on the dynamics of power and how it determines the way men and women are treated by institutions, by policies, by laws, in communities and within their households. So I'm really excited that this convention brings a lot of the rich discussion on the role of women in Kenyan leadership, and also their political participation, and enables us to reflect on the importance of women learning to work together across generations and separately in their respective areas of engagement. I think it is now clear to all of us that women's leadership has a multiplier effect on the socioeconomic and political fabric of society. A meta-analysis that we conducted at CARE of research since 2006 shows that it actually proves that unequal conditions for women and girls cause poverty. And so we really cannot fight poverty without fighting for gender equality. We also see around the world, the countries where women have the fewest freedoms are also the poorest and most conflict-ridden. It is so important for us to recognize that women's representation and partnership in governance in Kenya remains insufficient and incomplete. My colleague from UN Women has already taken us through the numbers that we have from the last, general elections. There was just a nominal increase in women's representation, and it is still a really sad reality that women hold few leadership positions as committee chairs or speaker positions in the Senate and the National Assembly, and we have been unable to break through into significant committee assignments or other influential positions. Again, living in the time that we are living right now, the COVID-19 pandemic has not only disrupted this setup, there's a lot of health and socioeconomic impacts around the world, and it's also going to fundamentally disrupt leadership and governance, structures. And again, I saw a really sad statistic that says the pandemic has set back gender equality by at least 25 years. Women are 24% more likely to lose their jobs, as we have been seeing. They have experienced 50% more women have actually experienced income reduction as you compare to men, and this is definitely going to have a huge impact on their level of passion in leadership and prepositioning. Their care burden has also, significantly, increased. And so going forward, we really expect to see serious conversations around how women are going to be engaged in the post-COVID-19 economic and governance strategies as they advocate for policies and programs that will deliver dignified economic and governance, political recovery country, as well as, of course, their own positioning for the 2022 general elections. All of these are critical issues which are discussed and supported in the Women's Voice and Leadership Kenya program that we are implementing in partnership with other key stakeholders, and which will culminate, again, as Daisy said, in the unveiling and signing of the Charter of Inclusion and the launch of the Women's Training and Support Program for Women in Politics and Business, and will also be discussed during this important convention. So given this current context, again, now is the right time for Kenyans and all of us here in this convention to reflect, reimagine, and reset priorities, how we can reposition women and the role that they play during these uncertain times and the upcoming political and governance processes, and to tackle the normalized discrimination against women, especially in governance and leadership. Of course, success is going to depend on how all of these initiatives will leverage the digital innovations that we have with us now, and how we will network to drive women's governance, political, and leadership agenda in the current millennium. At CARE, we like to look at the women having the skills and ability to use the technology, also looking at the household dynamics on who owns which asset, like a phone within the household. And so we need to be able to harness this and harness technology for women. At CARE Global, our strategic culture and network shifts and ourselves live out the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We also aim to place resources closer to our impact, and also by working in solidarity and in partnership to influence at scale. So towards this end, Care International in Kenya, in partnership with Crown Trust, Uraia Trust, CREW, and Urgent Action Fund Africa, through the Women's Voice and Leadership Program, are working to support over 120 women's rights organizations and networks across Kenya to advocate for women's and girls' human rights, including their governance, leadership, political and economic empowerment, and equality. This program aims to improve the management, programming, sustainability of local women's rights organizations, and to enhance the ability to deliver quality services and increase effectiveness of Kenyan women's rights platforms, governance systems through the rules, standards, and the instruments that we have at national, regional, sub-regional levels in really recognizing women's representation and participation. The program aims to finally, ultimately, enhance the status of women and girls by putting them at the center of the change that needs to happen in Kenya's governance, political leadership, and the economy. This innovative program is generously funded by the Canadian government in line with the Canadian Feminist International Assistance Policy to support local organizations that advance women's rights and development. And again, we are honored that we have the acting Canadian High Commissioner to Kenya and the head of mission here. So Care International in Kenya is fully committed to the SDGs in delivering the impact. And as part of this work that we do, our program portfolio also includes women's voice and rights. It includes inclusive governance, increasing resilience to climate change and other shocks and stresses that we have in Kenya or in the world right now, as well as economic empowerment. Gender equality and justice is the center of this work. And so we'll get to see that all these conversations we're having here are very closely aligned to everything that we aim to do in Kenya. And we appreciate the partnership that we have with all the stakeholders, including the government, that is the State Department of Gender, again, the Canadian government and other collaborating partners here. And also wish to give a special thank you to Crown Trust, who are the host for this convention. So I really hope that our deliberations over the next 2 days will be fruitful, and that the successful outcomes will pave the way for improved leadership and governance and participation of women in the Kenyan space. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the convention in the next 2 days, and thank you for having me and having CARE as a key stakeholder in this program. Thank you.
The next speaker is actually alumnus of my alma mater, the LSC, David Da Silva. He's a Canadian acting High Commissioner in Kenya, and he joined the Canadian Foreign Ministry in 2001 and has previously served in Canada, abroad at embassies in the Philippines, Lebanon, and Venezuela. Mr. Da Silva has also held several posts within the Foreign Ministry in Canada, including policy position relating to Southeast Asia, Southern Africa, nuclear disarmament, and most recently, corporate reporting results. If you're on, we are on to you, Dr. Silva.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Da Silva. Go.
Great. Friends, colleagues, and fellow radical feminists, good morning. I'm delighted to be here with you at this inaugural event. And what a perfect time for this event to be happening. As we approach national elections next year in Kenya, the need for transformative women's leadership has never been greater. And we all know that there's a very good reason why. When women's voices are heard, and I mean truly heard, better decisions are made for everyone. And women's voices can't be heard unless women are at the decision-making table. This is at the local level, at the community level, at the county level, at the regional level, at the national level, and on a global scale. As many of you already know, Canada sponsored the Miss President's reality show a few years back. A bunch of absolutely fantastic women, and I invited several of them over for coffee and conversation a few weeks ago to the official residence to see what they were up to and to see what their plans were. And honestly, they blew me away. They continue to be inspirational. They continue to be energetic, fierce, each in their own unique way, but also helping each other. They build each other up. They support women leadership in general. They network. When I look at the audience and the guest list of today's conference, I see the same thing: inspiring, energetic, and fierce women, each in their own way, as well as men like me, eager to support where we can. I'm super excited to see what the discussions over the next 2 days will produce. The 2013 general elections in Kenya were the first held under the guidance of the revised constitution, and there was a huge bump, a record-breaking bump, in women representation at the county and national level, and that should be celebrated. But I want to see more, much more. I mean, much, much, much more. And not women elected as token gestures, not women elected because they were someone's wife or someone's daughter, and not as seat warmers in a party list. I want to see women as equal partners and as leaders, speaking their truths and representing their communities. We are nowhere near the 2/3 gender rule specified in the Kenyan Constitution, but there is progress and there is momentum because of advocacy like yours. And this event will create even more progress and even more momentum. I'm super proud and super lucky to represent Canada, a country that puts women and girls at the heart of everything that we do. This means thinking about the impacts of our decisions on women. That means putting women first in Canada's considerations of foreign policy, of trade, of international cooperation, and more. And it means that as a country, Canada is dedicated to helping boost collective action for women and by women, just like the Women's Voice and Leadership Program. We are super proud of the work that Canada is doing in partnership with your organizations in Kenya, the work that we're doing in technical and vocational education, in skills building, in health, and in other sectors. And we're going to continue to be right by your side, advocating to bring gender into legislative frameworks too, so that we can create more gender equal policies in areas like sexual and gender-based violence, ending FGM, and gender and development policy, among others. So I want to close by acknowledging the work that we've done and that our partners have done in this fight. I want to thank the government of Kenya, who is working to make women and girls safer, smarter, wealthier, and more empowered in the decisions that affect their lives. I also want to congratulate all of our gender equality and women empowerment implementing partners for hosting what is going to be an exciting and informative forum. And I also want to close by thanking each and every single one of you for being here and being invested in this. Be inspirational, be energetic, be fierce, because when women's voices are heard, and I mean truly heard, better decisions are made for everyone. Thanks a lot and best of luck in your discussions.
Right. Thank you so much, Da Silva. And I would like to welcome Daisy to introduce her to our next speaker and welcome her. Daisy, on to you.
Thank you, Vera, and thank you so much for all the solidarity messages from our partners and for the sisterhood of solidarity. It is my pleasure to welcome our next speaker, who is the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service and Gender, a very gentle woman, a very honorable woman who has played the role of raising the profile of women and bringing women together collaboratively under the Common Women's Agenda, which is hosted by the ministry, and bringing the diverse voices of women, understanding that we are not homogeneous, but bringing the common voices of women, the women's voices, the different voices of women, so that we may have one voice. Because while we may disagree on many things, there are very many things that we can agree upon. And I want to thank Professor Margaret Kobia for honoring our invitation to speak today, to make the keynote address, and also to appreciate the role that she has played in highlighting the work of women in all its diversity during her tenure as our mother ministry with the Public Service and Gender. So welcome, Professor Kobia. Can you hear me? Are you on?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on, Professor. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Executive Director, Ndesi Amnanyi, Crown Trust, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say I'm very happy to be here this morning. Very exciting. Thank you very much, Ndesi, for introducing me. I actually decided to come to this event because you also support the Common Women Agenda, which is domiciled in the Ministry of Gender. So to start us off, because I know I only have 10 minutes, I'd like to start with a question. What does it take to have a woman appointed as a CJ? I'd like all of us to reflect on the personal level. At the personal level, what does it take to be appointed as a Chief Justice? At the institutional level, also at society level. If we have that at the back of our mind, perhaps then we'll start feeling the journey to gender equality and women in leadership in Kenya is realizing some gains. Therefore, as I just take my 10 minutes, let me also say that I think this convention on women's rights topic, and in particular, this time when we are celebrating Kenyan women rising. I think this particular convention is very, very key coming at this time when we are trying to have reflections on the whole journey towards gender equality. We're looking at the challenges, opportunities, and the gains. And it is my hope that as we spend the 2 days, we are going to come up with a framework of partnership and collaboration, and at the same time hold each other accountable, and also have very clear targets that are measurable and can be reported for us to celebrate further gains. Let me also point out that in government, the State Department of Gender was established in 2006. For us, that was around kind of a landmark and a milestone, because not all governments until very recently have a State Department of Gender, and where issues of gender equality are discussed. But in Kenya in 2006, this was established, and I have the privilege of heading that particular department, which is our home for women who are struggling of how do we achieve gender equality, and not gender equality for the sake of gender equality. Gender equality, we believe, will improve better quality of life. Therefore, we are about State Department that coordinates, has the policy and the coordination and promotes gender equality, in the sense that we look at socioeconomic empowerment for women, decision-making and leadership, which falls in today's discussion, gender-based violence, women and peace and security. So that's what we coordinate and provide policy that try to respond what are the challenges in those 5 thematic areas. Therefore, I'm very excited to have one that fits in today's area of discussion on women's rights convention, and particular women's voice. Therefore, today I would like just us to consider that, having understood where we are, we also want to look at when we say the journey towards gender equality has been bumpy, wading a lot, but we can sit and say in Kenya, we have seen women being appointed in various positions. When it comes to judiciary, we have no doubt we are almost 40% gender, women and men, and that is commendable. When we come to executive, we can already say at various levels, right from cabinet, we are beyond the 30%. It is only at the parliament where we are struggling with the 2-thirds gender rule that we may want to invest and take time to see what else we need to do, because we know we have already raised the registration within the parliament in the last 4 particular times, and it has not been successful. And we also on this call understand that journey and the struggle, and then we start asking ourselves, moving forward, what really needs to change. We have talked a lot about 2-thirds gender principle, or at least at the 3%, but in my view, I think all of us should come together towards 50-50. We have said this before, and it is not possible. Look, it is possible in my view. Coming to what the government does, and through my ministry, we want to look at the measures that have taken place to improve women's rights. And I just want to highlight a few, just as you may spend a little time deepening in them or mentioning them in this convention. For example, Marriage Act 2014 and the Matrimonial Properties Act 2013 are now being implemented in the courts of law, while the succession law is increasingly being used to enforce the rights of women and girls to inherit property from their parents. And that is a real milestone that is facilitated by that registration. We have also seen that we are important through collaboration and partnership development of a legislative handbook on principles of equality and non-discrimination in 2018 that set out to guide legislators on national and the county governments in the review of policy and the registration, and overseeing the formulation and implementation of programs, plans, and action towards full realization of gender equality and inclusion. We have also seen representation of special interest groups laws, Amendment Bill 2019. We have also seen Legal Aid Act 2016 to give effect to various articles of the Constitution on access to justice. We also, as a department with partnership or collaboration with other stakeholders, developed national policy on gender development, where we try to emphasize gender equality is not just about women, it's about equal participation for both men and women, politically, socially, economically, and culturally. We have also seen the adoption of the National Ad-Law Policy, which recognizes the role of women. And with that, we have seen those are the gains, the government, with the partnership with other parties, with the partnership with civil society, and all other stakeholders, development partners. Those are the efforts that have been made. However, I cannot forget to mention the role of the Constitution 2010, which has given us really the opportunity to be able to claim the women's rights as human rights. My point number 3 is targeting on women in leadership. Kenyan women are rising, that one we do agree, and we can count the many. When you look at the journey since independence to where we are, women have made significant contribution economically, politically, including fighting for independence for this country. Therefore, I think when it comes to women in leadership, we must ask, where are we now and how do we want to move fast? As looking at the road ahead, that is, how does the road ahead look like when it comes to women leadership and adding women voice? I am reminded by Maya Angelou, where she says, when one woman stands and raises a voice, she raises it for over 500 other women. Therefore, as you participate in this convention, know that your voice matters, and what you are likely to add to the conversation that is going to be taken in this convention, decisions made and implemented, you stand for many more women, even beyond that 500. Therefore, the gains are a product of many years of struggle by women's movement in Kenya. Join me in celebrating all the women, including the trailblazers on whose shoulders we stand. The right to progressive constitutional gains are real. We are here to fully achieve not more than 2/3 gender principle on elective and appointed positions that has continuously been resisted by male registrators. For example, we are still faced with an underrepresentation of women in some of the Kenya's institutions, with women consisting less than 1/3 to those positions. There are laws that require amendment to ensure that women's rights are fully protected. In this convention, today and tomorrow, we must answer the question, how will we ensure political parties lists comply with the 2/3 gender principle as a road ahead? As it has been mentioned before also, COVID-19 has laid bare how vulnerable women and girls are, and especially leading to increased cases of gender-based violence. We must find how we are going to support eradicate gender-based violence, and especially female genital mutilation. I think we should find everybody, we need everybody hands on deck, and especially Generation Equality Forum. Give us, as a Kenya, we are the champion, and His Excellency the President is leading this initiative, global initiative on eradication of gender-based violence. It is my hope that all of us will look at all efforts that are taking place in this country towards promotion of gender equality. I'm also reminded that it is not only we need in convention like this one to take time to look through what has been done before, what has worked and why it has worked, and what new initiative we need to work together to make a real impact towards gender promotion. As I come to conclusion, I would like to leave you with some reflections, which may deepen your conversation during this convention. One, we recognize the Constitution 2010 is a game changer towards the journey of gender equality. However, strong women movement that delivered the Constitution of Kenya are no longer active. We need to find out why those strong women movements which delivered Constitution 2010 are no longer as active. We also need to ask questions as what qualities of leadership led to the realization of Constitution 2010 and why did the grassroots women, because we must always say women, 80% of our women live in the rural areas. Why did the grassroots women, when we are doing Constitution 2010, trust those who are in the movement? Are we as women leaders today being trusted by grassroots women so that as we champion and we sit in tables, they feel we strongly represent their views? 2, women and men want equal opportunities, socially, economically, politically, and culturally. The impediment or barrier towards women elected leadership, and I think that's why we are here today, we are looking at women leadership. If anyone try to get to elected position, they are likely to face violence, funding or lack of financing, negative cultural norms, stereotypes, and prejudices. That is given that you face those challenges ahead of you if you are going to go to get an elected position. In my view, having an elected position matters because this is where decisions are made, decisions regarding making of the laws, decision regarding the budget. I imagine a woman sitting in parliament who understands why you need more budget for health, why you need more budget for water. Therefore, it is very important that where we are having the struggles in parliament to get to the 2/3 gender rule complied with, this convention must have break new grounds of what is going to do, what is going to be this initiative. In this convention, then we must ask ourselves, what is the problem with these barriers? How do we deal with these barriers? Is the problem with the political elite? Those who are leading us, are they the ones who make it impossible to have these barriers continue year in, year out, one election after the other? Is the problem with Wanjiku? Is the Wanjiku having no capacity to decide what kind of a leader, and especially women, they should put in parliament? It pains me when many people ask, women are 50%, why can't they elect one of their own? That is a simplistic way of looking at it. I'm sure if in this convention can be able to find why is the problem. Is it with the political elite? Is it with the Wanjiku? Or is it with the both? 3, gender equality is about power and the dynamics. Power relations and dynamic. In a journey of change management, it is a journey of change management that follows a certain theory of change. How do we empower critical mass of women who can champion equal treatment of women and men in institutions and change the status quo of lived existence? We have been socialized in a way that culturally discriminates against women. Much as we appreciate gains have been made, we need to find new ways of how do we create this critical mass who will start influencing institutions, influencing communities and the society to change those lived traditions. Ladies and gentlemen, I value the support that the organization presented here have given to the government through the State Department of Gender and through the Gender Sector Working Group in my ministry. As Desia Amdani mentioned, we have put together a common women agenda. We are seeing, regardless of your diversity in terms of the region one comes from, political orientation, in terms of socioeconomic status, in terms of gender, in terms of seniority, we have common women that we should all be able to champion, sit down and say, how do we achieve women representation in all spheres of life? Because having a woman voice, I'm sure we improve the quality of life for Kenyans. I look forward to receiving the proceedings of this convention for implementation through partnership and collaboration through government, because in gender we are not just, although we are in one ministry, we work across interagency, and we will look forward to implementing these proceedings and the recommendation of this convention, because I believe this convention is going to come with a prioritized 4 or 5 things we can do and make a real difference when it comes to women, increasing women in leadership. If you allow me now, it is my pleasure to declare the Annual Women Convention 2021 officially opened. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, CS, for that inspiring message. And in the spirit of inclusion, we did not leave the arts behind. And we have a young lady who is well-traveled. She's a published author and spoken word that loves the African woman deeply. And she's called Shiki. Over to you, Shiki.
Thank you. If you woman cannot cook, then you are not a woman. No man will stay with you. You woman cannot keep a man in your pocket. If you woman shook loose your curvaceous figure, then your man is entitled to look at other options. Weigh those options. It is allowed. You woman brought it upon yourselves. You should have maintained your figure. If you woman dare speak back to your man, then you are a woman trying to be a man when there is already a man in the house, so shh. No questions allowed. You do not wear the pants in that relationship. Know your place, woman. Know that you will always be an object. A person not entitled to property because objects cannot own. Cannot even own your last name, for it is given to you by your spouse. One of the achievements us women are to look forward to. Like our parents didn't give us names, didn't give us titles that we can be referred to. Cannot even own your kids because they ain't your kids. Apparently, watoto ni wababa, so you just become the life giver. A womb that houses generations that cannot be traced back to you. Your name not worthy to be recognized on the family tree, so you become the roots. You do all the work, and then later realize that no one will ever praise the beauty of a tree by its roots. And just because dowry was given for me doesn't give you the right to mistake appreciation for purchase, because you do not own me. You will not reduce me to an object again, that be from downtown, that side chick you want to get your freak on, that classic vixen from your music video. So understand this, that this is a fight for respect. Clap your hands and dance around this altar of rage, brother, you're about to be burned. Understand that this is Wangari Maathai on heat. Understand that you stand in the street of democracy with the rage of Afghanistan. Understand that I come to you with the heart of a priest but with the fierceness of a gangster. Understand that the untamed spirit of Muthoni Marshall, the vision of Nerima Wako, and the wisdom of Bina Maseno just got birthed in my voice. And if you do not understand anything, understand that I don't need a man to tell me where or where not to be. I know exactly where my place is. Isabel Shikanga, a woman holding a broken home, gathering pieces of dismantled father figures, prayers in silence, trying to be the man who ran and never stopped running. Grace Onyango, Margaret Kenyatta, Ida Odinga, women keeping the world sane for when women and girls rise, their communities and their countries rise with them. Margaret Thatcher, Martha Karua, Charity Ngilu. Human rights are women rights, and women rights are human rights. One and for all, Orierogo Manduli. We cannot claim that the financial liberation of women is what has killed our men's masculinity. Wangari Maathai. African women need to know that it's okay for them to be the way they are, to see the way they are as a source of strength, and to be liberated from fear and from silence. Malala Yousafzai. We cannot succeed when half of us are held back. Nina Simone. This is the world you have made, and now you have to lie in it. Maya Angelou. I am a woman For we are the women who walk to jobs when companies won't hire our men. We are the women who march in the streets when no one else will. We are the women who clean the mess of our men and boys from the streets and scrape ourselves from the hands of unfaithful men and abusive men. We are the women. Thank you.
Kenya has a challenge of income poverty, where you have communities, particularly those living in arid and semi-arid region, because they do not have many opportunities for income generating activities, so they end up having very low income or no incomes at all. Another challenge is with regard to regular shocks. For example, you have drought, floods, or sometimes an epidemic.
Profit is a rural finance program supported by the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, which is a UN agency, and the government of Kenya. Financial graduation is a subcomponent of technical services. The rationale for selecting financial graduation to a program which is essentially rural finance was to address a segment of the population that is deemed to be too poor, that they can't interact in the financial and commodity markets.
The graduation approach, pioneered by BRAC in Bangladesh in 2002, is the creative and innovative solution that accompanies the poorest households on their own pathway out of poverty. Through comprehensive and sequenced steps, the graduation approach supports families in their own journeys to build resilience and sustainable livelihoods. Results from this evidence-backed method are inspiring adoption in over 40 countries by NGOs and governments. Using technical expertise from BRAC and in cooperation with the government of Kenya, CARE and the BOMA project are implementing the Profit Financial Graduation Program, which targets 2,600 women and youth.
BOMA works with the extreme poor in the arid and semi-arid areas of northern Kenya. We empower women, build resilient communities and families, instill hope, and change the conversation about what's possible. Samburu County has some of the worst basic poverty indicators. I believe it's in the top 15 poorest counties in Kenya.
CARE's mission is to eradicate poverty, and in Kenya, we target women and girls as our impact group, and we look at poverty that is caused by gender inequality. The program that we're working on right now is in the Chuso sub-county of the larger Kitui County.
The families in the Profit Financial Graduation Program receive 6 critical interventions. They include an income-generating asset, a consumption stipend, links to the National Health Insurance Program, savings support through groups, training on social and health messages, and mentorship through household visits.
This project has brought about a lot of changes for the participants in Samburu. The women that are participating in the project now have an income where they're through the businesses that they've started with support from the project. So they have a regular income, they have access to better food, so they're much more food secure. They have access to health through their enrollment in the NHIF. And I think for me, the most compelling change that I've seen in the women is their agency, their empowerment. As members of the community, as women, they're much more in control of their own destinies.
Most of the beneficiaries will tell you that they were voiceless. So as a result of being mentored in terms of household visits to emphasize what they have been learning, and in terms of mentorship at their income generating activities and mentorship at the VSLAs, they can articulate their issues better.
Ende ayu anatoka mana amo memba to no makwana balani no ene ni mana ambu mitebo danando ma eto na menda ko boya monyo menda boya skali ninyango manenge yitu yondola mana ambo ya
na yo ajo kwa daga kuni balas
go to Madakompoka. Yo njarang to numai, Miguel Udanto can get you Sipetalia Mia, the Sinusudo, Negata Ishitarapa, Namore to get you and talk of pocket.
Financial graduation has opened our eyes. We have seen it is possible to identify and work with people who could otherwise not be reached, people who are ultra poor, and make them lead sustainable livelihoods. To that extent, financial graduation, using the lessons that we have learned, will expand in this country within the social protection programming space.
Extremely poor people can often be invisible to their governments, discriminated against and excluded from the most basic of services and opportunities. Graduation walks with families as they transform their own futures. We are all on a journey to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 1, ending extreme poverty by 2030. And it demands that we travel together with governments, with donor agencies, NGOs, and the private sector, and that we accompany poor families so that we leave no one behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us. This is just the health break. But as we go for the health break, we want to keep you updated, keep you informed. And thank you so much for tuning in since we started in the morning. And I have amazing panelists here, young women, young able women. They'll introduce themselves. This is just a light session. We want to get from the young women, what are their views about the theme of the day, the convention, and everything about today. So let me introduce from...
Thank you very much, Wendy. I'm Sheila Magomere, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and a member of Young Women Leaders Connect. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Mercy Kendi. I am the programs coordinator at Young Women Leaders Connect. Yes, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you. We are partners in this convention, and I hope it's going on well. And I hope that after this session, you'll get 1 or 2 bits about the topic. So I'll just, because we are talking about young women in politics, we are really interested in that because we are championing for many young women to come out. But there's one issue that we really need to talk about. Let's talk about now the internet. Because once I declare as a person that I want to stand for maybe an MP or MC, a senator, women rep, then I automatically becomes a public figure. So my face is now public, and then at the same time, we still need internet. So I want to just get your view. What do you think about the issue of cyberbullying or internet, the issue of sexual harassment, body shaming? So that is what we are going to talk about. So ladies, what do you think? What do you think? Is it an issue that we need to really talk about?
Yeah, first of all, my views are that any woman who wants to be a leader, they have to expose themselves on the internet.
True.
And there's some type of information that you're not supposed to give on the internet, like your family information, your addresses. Yeah. But then because the internet is somewhere that even your neighbor knows who you are, they're easy to be like, I know Wendy, I know where she lives, I know her kids, I know where she goes to church, I know where she shops. And
so you mean I can't post about maybe celebrating an anniversary with my boyfriend? Kenny, what do you think? Maybe you're going to church with my kid? Is it a wrong thing?
I feel like it's personal information, but once you're a politician, you really can't hide this information.
Kendi, if you are vying, will you do that?
Well, I think I would like to say that women are supposed to be allowed to generally just be themselves. We have seen women have the pressure of being married before they actually vie for position. What has marriage got to do with you being in a political position? I mean, if you're able, and as young people, here I can see lots of young women leaders who are able to do whatever they're able to do because they are themselves. They have probably received the training. They have undergone what it takes to be a leader. So why put extra pressure on them to take up marriage and other responsibilities that they're probably not ready for, whereas they're ready to pursue leadership.
Actually, you brought a very good issue. And talking of marriage, if you're not married, it becomes an issue. She can't even keep a family. And when you're married, they expect you to go via where you're married at. And maybe at that place, I'm very sure maybe you haven't lived there, you don't have a rapport with the people. So Sheila, what is your opinion about that? Because I think that is also a very pertinent issue about especially the marital status. So do you think who is to blame for all this?
In regards to where you're supposed to be vying, either where you're married or where you're born, I prefer where you're born because that's where your childhood was, where everyone knows you, yeah?
Yeah.
And if at all it's supposed to bring an issue in your political career, I don't think it's supposed to bring an issue in your political career. Any single person is legible enough to, as long as they're legible enough per the Constitution, they're supposed to vie. Yeah, if you're married or not, it shouldn't be an issue to me. Yeah.
But now, let's say, now it's not the problem of the women, because that is now, I think it's a personal issue. When you're coming as a leader, they're supposed to look at me. I've been able to lead. I have proven that I can lead.
Yes.
Yeah. And talking of internet, we are still on internet. We have the issue of sextortion. Even if you leave the issue of politics, we have models who've come out crying that their bosses want to sleep with them. You have to, I don't know, you have to kind of bribe them in a way. So this is an issue. Kendi, what do you think?
Well, women should embrace their womanhood, and we were all created so that you can be admired by by men, which is mostly referred to as normal.
Yes,
we have seen people getting closed up to anything else other than that. So what I can say is I don't think anyone should use your womanhood or your gender against you to try and manipulate you, to try and influence what you want to pursue.
Yeah. But so, the ladies, sorry to interrupt, the ladies who are claiming that maybe they felt victims of those, they'll tell you that maybe it was a do or die, like they really needed the opportunity, and maybe that was the only way. So what would you advise, or what do you think in that situation? If maybe you feel they are not giving you options, at the same time, that is what you really want.
First off, if anyone is using their body to make a living out of it, it's a choice. Yeah, it's their personal choice and probably shouldn't be everyone's problem. And the problem I have with women, other women, is making or releasing other people's, let's say, sex tapes, nude pictures, in the name of putting them down. We should not be putting each other's down in any particular way, be it on social media, in live occasions. We shouldn't be doing that. Yeah.
I think this Kenya, we need prayers, special prayers for this country. You remember we've had recently people leaking out nude photos, and I think it's not right, because you can imagine the generation to come. As women, we are mothers. We are potential mothers. So what would you say about the issue of now even exposing people? I think for me, even from a Christian perspective, that is not right in the first place. And if that person was in that place doing that thing at that time, it was something private. And I think even ladies were to blame the exposed men. But the whole thing about exposing, it has been here and there on the internet. Yeah, Kendi, what are the effects? What do you think are the main effects, especially looking at young women in politics? What would you advise them now, talking about being keen on what they do, exposing to social media and all that?
Well, going back to what I said, that we should not at all be manipulative, especially with our sexuality. People should just be open to be who they are, especially if it is professional, keep it professional. If it is casual, then do the casual. If you want us to mind your business, then well, why not? Yeah, so, but also something else I'd like to say is we should stop putting so many conditions on women rising and leadership, because if it's my calling and it's something I'm passionate about, I should be allowed to do it without thinking about my dress code. Is this dress too short? Is it too long? Is my cleavage showing? Are they attracted to me because of how good I am? You shouldn't have to second guess yourself because of what you think people are thinking. Yes. So please, let's allow especially ladies to be free. If I want to come here and dress, don't tell me whatever is too exposed. But then again, it's also a personal responsibility that you keep other people around you comfortable. Do not alter the intention. Like right now, if I came here, I would not at all be expected to alter the attention of what we are talking about to something else. So it is a personal responsibility to think about it. Like, who are you really? Is what you're doing helping you with your leadership? Also, don't put to mind what people are really saying. Don't end up overthinking and affecting your self-esteem just because you think, I'm too fat, I'm too this, I'm too what. Don't do that. Let's just be done with those barriers that you're putting on each other.
Let people be, and also be mindful of the people around you. Let's make it a world where it's open, there's freedom, and also freedom with responsibility. I think that's what you said. And Sheila, I know you've worked with children all along, and recently we had discussions on online child protection. So because now we are mothers, we are potential mothers, we are young women, and the women in leadership, we are mothers at the same time. So I really want Sheila to maybe say something about the online protection of children, because this is an issue that relates to us as women.
Thank you. Recently we're actually still dealing about child online protection. And the thing that is coming up on the risks is the grooming. The grooming of a child. So a parent wouldn't know who the child is talking or chatting with. They'll go in their rooms, lock themselves, and start chatting to people who probably pretend to be their age. So these people groom them, and by grooming I mean they get their trust, they earn their trust over a period of time. The groomers are usually very patient, and then after that they'll probably start sending them nude pictures, and then they now ask for the girl to send their pictures too. Now once the lady starts, or the girl starts sending the nude pictures, that's where sextortion comes in. Sextortion, whereby they'll start telling you, oh, if you don't send more, I'm going to expose you to school, to your parents, or maybe if you don't give me your parents' card, or that is the bank card, I will expose you. So there's fraud on it, there's sextortion, blackmail. And the case in point is Amanda Todd. I don't know if you've heard about it, where this happened, and by the end of it, she committed suicide.
Actually, there was a video about a young girl in South Africa. It was going out about being bullied, and then she ended up committing suicide. I mean, this is so sad, because if you're talking about the internet has a lot of issues, and how we handle it is very critical. As women, as men out here, I think it's our responsibility to be the ambassadors of safe internet, because now looking at the theme we have, internet, if you're talking about the economic empowerment of women in terms of business, this is a leverage as a platform, you know.
Wendy, if I can add something on child protection in relation to what we're doing here today, is that it is our responsibility with our future generations. What currently we are doing with our She Rise program is we're ensuring that girls get the education, they get the empowerment that they require to move forward with their lives. So if it comes to online or offline, we should all be responsible of the future generation. Who are the women taking over after us? The young people, are our adolescent girls safe? Are they coming in to a place where they can actually get role models? If you look around, can they find someone to mentor them, to emulate? So on child protection, it is an important issue. Especially on grooming the next generation of the women that are going to take over from us.
We are very keen about the next generation of leaders, because we are the young women, and in few years to come, we will be the women leaders that we are seeing in this country. So these conversations has been about being able to look at internet in a different way and promoting this platform as a means of advancing gender equality, giving more spaces. Let the spaces be safe for young women and men and women, for children, everyone, so that this world is a better place. But this responsibility is for me and you. And also we have the law, we have the constitution. Let's adhere to the constitution. Let's follow to what is the consequences of all this. So this has been the health break. Thank you so much for listening in. And this has been an amazing panelist. Thank you so much for giving us your thoughts. And let's keep tuning to this convention. It is for you, for me, for everyone else. Yeah. Thank you so much. And we continue with the program, the convention.
All right.
Yeah.
As a young lawyer active in the Law Society of Kenya, and which at that time, together with a few religious voices, was sort of like the unofficial opposition, because these were days of pushback on democratic rights. People were under a culture of fear. They were not willing to speak out. So I was involved in the internal politics of the Law Society, and we started agitating for the leadership of the Law Society of the time to stop leaning too hard on the government, because we thought if the Law Society was in bed with government, we would not be able to point out where the issues were not right, where things were not going well. So that agitation within the Law Society spilled over to agitation for enlarged democratic space within the country. And therefore, we sort of plunged into national politics. So by the time Saba Saba came, we were part of the group that was planning the Saba Saba meeting. And there were quite a number of women involved, not just lawyers, but also women politicians like the late Wambui Otieno and many others. And within the lawyers, the women lawyers, we were several very active women lawyers. I remember Judge Martha Koome. I remember names like Beatrice Nduta. I remember names like Lillian Wanjira, and many others. I'm really mentioning those who were really on the front line. And what we were fighting for is the right to assemble, the right to freely express oneself, and all the other fundamental human rights that are in the Constitution. There was blatant violation of human rights by the KANU regime at that time. So all those things, and mismanagement, economic rights, so economic and social rights. There was mismanagement of the economy, leading to deterioration of services, and there was discontent everywhere in the country. Second, liberation. I won't say it started during Saba Saba, because there was push for reform even before then. Even within a one-party state, there were still courageous members of parliament agitating, a few of them, and getting punished for it. Saba Saba gave momentum to the second liberation. And I would say that's when the second liberation started in earnest.
I was also a young lawyer then. And the Law Society was involved in the clamor for constitutional review and democratization and independence of institutions, especially the independence of the bar and the independence of the judiciary. So as a young member of the Law Society, I attended their annual general meeting. I think it was 1989. And there was a huge dispute over how the elections of the president of the Law Society was conducted. And there were two candidates. One who was favored by the Kano government, and one, of course, who was favored by the members because he was independent-minded. That is Paul Mwite. He was independent-minded, and he was speaking against the travesties, the impunity, generally that was happening at the time. So when the members questioned why the government had interfered, because that particular time, I remember Moi had publicly said that the elections of the Law Society were conducted in a free and fair manner. And for me, actually, I had voted for the other candidates because...
I welcome back to the annual Women Rights Convention. We are still having our conversation on Twitter, hashtag Kenyan Women Rising. I would like us to welcome Margaret Kimani, who is the head of youth and women banking at SBM Bank, to tell us about investments and investments. Margaret, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are keeping well wherever you are tuned in from. It's a very big honor to be here. And talking about investments and women empowerment. It's very important. And even as I stand here today, it's very important as women, because just social empowerment and economic empowerment entails investing in women and also encouraging women to actually acquire assets. And when we talk about investments, there's a wide array of investments that women can start with, depending on even where they are at this point in life. And it's very important that the voice of the woman is heard throughout this process. And one of the things, one of the opportunities or challenges that we see is that a lot of times this information does not get to the grassroots. Women, a lot of times, actually we did a research in 2018, and women, through women engagements, we found that a lot of these women do not know that there are these opportunities. I'll give you an example like the Nairobi Stock Exchange. Most women are not aware that they're actually eligible to invest in such. And another thing that we highly encourage is that, women at the grassroots also need to be included. And I want to applaud I want to applaud the organizers of this event, that you've been able to actually get the voice of the women on the grassroots through the women groups. Let's continue encouraging the dialogue. Let's include women in these decision-making tables. And I'll tell you something that is also happening. A lot of us as corporates, private sector, we are lobbying, public, and we are collaborating to make sure that women actually get to know of these opportunities. Another opportunity that I see is, women being able to lift up other women. And I'll give you an example. So even as we advocate, what has happened is that women are getting opportunities so that they can have enough money to invest. So we are advocating aggressively, always aggressively in, advocating for corporates to also give opportunities to women to, in business. Another thing about investment is that you have to be very deliberate about it. Remember, a younger woman wanting to invest, obviously, they have a higher risk profile. They can take more risk as opposed to an elderly woman. So I think giving this opportunity as an early age is very important. Again, making sure that we get the information out. I know social media happened and the digital, the fourth industrial revolution is happening. But I think this should not prevent us from actually being very deliberate about investing. And another thing about investing in women, I'll give you an example. As a bank, at State Bank of Mauritius, here in Kenya, because we are regional, we are in almost every county. And we've been able to reach out through different networks. We've been able to reach out to these women. And I think it's very important to make sure that we are investing. And financial literacy for us, by the way, is something that we've been very deliberate about, including these women. Whether it's like when COVID happened, obviously we had to move online. So, and the message today here, I would want to pass the message today is that if we do not invest in women now, when shall we? Yeah, and if us ourselves, the women in leadership, if we do not actually facilitate these things to happen now, then when? And if we don't, who will? And remember, Kenya is strategically placed. Even as we go to 2022, I know there's also women, other than the corporate segment, there's also politics. The more women take up leadership positions, the better for Kenya. And I'm very encouraged by what has happened this year alone. Now we have a CJ who is a female, Mother Kome, and there will be many others to come. In the trade segment, you'll also see that, Dr. Ngonzi was appointed earlier in the year, and it's very encouraging to know that these things are happening. So let's take up more leadership positions, and as we rise up, let's make sure that, we are lifting other women. We are actually creating awareness. We are also advocating for these opportunities for women. As SBM, by the way, we are part of the UN Women signatories, and we follow the 7 principles, including reporting. So, and through the work we've been doing, including, for example, we facilitate women internally in the community and also in the marketplace, SMEs. We've seen that other organizations, even other banks, they've been able to follow the lead, and they're actually also, so our influence is going to even other sectors, and other banks are able to do the same for their women. So we encourage everyone to take up this leadership, and I want to applaud the conveners of this conference. Let the conversation continue. Let's keep engaging. Let's learn from each other, and let's make Kenya greater for the Kenyan women. And I'll tell you guys, when you empower one woman, you empower the world. Also, let me give, as I close, let me also give an example. So in the bank, we do have a creche that provides, for our women who have younger kids, for kids between the ages of 0 to 3 years. And when we started, we found out that, hey, guess what? The men staff were actually bringing their kids. So you see, after all, when you empower one woman, the impact is actually not only for the women, it actually benefits the society. So let's keep doing this, guys. Let the women voices be heard, and let's keep impacting women, because it's the right thing to do. And women rights, guys, women rights are also human rights. So keep doing it, and God bless you guys. Stay safe, and let's see you at the top.
To vote for him or his agents. And elections were actually conducted not in the normal manner, because we used to receive a ballot paper in the post, and then you just vote. But this particular time, people came to the lawyer chambers to ask them to vote. And I voted without thinking anything. But when we went to the general election, to the general meeting, my candidate denied that he conducted the elections in another form other than through the post. And I was one of those who voted for him in the chambers. So from there, I joined the movement that was asking for his removal as the president of the Law Society. And we started requisitioning for a special general meeting to remove him. And we never managed, because we would call for a meeting and we hire a room, and the room will just be surrounded by the police, and they make sure that we can't hold even the meeting of the society. So at that particular time, I was disturbed that KANU was closing in all the institutions. It had started working with maendeleo ya wanawake, so it had ceased to be the biggest women independent women organization, maendeleo ya wanawake. It had become KANU maendeleo ya wanawake. He had also started working with workers' union, and he was started trying to work with the churches, but they were resisting. The National Council for churches in Kenya, NCCK, they were resisting, and so was the Catholic Church also. The Catholic Bishops' Assembly was also resisting. And he was now in total control over the judiciary because he appoints judges and magistrates, and therefore was controlling the judiciary. He had taken the Law Society because now you hear the president of the Law Society is working with KANU. So the way I joined the movement myself was because I was disturbed that KANU was crossing in to take over all the independent institutions, including the bar and the bench, as we call it, the judiciary. I was a practicing lawyer, I was a young lawyer, but I was concerned that I have nowhere to practice. If KANU takes over every institution, we all become KANU. I wasn't a member of KANU and I didn't like KANU, so I wanted independence of institutions where I worked.
I was at the Nairobi University since 1987 to 1990. And during my constitutional lawmaking process class, we learned of how Section 2A was dangerous for democracy for this country. And when the Sabasaba happened, people agitating for the change and lifting out of that article. I had just left the university. And at that particular moment, I did not participate actively, but sat back and admired the move that was going to see Kenya open its democratic space.
Although at that time I didn't consider myself a politician, we were actually calling for the repeal of Section 2A as lawyers and as citizens, for expanded democratic rights as lawyers and as citizens. When my activism started, I really thought it was just within the Law Society. But then I realized that you cannot practice your profession in a vacuum. It's within the socio-economic and political context of the day. And I realized that politics does affect the environment in which you work, whether as a professional, as a business person, as a citizen. It affects your very existence. And therefore, we got active. I chose to get active.
Recalling that there was restriction in terms of women participation in leadership, we got multi-party democracy. And what comes into our minds is that the space now was open for both men and women to participate. And when you look at the agitation that happened, the Fungamano House, for example, we had women there. And the women agenda remained actively as one of the issues that we needed corrected. And so the opening of that space, what it did is it allowed women to come in and form political parties. Remember, we had a party by Honorable Charity Ngilu early in those years. And if we did not allow the many parties, of course, once you got expelled from the ruling party, KANU, you had no recourse. And we know we have many leaders, good leaders, who definitely went aside of what KANU thought they should be and remained partyless. And once you are partyless, then you would never find your foot into the political leadership of this country. So for me, I think the opening of the space for both men and women and giving women a platform. And women like Charity Ngilu, who did it the first round and thought really they can create a political party. We've seen Martha also coming and also creating a very strong political party. So for me, the repeal of Section 2A gave democratic space to both men and women of this country to participate in the political leadership of this country.
Well, personally, I wasn't involved in the initial Sabasaba because I was still a student myself, and I was in college, and I wasn't around. But of course, we knew that there was an agitation going on back home for the expansion of democratic space and for a return to multi-party politics. So that's what I knew about it, and it was a very disruptive period.
I was young, had just cleared school, and I was with my cousin who was already at the law school, and she told me there's Sabasaba going on. Do you want to come? Let's go and see what's going on at Sabasaba. And I was like, okay, what is it about? And she was like, this is about democracy. It's about human rights. And I was like, okay, fine, let's go see, because I've always been curious in life. And I was like, if it is something to do with human rights, justice, democracy, why not? Let me go see these people. And of course, there were household names like Paul Mwite, James Orengo, so it was going to be interesting for me to see them live. Raila Odinga had not seen those guys live, so it was a good thing for me, and we went. And just before Paul Mwite would even finish saying what he was saying, there was tear gas, and there were gunshots, and everybody was running for their life. And for me, that was an experience. It was the first experience of being tear gassed, and an experience of cheating death. I'd never been into a space where there are gunshots, and that really scared me, and I really ran for my life. And that was the first time I found myself in a dark room in Shaurimoyo. That's when I even realized that there's a place called Shaurimoyo. And of course we hid there, and there was some calm after a while, and then we ran back home. And I think that is the beginning of me to start to relate with rights. And I was like, surely, how could I have been tear gassed by the government? We were only going to see, I was only going to see and hear what is human rights, what is justice, what is democracy. And here I was tear gassed and scared to death, and I cheated death. So for me, I was like, I need to pursue this thing. I need to know further. What is this? What is this Sabasaba?
Welcome back to the annual Women's Rights Convention. Please don't forget to have a conversation with us on Twitter. Hashtag Kenyan Women Rising. The campaigns are nigh, and there is political speak in the public. There's BBI, there's Tanga Tanga. And as a reporter, I have covered less of women participating in these exercises. So it is therefore hardly surprising that for every 5 people in parliament in Kenya, there's only 1 woman, okay? So how should we show up? How should women participate in this activity? Should we be as aggressive to increase our representation? Do we have a mama yao strategies like the others have baba yao? And to take us through this conversation, we have a very interesting panel called Women's Voices in Leadership. What does it mean? And we have an interesting panel to take us through this. Ruth Olo is going to be our moderator for it. Ruth Olo is a gender and development specialist and has been working in the humanitarian development field across East Africa for over 10 years. She's an intersectional feminist and a believer and supporter of gender justice and women's rights. She currently leads the Gender Justice and Women's Rights Program at Oxfam in Kenya, which comprises 3 pillars, which are women economic empowerment, transformative women leadership, and ending gender-based violence women against girls. So we are happy to have you here, Ruth, today, and I hope you're going to have an interesting conversation. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vera, and good morning, viewers. Thank you very much for joining this very milestone event in Kenya. And today we are focusing on women's rights and why we need to have women at the table in terms of leadership. And so I'm going to moderate a very interesting session. And like Vera has said, we're going to look at women's voices in leadership and what it really means. And we have 3 speakers who are going to help us to get into this conversation. And our first speaker is Patience Nyange. Patience Nyange comes from Taita Taveta County. she's vocal, she's a woman leader, and she has a lot of insight that she's going to share. We are also having Dorothy Aseo, a great lady from Care International in Kenya, who has been working on women's voices and leadership, and I'm sure she'll have a lot to share too. And lastly, we have Lillian Museka from Amwick, and I'm sure she has lots and lots of insights to share. And so our discussion today is going to be centered on going from just counting women to making their voices really count. And remember, we are talking about women leadership. And so I hope, Patience, you're there. Hi, Patience. Great. Good to have you. Dorothy, welcome. Say hi to your viewers.
Thank you, Ruth. Good morning, viewers, and thank you so much for joining in, and looking forward to a very engageful discussion ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Karibu sana, Dorothy. Lillian, welcome on the set. Please say hi to your viewers.
Good morning, all. Thank you so much for joining us in this great conversation. And I know we are really going to have a great time and have great deliberations. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. And so, like I've mentioned, you're going to talk about the voice of women in leadership. And we know for a very long time, as a country, we've been striving to increase the number of women in leadership spaces. But then today we just want to interrogate and see whether the numbers that we have in leadership is really commensurate to the voices. Are we hearing the voices of women in leadership? And so I have a few questions which we are going to discuss, and we're going to be as candid as possible, because this is our country, and we are hoping to see the voices of women leadership being felt and being heard. And so I'll start with you, Patience. What does women's voice in leadership look like in Kenya?
Thank you, Ruth, for this great opportunity that you've granted to me today. I'm very happy to be part of this conversation today. The conversation from counting women to making women count. Really an interesting topic. I think as it is now, we are at a very good opportunity for us as women. It's a good time to be alive. It's a good time to see women taking up leadership roles. It's a good time to witness that we are celebrating every other day. We have a new person getting into the scene. Recently, we just celebrated the new CJ, Martha Koome. And so the numbers are rising. There's a good place for women now. There are very many young women who are coming up and saying, we want to take these opportunities. We don't want to be given the opportunities, but we are putting ourselves there. We are putting ourselves in these conversations. And yeah, I think we've come a long way. When we look at maybe 20 years ago, when women were not probably there and every chance that they got was probably one single opportunity where we will easily put a woman. Now we have more women rising to the occasion. Now we have more women on board, and we have many names to bring on board. So I think we are really at a good place as women in Kenya, and not just in Kenya, but maybe let's say globally. For the very first time, we have a women vice president in the United States of America, Kamala Harris. And right in our next, in our neighborhood, Tanzania, we have the first president there, woman, Samia Suluhu, Mama Samia Suluhu. So I want to say that we are really at a good place as women. We are not there in terms of all the numbers and how much we want to see many women on board, but I believe that this is a starting point, and really, in the next few years, it's going to be not just women, but leaders in general. And when we have the numbers, then women too will be balancing those equations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patience, and even for painting the regional and the global picture. Dorothy, what is your take on women's voice in leadership? How does it look like?
Thank you so much, Ruth. And I would want to say that my take on women voice and leadership actually is just looking at the elements that bring on board the empowerment, the overall empowerment of women, and especially Kenyan women. And this actually is looking at areas that actually are making them to have a very strong expression on their preferences, demands, views, and even to gain access to positions of decision making, and that affect public or even private power, resource allocation, and even influence in the positions they're seeking. Therefore, women's voice and leadership actually looks at that decision-making power, and this cuts across both at household level, community level, national, and even both at individual and collective. This is very key when we are having discussions around the women's voice and leadership. And also I look at the collective action and even individual action, both in and non-informal politics and even spaces of influence. So this will mean that we are looking at women's voice as an area of organization under either practical needs or even strategic needs for women in Kenya, and how that influences the work actually they are doing and any other aspirations that they have as women in this country.
Thank you. That is very interesting. Just looking at leadership at different levels, right from the household to out there. And it's just not leadership, it's also the decision-making voice that you're bringing out. Lillian, what's your take on women's voice in leadership? How does it look like?
Yeah, that's a pertinent question. But it's worth noting that since the promulgation of the new constitution, women in leadership really rise, something that we really want to celebrate. We are not there, but I know we are headed there with support from all partners and support that we are receiving. We are so grateful to know that we're headed there. And one thing we must note is that women's voices in leadership sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Bjorn?
One thing I was saying, one thing that it's worth noting is that women voices, having women having substantive voices and leadership in decision making is really a process. It's something that everybody is looking forward to, and we know that very soon we are going to get there. It means that women have the power to express their views and interests to gain access at decision-making level. And especially right now that everybody is really facing the challenges of COVID-19, amplifying the women voices at the decision-making level, especially on issues of COVID-19, it's very important. It also just assures that women have the power, have the urge to lead, to make decisions on issues that affect them. They want to participate in issues of technological changes, social activism, economic empowerment, and we must note that the participation of women is really, it's really making, the development of the society move to a next level. So it is very, very important that we must all work together to ensure that the women's voice is really heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lillian. And one thing that is very key that you've pointed out, it's just not them being in leadership, it's their substantive participation in leadership. But we all know from the speakers that have spoken this morning that we are not yet there. And that is what I'm hearing from you. Yes, we are having women rising, but we are not yet there in terms of making the woman's voice in leadership count. What do you think are some of the hindrances for the uptake of women's resolution and issuing of commitments by duty bearers? We have our constitution, which is very clear on the spaces that women are supposed to take. We have different legislations that are very clear on leadership, women's leadership. But then what do you think? Why are we still not yet there? Why are people still contesting on the 47, for example, women's rep seat? So from what it looks like, there are hindrances. So what seems to be the real hindrances for the uptake of women's resolution and issuing of commitments by our duty bearers? And I know we are all headed to elections, so we will see a lot of people aligning themselves with the women's voices. But then what is the hindrance? After election, then what next? Yes, Patience, let's hear from you.
Thank you for that question. The question really reads, what's the real hindrances? And I think there are many hindrances when it comes to uptake of women resolutions and, issuing commitments to duty bearers. But I think the first thing is to probably define who these duty bearers will be. So I'm looking at probably the state itself. I'm looking at the civil society, the media, faith organizations, or even the people who are in academia. One of it, I will say, is the lack of political goodwill, or just the lack of goodwill. Ultimately, most duty bearers lack the will not only to issue, but also to affect resolutions and commitments made. And we have examples to draw from. When we think about the good example will be the Parliament's failure on several occasions to pass the 2000 gender bill. This has been attributed to lack of quorum. We've had that today we were meeting, but there was no quorum. Just really the failure to garner the requisite votes. So for me, I would say political parties could have easily whipped their members, brought them and told them this is very important. Please attend and vote in favor of the bill. But really, it feels like no one really cares about this. So I think for me, the lack of political goodwill is an hindrance. The other one for me will be the lack of enforcement implementation mechanisms. So Kenya has adopted various international and regional women's rights instruments, including the Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. We have the Maputo Protocol. So when we think about all this, we are asking ourselves, so here we are. We've adopted all these international and regional women rights instruments, but what are we doing about it? Are we implementing? Are we enforcing, the implementation mechanisms? So I think in the absence of political will and financial and logistical support to operationalize these institutions, then many become ineffective in their task, which also includes issuing and the lack of follow-up on implementation and commitments as well. And then when I think about also the other thing that probably could be a hindrance, it will also mean the lack of women at decision-making levels. When we lack women sitting at the very right places where decision-making is happening, it means that the structure of the duty bearers might not be considerate that we need to have women here, So most of the time, I imagine that we need to get to a point where women are sitting strategically at the decision-making levels. In essence, having women at such critical positions helps in setting pro-women agenda, which entails commitments and with regard to various aspects of women's rights. The other one will also be for me about gender stereotypes. So I come from a media background and communications, and I want to say how we write about women, how we talk about women. Gender stereotypes are not only prevalent at individual levels, but they are really at institutional and societal levels. We read about women, and most of the time when we read about women, we're reading about women when their stories are really in bad light. We are not showcasing women. And in Kenya, we have women trailblazers. We have Kenya women really who are powerhouse women. One of the initiatives we started with my friends include the Kenya Women series, where every week we try and highlight women who are changing lives in the small or big ways, and we try and showcase them. And we really have a long list. We started knowing that we only have a list of 10 or 15, and by now we have about 120 women that are still on the waiting list. So it only means we need to look at how do we portray women. For a long time in the Kenyan society, we look at women as just caregivers of the family, or, women who only depend on men, or women as objects of male attention. And this really affects women and how we are portrayed and how we look at ourselves. Because then when you stand there, you're thinking, okay, how are they viewing me? How are they looking at me? How are they, what are the stereotypes around me? So I think there's so many things that we really need to think about. And because this is a question I'm sure you're going to ask even the other two panelists, I want to believe that my four thoughts through this, which includes the various gender stereotypes, the lack of political decision-making, and then, of course, the enforcement and lack of enforcement and implementation mechanism, and the lack of political goodwill, for me, will be really some of the key hindrances for the uptake of women's resolution and commitments by duty bearers.
Thank you very much, Patience. Lillian, what do you think are the real hindrances?
I think I'm in support with what Patience has said. We really have a lot of laws that are just lying idle. They have not been implemented. There's been no political will to ensure that they are implemented. And we find that at the end of the day, we have so very many good laws on paper, but nothing is happening about them. So there is really need for goodwill in the political spheres to ensure that these laws are implemented. Something else I want to add on is concerning our African culture that has continuously curtailed women empowerment, and just that the unwillingness from policymakers who most of them are actually men. They are always, you know, they're not ready to let go of these discriminatory roles because they feel that it favors them, thus making the process of cultural orientation quite difficult. The men are always not willing to look at the bigger picture of giving women bigger roles that might help them in the country's development. And in this case, we are not just looking about empowering a woman and leaving the man behind. We want gender balance. We want everybody to be empowered, and this will ensure the country's development process, it grows. The society has always promoted women's subordination to men. We look at it from the roles that are assigned to women at the house level, the parents, the way they assign things to their children. You find that a woman or a parents will buy a doll to their girls, and then for the boys they will give them things like cars. You know, those also, you know, when we start teaching them at such a tender age, that means that, you know, when they grow up, they will not be able to embrace a gender balance, and that really means there's a lot of subordination from the word go when a child is young, even as they grow. And these inequalities also continue to be practiced everywhere in the household, at the school, considering girl child education not so important as the boy child. A girl, you know, it's always given less prominence compared to the boy at school. You find that most boys will prefer taking STEM subjects that are always encouraged either by their teachers or the parents, while the girls are given the social subject. And this in its way promotes patriarchy, and that curtails the women's development. Traditional practices also and customary laws contribute to the hindrance of the uptake of women resolutions. We find that men always want to remain in control in such things like, you know, land possession, how many women own land, how many women can be given title deeds. We find that even the ownership of, you know, say household items, children, they're always given the man's name. So all these orientations have actually curtailed the resolutions that want to see the woman's development. And this has continuously meant that the country fails to utilize all its human capital, which causes much suffering to the larger population, because we all know that the woman makes the larger population, and therefore if they are curtailed, that means largely it curtails the development of a country. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lillian, for just painting out the picture and looking at where it all starts from our socialization and how that then goes even when the woman wants now to take up leadership positions at the household and even in other public spaces. I want to engage you, Dorothy, on the best practices. We've seen the challenges, we've seen the hindrances. What best practices can women themselves apply in seeking commitments, in claiming their rights? How can the women claim their voice back? Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Ruth. And I do agree with the other two panelists on the hindrances. And this brings us to this level of asking ourselves, actually, what are the best practices that we can be able to ensure that we do claim these rights? And just bring out a few of these best practices. And one of it is women collective voices that is strategically oriented and best to enable the ability to negotiate transformative change. So there is one thing in bringing the voice together, but how is that voice actually strategically oriented and able to negotiate for that transformative change? There is no automatic link actually between women's presence and the voice in public life and transformative change. Therefore, there is a huge call to bring in the viability and sustainability of women's voices, and this actually will depend on our mobilization and our capabilities and the resources that we do have for strategic action and coalition. So that is one of the best practices that I will be able to bring out in terms of ensuring that we are able to claim those rights. Then the second best practice is the use and access to the formal decision-making structures, platforms, and these actually affect the trajectory or the pathways that are available for women to negotiate in. Remember that diverse women face a lot of different contextual barriers, and this actually affect even the way we are able to align some of the best practices that are able to help them claim their rights. So using the formal decision-making structures and not forgetting that it's not a matter of the numbers, but making the numbers count. It is very critical in terms of making these particular claims that we are able to bring on board in terms of the best practices. And another one is ensuring that the design and even the support of these particular processes that we are having to claim these particular rights are context specific. As I put it clearly, that different women experience different hindrances differently. So, which means that we have to be cognizant of context-specific support, context-specific interventions that actually will be able to ensure that we bring the diverse, processes that women face in terms of claiming these particular rights and ensuring that actually they're able to meaningfully be brought on board and engaged. And last but not least, achieving a change that requires activists and donors to think politically. One thing is that we need to look at how do we distribute power? How do we distribute resources? How do we build alliances as one of the best practices? Thinking politically and actually bringing on board each and every one in their diverse in relation to just bringing along all the experiences and ensuring that all of us are able to build and leverage together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dorothy. I like the intersectional lens that you're bringing into this conversation. Let's hear from Patience, just 1 minute.
Yeah, I thought maybe I needed to add something on that. What best practices can women apply in raising their voices? One of them, of course, include investing in feminist women networks. I know most of the time people shy away from being described as feminists, and you hear people, I don't want to use that at all. I do not want to be described like that. But women platforms provide a platform for collective amplification of women voices. And that when we are a movement, and of course, when we believe, it depends on really what you decide as a feminist. I'm very happy to be defined as a feminist. I really don't have a problem with that title, but the more we own some of these titles that really define what kind of a movement we are as women, it helps us. Strategic litigation, which of course, as we're saying, is the use of courts and judicial processes with the aim of bringing a greater impact. Ensuring that when women need to have a voice that is represented even at the highest level, including, where we are, there's a judicial process that includes women voices. Let's be there. Raising awareness on women's rights issues through women rights organizations. There are many organizations, there are many women movements. Are we members of such movements? So when you think about the International Women's Day, are you participating? Are you saying something? Are you posting something? Are you tweeting about something? Are you part of this movement, or are you part of these big days, like the day that is happening today? I know we are all participating today because really this is a big day, but let's make it a deliberate intention that we are part of the movements that really amplify women voices. And we can do this in our own small and big ways. And one of the things that we are doing, as you said, is trying to look for all opportunities where we can raise and deliberately amplify women voices in a good way. So when you find a platform that you can easily share about women who are making strides, amplify them. The media space is a good space. Showcase their deeds, So I just thought maybe those are some of the things we could add as we think about the best practices in amplifying women voices.
Thank you very much, Patience. I don't know whether we have any questions from our plenary. Do we have questions from our plenary guests who are joining for these amazing ladies? Okay. All right. I think we can go to Lillian. Lillian, what is your parting shot around the best practices that women can apply?
yeah, I was really itching to to speak about that. One thing that I know the other panelists have talked about, and that's I believe that's what all of us are trying to do. But one thing that I feel that we really continuously leave out is engaging men on issues of equality, and making them understand that this war is not about women, but it's about both gender for equal development of.
Sorry, Lillian, we've lost you there. All right. I think as Lillian reconnects, we can have your parting shot. Dorothy, what's your parting shot in all this discussion around women's voices and making their voices count?
Thank you very much. My parting shot actually would be continue reinvesting in women's rights organization, women's movements, women's coalition, and even the women agenda in totality. Investment here does not mean just the resources, but the political goodwill to have also the work that actually these women rights organizations and collectives are doing to be brought forth, to be amplified, to be recognized, and to be taken forward in terms of the work that is needed for gender equality in this country.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. Amazing. Patience, your parting shot in 1 minute?
I would like to say that we need to continue being deliberate in amplifying women's voices. It's important. I'm looking for a future where there'll be no female leaders, but just leaders. So we're not there yet, but collectively we can get to a point that we are looking at women as leaders because we are capable, we can do it, and yeah, we are not short of women who cannot. We have seen that there are many examples we can draw from. So I just want us to continue having a deliberate movement concerning how we amplify Kenyan women voices, and not just Kenyan women voices, but women nationally and globally.
Thank you very much, ladies, for joining this great panel. And one thing that I cannot overemphasize, the power of collective voices. That one, you've all said it. Lillian was just talking about the need for men to support women to ascend into leadership. That we cannot underestimate. So we are inviting men into this conversation, plug in and support the women to get into leadership position. And lastly, we cannot underestimate from where it all starts. At the household level, let us share work. Let us redistribute unpaid care and domestic work so that the woman can find some time to get into leadership position. Thank you very much and enjoy the session. Karibu. Thank you.
What is it that I need to do as a citizen?
When you look at the narrative of Kenya's struggle, not just Saba Saba, the freedom struggle, the formation of our state, the nation, makers of the nation, builders of the nation, it's a very male-centered narrative. Women, you have to look for the women to actually read more about their contribution. However, we know that there were women involved. People like Martha Karua, people like Charity Ngilu, people like Phoebe Asio, Grace Onyango. These are women that we got to know about. Rose Waruhio. When we were growing up, they were women. They were in parliament. Niva Mwendwa, with Professor Julia Ojambo, but they were few and they were far between. There weren't that many women. We read about people like Chelagat Mutai with great fascination because she was a member of parliament at a time when the state was so repressive. And she really bore the brunt of agitating for the rights of her people, the people she was representing, but also daring to come up against the president. We remember when Wangari Maathai dared to announce, or really dared to take on the state with regards to the environment. And the president would actually stand on a podium and talk about that kamwanamke, very derogatory language directed towards women. And there was just an air of leadership, and politics was a very masculine domain, but there were women in that sphere, but we never got to hear about them. We still don't get to hear about them. We still have to keep insisting, even today, that women's stories must be told alongside male colleagues. And I think it has contributed significantly to this perception that women are coming to reap where they have not sown. But the story of Kenya cannot be told properly without telling the women's contribution.
The patriarchal nature of our society did not allow women to actively take part in politics. Remember, we had maendeleo wanawake. And in those early years, remember, there were restrictions on even formulation of civil society organization. And for so long, for those of us who grew knowing maendeleo was an affiliate of KANU. And sometimes the history said that it was the women youth of the KANU regime. And clearly so, because it is like all women then were to join Maendeleo ya Wanawake, which was a platform then to make their voice heard. But at that particular time, we had women like Martha Karua. We had a judge now who worked very closely with Martha Karua, Martha Koome. We had women like Professor Kabira, who clearly pushed the agenda using the pen. And using the pen is that being at the university, Marian Zomo has written quite a lot on the history of democracy of Kenya and women's participation. So clearly we had women who, if given the space, they would have led the process. But because of patriarchy, they had to air their views within the larger space that did not quite allow them the space to speak.
Those readers who went to Kamukonji for the Sabasaba, the late Jaramogi, Moriro, Jeff Samara, Shikuku, Baumalis, all those guys who are the readers of the Sabasaba, including, of course, Matiba, used to meet in lawyers' offices because it was very difficult to meet in any other place. You organized to meet in a hotel, police will be there to raid the place or just make arrests. But if you came to the lawyer chamber, they wouldn't just enter, because we enjoyed some privileges as lawyers to at least meet clients. So the firm where I was working with Japheth Shamara is where they used to meet and strategize and plan. And I was at the center with people like Martha Karua, who was then my senior and my reader and my mentor. We would really support this team by drafting those statements that would be issued, by running around to ask for bail or bond for those who have been arrested for politically instigated offenses like, just meeting. You'll be arrested for meeting and you'll be charged with illegal assembly. You'll be detained without trial. So we used to learn a lot in the prisons committee to take instructions from those clients, file applications of habeas corpus. Some of them have been arrested and they cannot be found where they are. So we did a lot of learning around to support that team at Kamukonji.
We were able to deliver legislation that was self-propelling, that had timelines, strict timelines, and what happens after each milestone was achieved. It did not allow for any one stage to delay the moving forward of the constitutional reform. It was designed in a way that within a year, we really must come to the conclusion. And it did happen. And credit goes not to me as minister, but to the team in the Ministry of Justice and the stakeholders who joined us in creating that legislation, and to the parliament that passed it. Yeah.
We got so much in this constitution, and that's so much that we got, some of us still don't even know what is in the constitution for them. Most women, and mostly women in the rural areas, they don't know how the constitution protects them. When you look at issues of land, if you look at issues of women and land rights, this constitution really protects the women. Many women don't know that they have equal right to owning land. Women still don't know that they can confer citizenship to their children. Women don't know that this constitution allows them to occupy leadership spaces up to the presidency level. There are still women who believe that the presidency is actually for one gender, it's for the male gender. No, it's not. So we are yet to benefit from this constitution. It gave us 30% representation in the democratic spaces and leadership spaces. I think we need to achieve that, then move to 50-50 equal representation of leadership for both male and female. So women need to make sure that they have protected this constitution, because we are yet to enjoy what is in this constitution.
So when we look at things like the BBI, where already from the get-go women are not represented in terms of their adequate numbers, the push is more about tribal arrangements, and we know that tribes are essentially patriarchal outfits, and so they're not going to galvanize themselves around women. So that, of course, is a red flag for us, because we know that you can't start talking about implementing a constitution that, amending a constitution that you haven't even fully implemented, you know? And we must remember that the Constitution of Kenya 2010, it's a consensus document. We all agreed as Kenyans, and we agreed this is how we want to be governed. The BBI is an agreement between individuals, right? And they can't really tell us who is coming up with this idea of, you know, the expanded executive to accommodate tribes. Who is saying this? Who is coming up with it? Is it women? Are women really saying this, you know? Remember, women are half of the population, over half of the population. Who is saying this? Let them tell us. You know, much of the information that is in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, there's actually archives. You can actually go and see citizens who spoke and said, this is what we wanted. They went around the country, they got views. So I think that we need to be vigilant, particularly as women, because the Constitution of Kenya 2010 takes care of us, and they have not implemented it fully. So as women, anything that is coming to tell us we are amending without giving you the rights that are duly yours, I think we should be cautious.
In my view, the amendment of the Constitution, I would say, may be premature because we haven't implemented what we require to do. But since it's a political process, I'll give you my fears. My fears is that the gender agenda has never had quite support from the political leadership in this country. And political leadership, I mean all the political parties. Because when I was at the Gender Commission, I had meetings with all the political parties. The Jubilee Party, the Code parties, and everyone that time promised, oh, we'll do it. Including the day when we brought the motion to amend the section 97 and 98 of the Constitution to meet the two-thirds gender rule. We even asked the Honorable Right Prime Minister to come and sit in the gallery because he had said he was going to whip his members to support. But you know, we didn't meet the numbers. My genuine fear, my genuine fear is if we open up the Constitution now, we will lose the gender agenda. My advice to the government would be, let's implement the 2010 Constitution.
We must be very clear that today's push to amend a constitution we have not implemented does not originate from Wanjiku. It originates from the ruling elite, the leadership. It's a product of the handshake between the president and the former prime minister. And even the team that is now making proposals to amend the constitution is not a team that has been put together by all shades of opinion in Kenya. It's a team representing the opinions of the two leaders. It's not an inclusive process. And it is being pushed down our throats at a time we are suffering the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, with a broken health system where we are unable to cater even for the day-to-day ailments that afflict our people. At a time most families cannot put food on their table. At a time we are seeing a clampdown on the freedom of expression, on democratic rights. At a time there is an assault on human rights, especially of the poor and marginalized. At a time.
Welcome back to the annual Women's Rights Convention. This is going to be an interesting 2 days, and we were glad that the first session came to an end where we had Patience Nyange and her two colleagues talking about women in politics. We're going to yet another interesting session where it's still about leadership, but talking about challenges and opportunity for women with disabilities and young women in elective and appointive leadership positions. So we were shocked today morning to learn that, I was shocked today morning to learn that women between age 18 and 35 account for less than 3% of the elected female representatives in Kenya. This is already some very big inequity. Now you can imagine how it is for those who are disabled. They cannot actively participate in that process because they cannot vote, because they cannot read, there's no braille, and also the structural issues that are there in the society. To take us through this is Bina Maseno. Bina has been here, and she's the founder and the executive director of Badili Africa. She's a communications specialist, former journalist at K24, and was an aspirant at the 2013 elections. The challenges of what she went through running for office is actually what inspired her to start Badili Africa, where now she's a community mobilizer, she's a mentor, a speaker, and moderator. Over to you, Bina.
Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us since morning. I hope you're taking as many notes like I am and soaking in the wisdom that is being shared by our panelists, by the amazing speakers. So thank you so much to the convener. I'm so happy to be moderating this session because of the participants, because of the panelists we're going to have today, who are amazing young women who are trying to ensure that we reduce the inequalities for especially young women who are ascending to leadership spaces. So today we are going to have Nerima Wako from Siasa Place. We're going to have Hamisa as well. We're going to have editor. And so that I do not undersell who they are, I'm just going to real quick give them a minute each to tell us about the amazing work they are doing with themselves. So I'll start with editor. Editor, we can't hear you, so I'll quickly jump on to Nerima Wako.
Hi, Bina. Thanks for having me here. I'm excited. I'm the executive director of Siasa Place and really, really excited about the conversation we're about to have.
Ms. Hamisa, you are here in the morning, gave amazing remarks. Please introduce yourself again to anyone who's listening and tell us about what you're doing as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Hamisa Zaja. I come from the Kenyan coast, Mombasa, and I'm very excited to be here and to be part and parcel of this conversation. And I'll be talking, and I've been talking, and I've been also contributing towards women with disabilities.
You on right now, please, just a real quick introduction. Okay, so as we sort out the technical hitch on editor's side, I'll just quickly bring in, Nerima. So when you talk about inequalities that marginalized groups face, what are some of these inequalities that you see that we actually need to tackle, even as we talk about the upcoming election in 2022?
There's some of the things that we've already had mentioned even before this session was introduced. It's from representation, but even the fact that we have within our Constitution Article 100 that is for marginalized groups and communities, and we have representation within Parliament, is still debatable, because is it valuable representation? Even before this session on Twitter, while I was tagged, I think you saw the comment, somebody commented and said, who exactly on that panel is a person with disabilities? So it goes back to saying, does representation really mean that the person has to be a person with disabilities or someone who understands the challenges that they have? Or so, for instance, a young person, does it mean that the person has to be young? Are we talking about someone who understands the challenges of young people? So I'd say it would also be access. The fact that even some of these engagements are open to the public, they are not necessarily invited, and I'm talking about marginalized groups and communities, inclusive of young people and people with disabilities. And I also talk about the awareness, the fact that our constitution is very progressive and it allows for these spaces and platforms. A lot of the public are still unaware. And when we talk about people with disabilities, we still have that stigma as a people where even parents hide their children because of these issues. Schools don't necessarily accept them, even though institutions are supposed to have, public institutions are supposed to be open to all. And we talk about free education, but it's not necessarily completely free primary education. And those are many challenges I've already mentioned. And I've not even talked about elective politics, when we talk about access to the resources to run in a campaign, which frankly, they are just becoming too expensive, and it's getting to a point where it's unreasonable. And these are resources that people do not have this access to, and people don't understand the need to have this diversity on certain platforms when it comes to legislation. Even the fact that our county buildings don't even have lifts, they only have stairs, and people don't have access to those stairs or even entering the building when we talk about ramps, or even the fact that information is not necessarily in Braille for people who might not be able to see. So it's just about people having the equal access and opportunities to the general public. People with disability are different. It doesn't necessarily mean that we should treat them as inferior. We just have to have different ways to be able to communicate to them and for them to have access to opportunities that are equal to all under the Constitution of Kenya.
Oh, thank you so much. Quite elaborate in terms of the challenges that we are looking at. Hamisa, you're quite passionate about advancing the inclusion of persons who are able differently. As you listen to Nerima, and this is like your arena, what are some of these inequalities that you're seeing, and what are you also doing about it, and what can we also do about it? Hamisa, you're on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry for the challenges. I'm sorry. We are talking about inequalities, and we are also adding women with disabilities. It means if women have been affected with anything, it means women with disabilities will be affected twice. And when we're talking about certain issues, we're also talking, like when Nerima mentioned the issues of the Constitution, implementation of the Constitution. We saw that some of these inequalities, we fought for the 2/3 gender. We pushed the two-third gender issue, and we really talked about it, and we advocated about it, we lobbied about it, and here it came an order from the judiciary, and the order was supposed to devolve the parliament, because a law has not been implemented and it was due for it to be implemented. And you see, there was no goodwill from the political goodwill from the government. And what happened? Nothing happened. Even when a law which is for women, which is for which would allow space for women with disabilities, cannot have a political goodwill from the government. You feel now even women with disabilities have been affected twice, rather than maybe once for other women. So when you get such inequalities, and you get a lot of discrimination, and you get a lot of challenges from the all these are inequalities that women with disabilities are facing. For example, the formality itself of politics, it's too rowdy. It's also violent, and you would see many of us would not participate because of the atmosphere, which is not friendly to us. And because the atmosphere is not friendly to us, you see many of us would not dare to participate. This is an equality, especially women with disabilities would not, because if other women are facing sexual harassment, we are facing it twice. And if we are also facing political harassment, we are facing twice, like the cyberbullying, we are facing twice, like when you go in political meetings, and you see people think women with disabilities or persons living with disabilities are less human beings. And you would find when you introduce yourself and you say, I'm here to represent persons who live with disabilities and I have a disability, and people are looking at your back and think like, oops, isn't this an ability? It's not a disability. So you are less because people thought even your back would look a disabled back. So you have nothing to offer. You are less a person, you are less a human, you are less a woman. And what you should do is you should only follow what other people are doing. The other woman, a person, a certain individual with some special interest. Just like that. So we have so many inequalities within the law, within the government, and also within the social setup.
I think we're going to, before we wind up, you'll tell us about the policies we need to strengthen to make it easier for persons able differently to participate actively. I see Editor is back. Editor, just a real quick introduction on who you are and what you are doing, and also inequalities that you see each and every other day that prevent women from being active politically and whether economically and socially. Editor, you're on mute. And
Sorry. Thank you so much, Bina, and the organizers of this event today. My name is Editor Diambo Ochieng. I'm a founder of Feminists for Peace, Rights and Justice Center here in Kebela, and in 2019, in Kibra by-election, I also tried as a member of parliament, and it was a nice experience. And every day, as young women, we experience different inequality. First, I would love to work in those days, because even in a modern world whereby we are living today in 21st century, we have the effects of traditional thinking. and I'm looking at retrogressive that has existed for the longest time, that is impeding women, especially young women, to get into political space, explore, and venture. For example, especially in my culture I come from, most of the time the cultures that are there, they don't promote women agenda. They promote men participation in community level. They promote men agenda, and also they give men power. I'm looking at also the religious setup as a form of inequalities, because Africa and even in Kenya, we are religious continent, and Kenya is a religious country. And maybe, for example, if you come from Islamic religion, and maybe if you come from a denomination such as Catholic, all the time, even in Christianity, in Hinduism, and different religion, you look at what is happening there. If women cannot participate in such institution, if women cannot be involved effectively in institution, and we know how we connect with institution, then it means also it's a way of qualities that it's affecting us in 21st century. Our social life and even the narrative we keep on speaking every single day, again, these are a form of inequality. So every day we experience different forms of inequalities, and it's upon us to change narratives, because we have good policies, we have good laws, but at the same time in our social life, we don't get to benefit from these laws, which means, again, gender inequality will exist, and other inequalities. For example, as a young woman, to stand strong today and get into political spaces, then again the question will be, is she married? Somebody like me was separated by then. It was really difficult, because people believe that if I was not even having a husband, how will I even lead other people in Kibra constituency without differentiating my leadership and my personal life and even my relationship? So inequalities are experienced in everyday life, and especially in women movement now. When I come in women movement, again, we have ageism. Most of the time, yes, it's good, because in women movement, again, we have generational gap. One of the ways to bridge intergenerational gap, again, is bringing ageism discussion, because age has been used against young women. Age has been used against young women to access opportunity in this country. Thank you so much. Back to you, Bina.
Thank you so much, Editor. Editor is the standing member of parliament for Kibra, because the current one is the sitting one, and we are waiting to see her sit in 2022. So just real quick, because we have really outlined the challenges that we are talking about. Editor, you're going to sit in 2022, but yeah, remain standing for now. So real quick, when we began, we spoke about representation of women in parliament stands at 23%, which is still way below par, because we're looking at 30%. But when it comes to young women between 18 years and 35, it's actually below 3%. What can we do to actually bring more young women into politics? Because we have really outlined the challenges, right? And there's something each and every one of us is doing to enhance their participation. So what can we do to specifically encourage and bring more young women into these political spaces? Maybe I'll start with Nerima.
Thanks, Bina. I feel like Hamisa has already mentioned how elections are so violent, and that pushes a lot of young women away from that space. But also educating them on the importance of the engagement, because also I know that's the work that you do with Badili, and the fact that young women are the most disfranchised, just completely removed. And that means they're removed from the conversations on governance, on leadership, and even national conversations on current issues, and just bringing them back to that fore in the spaces that they're in. There are ways that we can make women feel comfortable, and that's the women-only engagements, because even with our engagements with public participation, when we would have them open to the community, women found it very difficult to even highlight certain issues, because if my husband is present, and a lot of these young women, especially when you go to rural areas, they're just starting out life. They are young mothers, 18, 19 years old, and they are concerned about their image. So even when they speak about an issue, they're afraid about how they're going to be received. So a lot of them will be perceived as, oh, that woman is a know-it-all. The husband will be asked, why are you not controlling your wife? Find a way to keep her quiet. So you find her even in that space that is supposed to be open, she doesn't feel safe. So as much as we talk about women entering leadership positions, we have to understand that even the most basic kind of engagement, which is at the family unit, a woman doesn't even have a say in some of our homes, where when it comes to politics, what do you know? Who are you to even suggest who the next president should be and have an opinion about it? So it's also about how we educate our children. It's about how we perceive leadership, because as young as children are in primary school, they're there voting their prefects, class representatives. But how are we educating them to participate, to involve? And
Did we lose Nerima? Nerima, you're frozen. Did we lose Nerima? Editor, our standing MP, please, how do we bring in more young women into politics?
Thank you so much again, Bina. For me, I just have a few points, and also I want to acknowledge the way we've acknowledged the challenges that are existing, but at the same time also we have opportunity to encourage more young women to get into active politics. And I would love to say we need to speak about inclusive politics, because where I'm coming from at the grassroots level, if we don't speak about inclusive politics, then we are going to leave young women behind. And for example, young women have different issues right now in this country, and at the grassroots is even worse, because what we're experiencing plus COVID today again will maybe affect our interest to get into political spaces. Then how do we integrate current issues with political participation? Because we can't speak about politics to young women, then again we need to bring matters of sexual and reproductive health rights so that they can understand how all these issues are influenced by political ideologies of this country. Again, another thing for us right now to win, because you've said we are less than 3%, it is visibility. We need to be visible, because I'm looking at camouflages political spaces. It is because men are everywhere. Men are in political spaces, in economic spaces, and social spaces. So again, if tukijichocha, this is time ya kujichocha, every young woman ajichoche, and then we get into these spaces to be visible, so that it's a way also to sustain the future of young women into politics, because young girls are watching. And if young girls are watching and they're trying to associate with other young women or women who are in politics, and they can never see or observe those women in these spaces, then we are losing it. So visibility is a big thing for us to get into politics. And then another thing, we need civic education, the way Nerima was saying, because most of the time, our political ideologies, political participation is influenced by male gender. In my previous election, I came with Ukweli Party. It was not easy for my father, who is a chairman in ODM grassroots Kibera. So it brought a lot of confrontation between me and my father, because he was like, no, why are you doing this to the family? You know, our family is ODM, and now you are coming with Ukweli Party. So also civic education, so that at least people can have political tolerance, young women can choose whatever political parties they can get, explore, and also venture. We need to encourage these young women and using mentorship approach. We have people like Martha Karua, who has done so well in political spaces in this country. Then how do we bring politics to local politics and ensure that we are correlating all these issues together through mentorship, and also as a way to bridge an intergenerational gap. Training young women. For example, you are really good at communication. Again, we need these communication skills at grassroots level. And whenever we are doing communication skills, also it will help young women presenting ourselves, bringing our ideas, good ideas on the table, and looking at different things. And then, like right now, if you're speaking of Kenyan women, right, then it's up to us to create an enabling environment wherever we are. In social spaces, we speak about women and politics. If you're in peace-building spaces, then there is importance of speaking about women and politics. And the last thing, how do we involve Mama Mboga to believe that everything in this country is politicized? So wherever she is, also she needs to have an interest of getting into politics, because in this country, the reality is most of the young women are underpaid, most of the young women are experiencing unpaid care work, and most of the young women are poor in this country. So getting into this political space is also difficult when they don't have finance. Then where is the money? Then we need to also bring money. We need to fundraise for these young women. We need to bring money in their pockets so that at least they can get into political space and vie for these seats. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Edita. I want to affirm what you're saying as also someone who's run for political office before. So you're talking about visibility for young women and also watu wajichoche, right? And I also want to bring in Irima on that, even as she finishes what she was sharing before. So we are living in a COVID era where the pandemic is forcing us to embrace digital transformation. But even with that, we are seeing a lot of online violence that is pushing especially younger women from the online platforms, right? And these are the same platform where we're supposed to actually be very visible. These are the same platform where political discourse is taking place every other day. In fact, we even have politicians who never used to be very active on their social media platforms leveraging on those platforms right now. But they're not safe for young women. You know, research has shown that. We did a research at Badili Africa that showed young women are not even digesting or consuming political content, right? Siasa Place is doing something around that, Amwik, DW. So Nerima, even as you finish on your point, right, and speak to what Edita is saying, that we need to be more visible in on platforms that are actually are not conducive for young women being there, because so many young women fear being trolled and trending for all the wrong reasons, especially when you're engaging in the political space. How do we curb that? How do we encourage more women to be visible on these platforms when gender-based violence on the online platforms is actually pushing them away, and we have research to back that? So even as you finish what you are saying, perhaps you could also speak to that.
Thank you. Sorry, I had lost some power. But basically the point that I was trying to say is a lot of times when we think about women leadership, unfortunately, when there are certain seats for women, it actually makes it more difficult for young women to go out for other elective seats, like the women rep position, because everybody assumes that that's your seat, so you should go there. Why are you anywhere else? And also the case of even when we look at universities where young women engage with campus politics for the first time, you'll find a lot of them will go for a deputy kind of position or running a gender kind of perspective, not necessarily the overall, like Secretary General and things like that. So we need to also encourage women to open up their spectrum when they look at opportunities in leadership. Back to your question on the visibility, women are trolled more, and it's so interesting because some of our engagements, when we invite Honorable Martha Karua, she normally encourages young women to just speak up and be strong about it, because we are harassed, but there are also a lot of confusion in terms of what is cyber harassment, cyber bullying, and defining what that is. So even our country struggles with those legislations, because you also have to think about freedom of speech and expression, and the fact that it is part of our Bill of Rights to be able to express ourselves freely. And so a lot of countries find it difficult to be able to navigate on the online spaces and what people do online. But I do believe we need to report a lot of these individuals much more, and we're encouraging women to report abuse. A lot of times what happens is women log out and change their account name, or they completely disengage from social media. Some women will sign in a pseudo account and call themselves a male name so that they're able to fight online, because if they don't speak up online and fight for themselves, or if they do, they are viewed as not being ladylike. So they found another mechanism to do so. But we're encouraging women to come back online to that space instead of running away, even though it's very difficult. And we're working on having a lot more kind of mentoring happening, where we can live in real examples, such as Honorable Karua, who has been able to control her own, handle herself. And my son is really, thank you. I don't know what's happening.
I know. I totally understand, unpaid care work, reproductive roles, and we're going to mention a little bit about that. Please, she's asking to excuse herself for a minute. That's okay, Nerima. Hamisa, as you're listening to all this, how do we encourage persons who are able differently to leverage on the opportunities that are currently available, or just be active in political processes, even as we fight the inequalities?
One, we really need to remove the fear about politics out of every woman with disabilities. We have to remove. We have to do peaceful elections. We have to have peaceful campaigns. We have to have issue-based campaigns, people not abusing each other, people talking about the issues, the problems we have. You see, with the women with disabilities, we have a lot of issues and a lot of problems to address, rather than go on platforms and abuse each other or attack each other on individual issues. That is one of the things we should try to do. So that we can get inclusion and full participation of women with disabilities. Secondly, we should implement the 2003 Act, which is a Disabled Act, which focuses on the issues. From our only inclusion would come from the health sector. How do health handle us? For example, women who are going to maternity. Do we have nurses and doctors who can sign language? Do we have nurses and doctors who can sign with us and hear our issues? Do we have police forces that can sign and listen to us? Can people handle women with disabilities in maternity wings? Can we have friendly education system that are conducive for us? For example, like we know people should be well learned. If you want to vie for governor, if you want to vie for women representative, if you want to vie for MP, we should have people who are well informed, who are well learned. Do we have conducive education systems, or we have systems without ramps? We have systems, institutions which are not conducive at all. Can we get better education? Can we get education like any other person, so that we can come and be issue-based, can come and be representable to the society? What are our systems doing about persons living with disabilities or even women? So some of the policies implemented, for example, do we need to change policies that we talk about any government or public officer handling any public office should have sign language as an advantage? Can we have brain or visually impaired as an advantage to any person who is going to handle a public office? These are the things that we should fast track for us to be comfortable. Because if I'm not handled, and this is why some of us have decided to go for elective posts instead of waiting for nomination. Because when I first vied, everyone was telling me, why don't you just wait and we nominate you? Because we have those special seats for you. And how nomination we are nominated, and if you are nominated, you're not going to talk about how you feel, what your experiences are. You are only going to do head, shoulders, knees and toes on a person who has nominated you. That is a job you have been given. It's a favor you have been given as if you are nominated. So this is why some of us, we want to go on political spaces through elective posts, so that we can go and speak our minds. We can go change policies. We can go push for policies. We can go push for implementation of so many things. When you get public offices that cannot be accessed, they cannot get, you cannot get when you have a wheelchair. You cannot get in when you have a white cane. You can communicate with any public officers. We have elected who cannot even sign, and they have quite a number of hearing impaired people. We have quite a number of visually impaired. People will just remember you and will you and make sure that you have reached where to vote. But what to decide, no one wants you to get on those platforms. So these are the things that we need to change. We need to do real inclusivity. Like when we were doing this convention, we were included from the word go. Inclusion in the planning, inclusion in what you think, inclusion of how would the podium be, how would the space be, how would our space as women with disability be. We need a government that is going to really have a passion in changing most of the things. And the implementation of the 2003 Act need a government that is ready to implement it. We need numbers of persons living with disability to implement the 2003 Act, so that each and every one of us from the sectors, from the education, health, private sectors, so that we can all be included from the grassroots level. And when we come on the platform, on the public platforms, we are all conducive with the space that we are getting.
Real quick, as I listen to you, and I also hear you, and I support you also running for office. I think you have joined editor as I'm not sure whether it's a standing MP or a standing MCA, but I'm affirming you in that journey. So as we know, political parties form the government of the day, because as things are in the country, it's going to be a while before we have the parliament dominated by independent candidates. So being aware of that in terms of political parties are the vehicles, to forming the government of the day. How would you say that political parties are providing an enabling environment when it comes to inclusion of persons who are able differently? What has been your experience? How can we encourage political parties to provide an enabling environment such that someone like you, who's intending to run in the next election, right? You will fare well when it comes to the political party primaries, that it will be fair and square, and that you will not be marginalized because you are able differently. So can you speak perhaps to the political parties, perhaps maybe in a minute?
Political parties is the living hell for women, and it's the living hell for women with disabilities. Political parties are the most nightmares people should not even think about. Our political parties are formed through violences, through frauds, they are not transparent. People have different cards, and many of those very major decisions are not made on the table. They are made under the table, when most of the women would be asleep at 3, 4. It's when people would call each other. You have seen recently, all men have called each other from all different political parties, forming only men forming a political coalition, only men, without a voice of a woman, without women in it. So political parties are where the problem begins. Because the same political parties you will hear, when you have your own mind, you will hear now you go for disciplinary committee. But when you talk according to what they want, you are now a champion, you are the league, you are the spokesperson, you are everything in that, but you talk about what they want. But when you talk about what are the real issues, you'll be taken to the disciplinary committee, and many other times we have seen that you'll be thrown out of the political party, and it will be the end of your political career. And this is why I'm encouraging a lot of women and women with disabilities to go and formulate parties. Parties are formed by people. We are the ones who are move for registration. We are the ones who mobilize everything. Women are everything in those political parties, but they are not given space. So it's good if we formulate a political party that we are also the founders of that political parties, and we can also have a say. And we should get into political parties which are already 50-50. Men are 50, women are 50, 50-50. And this is the only way that when they speak, we also speak. When they say we want to go, and women should really work hard. If you you just wait for to be told come in this meeting, go in that, we should really be mobilizers of our votes, so that they also feel threats. They feel threatened. They will look for you if you have votes. They will look for you, and they will be listening to you if you have votes. So when you say we do not want this, and we really show that we do not want this, we get out of those political parties with our people, they will know we have the strength. But if we will be squeezed and be given alerts of fear, and we really fear people, we would not save ourselves from political parties. Political parties, and this is why I formed my political party. We are 50-50 in that political party. I formed it with the other members. Green Movement, we are already 50-50. In Green Movement, we are already taking space. In Green Movement, when we say no, we mean no. And if we want to get out of that party, we will just say we are not comfortable with this, and we will move out. And when we move out, we should even have confidence that we can even go independent and be voted in without a political party, because political parties are the start of all the problems we have in government.
Thank you so much, Hamisa, and I agree with you. I mean, we work with Chama women at Jubilee Africa, and I hear what you're saying in terms of women are the heartbeat of these political parties. They mobilize for political parties, but when it comes to inclusion in the party structures, they are not included. So real quick, as we wind up, to Nerima, to editor, and of course to also Hamisa, how do you see reproductive roles, unpaid care work, actually impacting women's political participation, especially right now? We're talking about 1 year to politics, right? And I think, Nerima, you did even allude to some of these women not even being able to attend, public participation meetings because they are young moms. I think IBC rolled out their voter education week 3 weeks ago. And I think even at our own level, we've had experiences with women saying, I can't go and register to be a voter because I have to finish work at home. And when I finish work at home, I have to go do some side hustles. I have to go wash outfits for other people to make money. So how do you see reproductive roles and unpaid care work interfering with women's participation, whether as candidates, whether as voters, whether as mobilizers? I think I'll start with Nerima because she also had to excuse herself to attend to her amazing child. But yeah, let's speak to this so that we know also how, when we're programming and when we are coming up with solutions, how do we ensure that we also enhance their participation given the current circumstances? Mute, Nerima. You're on mute. Not yet. We can't hear you yet.
I don't know why.
Yes, you're okay.
I don't know why. Oh. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that was very strange. I don't know what's up with today. Anyway, so I was saying that the workload is completely imbalanced because you're a mother 100% of the day, every day. And with politics, it takes a lot of your time. It's time intensive because you're dealing with the public. So even the way Hamisa was mentioning how some decisions are made in the late hours of the night, and it's very difficult for you who is balancing also a family to be available. It's not that you don't want to be present, it's just a different kind of roles that you play. And also it means that it's a bit of a sense of privilege, because even by the time you're able to separate yourself to be in politics, you have to be able to hire somebody to be at home, to be able to watch over your children and take care of the home. So it also means it's another level of woman. So even if you do enter, that's the next thing that you will have to do, because you cannot maintain it all. I think it's a very tough balance. And I think it's something that's very interesting because Honorable Karua does speak about it in the terms of, you know, choosing, because we've not even talked about the aspect of partners. Because if it's a male politician with a spouse, the wife is just going to take care of the household 100%. So he's able to focus on his politics 100%. But for a woman, to find a husband who says, I will take care of the house 100% and you go deal with your politics, good luck with that. It's probably not going to happen. So those are some of the challenges that we see. And I think even with COVID, what it's done, it has actually emphasized just how much women do. And there are cases that are now coming out, reports and studies that are showing that women actually feel more tired during this period. As much as people are saying you're working from home and things like that, a lot of women feel a lot more exhausted. And I think even you, Bina, with the study that you did with Badili, where college students, it's the female students who are now picking up the house chores and not necessarily the young men. So that also shows you the dynamics. And this is a question that I had once, because editor spoke about ageism, and it's a very, very important point and something that I think we need to take seriously when we talk about intergenerational dialogues and partnership and reverse mentorship, because there are things that young women can teach older women, and there are things older women can teach young women, even when we enter the digital age, and the visibility that young women can utilize with online tools. But on the aspect of intergenerational dialogue, ageism, I asked a question actually about why is it so difficult to find women veteran politicians to mentor young women as compared to men who can really, they are mentoring so many young men and always around these young men. And the question came back to an answer of it's about time. By the time a woman has this time to set aside to now mentor another young woman, her schedule is already so tight with family and social events and issues that she has to balance. So even mentoring, she has been extremely intentional to walk hand in hand with this young woman if she chooses to mentor. While for a man, it's a lot easier to rope in young men and, you know, walk with him through this journey, because he can also just disengage from his family life.
I mean, I totally agree. Same experiences when I was running for office at 22. I didn't even know where to find female mentors. So I'm so thankful for the conveners of this meeting and the space where we find ourselves right now, and the fact that I see more younger women are able to tap into women in the political space to be mentored. Editor, real quick, to just speak to the reproductive roles and paid care work and how it disproportionately affects young women in light of what you said in terms of young women don't have enough resources. COVID-19 pandemic, you highlighted that, and research shows that many more women and girls were the ones who were laid off during the COVID-19 pandemic. So in light of that, how do we move forward?
First of all, also I want to affirm what Nerima said, and it's really a tough balance. And I saw it during when I was campaigning, because I was called out of campaign when my daughter was sick, and my daughter, like, we used to do co-parenting, and that day even the father brought her when she was really, really sick, and then I had to go and take care of the daughter because it was also a matter of choices. And sometimes it's really difficult looking at the situation whereby if you are again single, then there is a question like, if you are single of our communities, and if you're married, and maybe if you're a mother again, then there is the tough balance. So at the end of the day, again, we need to add, and it's really promising because I'm going to acknowledge again the policies that we have. Kenya has really ratified a lot of policies and laws, and it's so important for us now to push the government to implement all these available and formulate even new policies that are going to promote young women to get into critical space, gender equality, to promote gender equality. And we need also to nurture our communities, especially girls and even young boys, to be champions of gender equality, because this has been a major problem. If I'm a champion of gender equality, then people will ask me a question of, do you compete with men? And sometimes I'll say yes, because resources are minimal. If resources are minimal, then it's upon me to get here, fight for these resources, bring them in Kibera, and share with other young women in Kibera. Because if resources are not anywhere for women to access, if we have limited opportunities, then it means the reality is we are competing, but we're not competing in terms of gender, because also I'm really happy just to be as a woman. It is important for us, if you're moving forward, looking at the challenges, we need to do risk assessment, even are in the areas that are not accommodative enough. Again, we don't need to lose lives. We don't need to face these extreme challenges that affect us. Then we need also to look at what other strategies can be used in such environments. And in political parties that we've just talked about it, in these political parties, we need to ensure that we mobilize more young women to join these political parties, so that at least they can support women agenda. We miss most of the women and young women in these political parties, and most of the time men leeway to get into vibrant spaces and spaces that they make disease. Participation, women participation should also be something that we need to push every day, because it's also a big agenda. But looking at the act of gender equality, then we need to ensure that women participate in politics meaningfully and effectively, just as mobilizer, the way it used to happen previously. Spaces, up, build more courage every day, have content to ensure that women are accommodated. We are not going to apologize participating in politics. Personally, I cannot apologize for participating in politics as an authentic leader in this community, because also copy-pasting is something that has killed women. Then we need to be real. Ordinary women needs to be authentic the way she is. Bina, you need to be Bina, not editor, because you cannot be editor at any point. So we still have hope, and we still have future for young women to participate in politics. Then we need to support all these ideas. We need to support women effectively. We need to put money in our pockets, because when you have money, you want your security. Everyday insecurity in this country is that is ignored. Now we are losing a lot of women. Look at 2017 election when Musanda was killed. The person who was killed alongside Musanda was a young woman. We need to talk about all these issues, looking at how do we fund young women to participate in active politics, and how do we mobilize women the way they are. We don't need to tell mama mboga atitoka kwa mboga ukuje ukue mwanasiasa, lakini uwe mama mboga wherever she is, wherever that banker is, wherever that is, to get in participating and supporting other women in political space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel like some of us have already given our closing remarks. So real quick, what do you commit to do? Just, briefly, what do you commit to do on a personal level, on an organizational level, where you're at to support the women agenda. So let me just get commitments from you, Hamisa, from editor, and from Nerima, real quick, so that even as we progress forward, we don't leave the burden to shift things to other institutions, because we also have to center ourselves. Real quick commitment, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Hamisa, what's your commitment? I think she's frozen. Editor, real quick, what's your commitment?
For me, I want to continue to nurture women leadership capacity. At least they can realize their full potential, especially here at a level in Kebera. Say, look at us to do, we are making a difference.
So much, Standing MP Kibra. Nerima, real quick, your commitment?
Supporting young women aspirants through our programming.
Sorry? Sorry.
Supporting young women aspirants through our programming.
Do we have Hamisa back, or she's still frozen? Great. Thank you so much. I think at Badili, we commit to also ensure our young women in universities, in urban informal settlement, and Chama women understand the women agenda and support the women agenda as well. Thank you so much to the conveners of this meeting and supporters of this meeting. Asante sana. Let's keep pushing and doing what we can to support the women agenda. This is not the work of one person or one organization, but we all have something that we can do to push the women agenda forward. So thank you very much.
We have not achieved our socio-economic rights as provided for in Article 43 of the Constitution. This is the time we are being told that we need to amend the Constitution to accommodate the leaders, so that whoever doesn't get the presidency, the runner-up can be accommodated. This is something that has not been discussed by Kenyans. It would be tragic if Kenyans were to accept constitutional amendments pushed not for their interest by the executive or by the ruling elite, when things that concern them and are close to them, basic needs, have not been implemented in the Constitution. We really must find our voice. We did it when the Constitution did not grant us as many safeguards as today's Bill of Rights. We must do it again. We must say no to bulldozed reforms.
This has been a betrayal of women, okay? Because the first administration elected under the new constitution is the Jubilee administration, so the first and second term. In the first term, if you read the manifesto, one of the commitments that President Uhuru Kenyatta made in his manifesto was that women were tired of empty promises, and that the Jubilee administration would ensure that the two-thirds gender principle was implemented. In their manifesto, they even had a formula for the implementation of two-thirds. He never followed through. By 2017, he wasn't even making promises to women anymore. He didn't make any promises to me, because what can you promise them when you have failed? And we have been failed by the executive. We have been failed by Parliament. The judiciary has continually affirmed and reaffirmed, but we have seen how court orders are disobeyed. And so it falls to us as citizens. One of the things that we must appreciate that Saba Saba did was to bring about that renewed sense of citizen activism, and the Constitution affirms that the sovereign power belongs to the people. Through the Constitution review process and the struggle for the expanded democratic space and civic space, we have got to know and to understand more and more about the Constitution. And one of the things that citizens must remember is that eternal vigilance is the price that we pay. The Constitution states that every citizen has a right to defend and uphold the Constitution. And that means that we are all called to be active citizens. So, because activism is something that is frowned upon, if it was not for the activism of the Saba, those people during the Saba movement, if it was not for their activism, we would not have the expanded space that we enjoyed then and that is now being threatened, because we are seeing a shrinking of that civic space. We're seeing a return to authoritarianism. We're seeing a lack of tolerance for alternative views. So what do? It means that as citizens, we must play our rightful role, understanding that the power belongs to the people and we donate it to the leadership. And when the leadership is not doing what is required of them, then as citizens, we must hold them to account, but we must raise our voices and we must do everything that we can to ensure that that space does not close once again, but also to make sure that we are able to enjoy the rights that are guaranteed to us constitutionally. Because remember, the Bill of Rights opening statement is that these are not rights given to us by the state. The state doesn't give us our human rights. Our human rights belong to us. They are given to us by our Creator, Yahweh. He has created us with these rights inherently, and the state commits to ensuring that we enjoy those rights to the fullest extent possible. So when the government, when the state is seeking to constrain our rights as given to us by our Creator, we must resist. We must ensure that that space doesn't close up, not just for us, but for posterity. Because what will we say if tomorrow this space closes up and then our children have to grow up in restricted spaces, spaces where you do not have the freedom of expression, freedom of thought, freedom of conscience, freedom to think differently from somebody else, looking over your shoulder all the time. That's where we came from, and we must never go back there. So we have a responsibility, and it is a very serious responsibility that we should take as citizens.
My parting shot to Kenyans is that it's up to you and me. After all, the Constitution says in Article 3 that every one of us, each one of us, has a duty to uphold and defend the Constitution. We must defend the Constitution from cannibalization.
Women participation is very low in my region. Two, first, the culture has not given space for the women to have that space.
And the toughest is that we are in a patriarchal society that has not moved.
The communities are not used to women as leaders. In a lot of traditional communities, leadership was given to men.
And following through on our commitments.
The problems caused by gender bias against women can be easily removed by having more women in leadership, women who are better placed to understand and empower the girl child. The Affirmative Actions policy aims to ensure that women have at least 30% representation in recruitment, promotion, and appointment at all decision-making levels so as to increase female participation and representation. But while the 2010 Constitution 2 champions for this through the 2/3 gender rule, the country has made little headway in securing leadership positions across Kenya. By the year 2015, women held a total of 26.63% of parastatal appointments, while men were far ahead at 73.37%. The 11th National Assembly fell short of the 2/3 gender rule, having a total of 281 male legislators out of a possible 349. Only 68 were women, forming only 19% of the total members of Parliament. Following the 2017 general election, out of 290 elective positions for the National Assembly, only 23 women were elected. The 2/3 gender rule requires at least 117 female members to reach the 2/3 gender threshold.
In this 12th Parliament, the way it is, we may only require an extra 39 members to be in the National Assembly, women to be in the National Assembly, and 3 in the Senate to be fully constitutional. And I think it's the Institute of Economic Affairs that did a very good breakdown of how we can achieve this and how we demystify it to be sounding expensive. The Institute of Economic Affairs had said, I think it was an extra of 58 shillings per Kenyan, to break it down to show the cost. Because there was a myth of if you bring more women, there will be too many in Parliament, and our proposal was simple. If you look at the county assemblies, Article 177 of the Constitution is very clear in the Constitution of the county assembly. So county assemblies are actually very well constituted, they are constitutional. And our argument was lift Article 177 to come to Article, I think, 94 to be able to deal with the balance in the National Assembly. That we get to elect, and if we have less women, we can nominate them to top up to get to not more than two-thirds, as is required by the Constitution.
The 2013-2017 Senate comprised of 47 male elected senators, 1 nominated male senator, and 28 nominated female senators. No woman was elected as governor. Today's Senate has only 3 women elected out of 47. This is a far cry from the ideal scenario that affirmative action promises.
We have managed to get 3 senators who are women. Last Parliament, we had 0 senator elected, we had 0 governor elected, and this 12th Parliament is a testimony that whatever happened in the 11th Parliament, when we had the first county MP sitting in Parliament, when we had the first nominated seat in the Senate to deal with the 2/3 gender balance, is working. And I can assure you, it can only get better. And we have continually encouraged the women, like the one who have come now. If you look at the 47 that were in the 11th Parliament, 37 didn't make it back to Parliament. It is that serious. It was an avalanche, and the turnover in Parliament is very high. It's like 70%. So we must look at very simple cases like the one for women reps who vied in the single member constituencies, for nominated like some of us who identified a constituency and ran, those who identified Senate and ran. I know many people, when I started running for MP Gilgil, came to even my house. I got delegations to tell me to run for women rep position, that it is automatic I will get it because it is women's seat. And I said no, because either way, that seat will be occupied by a woman. I have gotten 5 years head start. I've gotten an access to government. I've gotten an access to some resources, because it's never easy to mount a campaign. We must encourage those who have gotten that affirmative action seats to actually identify a constituency and run. And I can assure you, we will be able to increase the numbers slowly but surely.
Get set, go!
So how come women have over the past decade been unable to achieve these things? From birth, many girls are socialized to believe their male counterparts have more to bring to the table, with many prioritizing the boys' education and future over the girls.
Kids, good.
Many are born into communities that have for centuries embraced such attitudes towards the female child.
In lower class.
All right, guys, welcome back to the annual Women's Rights Convention, and we now have a power talk, and we also have a powerful woman, Zuhura Ogada. She's a leading expert in communication, market strategy, data analytics, and organization development. She's currently the founder and the CEO of New Revenue Solutions Africa, which is a prolific revenue-generating company which enables organization to accelerate profitable revenue through the use of data, strategy, and commercial development. Ms. Ogada has experience in media spanning over 10 years in Nation Media Group, Capital Group, and CNBC. She also has an MBA from the Kenya Methodist University, and her desire is to ensure that affirmative action is embedded in organization policies. Zuhura, we are happy to hear from you today. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited today to just be in this particular convention, driving the bigger agenda about the women rising. All the women who are online, all that are seeing all this, know that it's our time. It's our time for us. It's our time for our children. It's our time having been able to stand on those who have been there before. So of course today I'm excited. I'm excited to bring into perspective, looking at what had been shared previously, and even on the global perspective, we are seeing changes, we are seeing the things that are happening, and very excited that it's our time. But what is that one thing that I would actually put out for us, that we need to know what to steer us? Yes, after the Article 27 that enabled us to have the Constitution, there have been things that have been done, there have been structures that were put, but we need to take it further. There is no way that we'll get to the next level if we don't have the woman-to-woman support. A lot of times people have blamed the men. No, it's not the men, and I will tell you that, because we have also had many men who have agendered, helped us to even go to the next level. But until that time that we look at the woman-to-woman support, definitely then we are not going to really achieve a lot of the things. And I mean real woman-to-woman support. And it is the aspect of carrying each other, having ourselves like the accountability partners, knowing what the other woman feels and being able to steer them. All of us cannot be leaders, but what about if we carried and deliberately knew that we can walk together, even if we are given the positions that are there? How many task forces have been formed to just support that particular woman? How many people come in to be able to help them even deliver their manifesto? I mean, this reminds me of the first female governors power breakfast that I initiated. And it was amazing when I saw the first 3 female governors. And it was more to understand the manifesto and be able to help them to deliver it as they are there. And I'm hopeful that these are the time we're going to see more women governors coming in. But it's the woman-to-woman support that we are seeing. And how do we bring it on? And it's real woman to woman. It's not a matter of I'm feeling bad. I am the one who's talking bad about the other woman. I should be the enabler. So until we start looking at that, we definitely are going to take this and we're going to rise ahead. The other part of it is the aspect of elitism, removing that leadership from elitism. That we can be able to go to the grassroots. That we can be able to know that ordinary woman has been considered. That ordinary woman is being represented. We are nurturing them to lead from the county levels all the way to the executive. The moment we will know their problems, then we are there, not from an emotional perspective, but from a fact-finding mission, knowing what is that we are doing for them. What data do we have about them? With this data and technology, it's the way. What is the problem in Mandera? How is the woman in Mandera suffering? How is the woman in Kisii suffering? Now that we have the Africa Free Trade open for us, what are the opportunities that have been there? Looking at even reviving the economy of this country, and I'm very happy that we did our first annual Women Economy Summit. That was amazing in February with Crown Trust. And the findings about the women of Kenya, they are ready to work. They wonder where to knock. We are getting out the thought of Serikali's idea, that we can be able to be the ones championing these conversations, being able to put policies in place, being able to get market access for our women, being able to get financial access for them, speaking for them. But until we stop the elitism and being able to work with the grassroots women and ensure that we are inclusive and we have also the PWDs in place that are taken care of, then we will start seeing. So the time is right, and I'm very excited that we have our theme of the rising women, Kenyan women rising at this particular time, because we have it all. We've got all the support, and it's amazing that we are over 50% representation in the country as per the population. Why wouldn't we have more women leaders? Why wouldn't we have more women leaders educated? And even if it's just taking you back, look at the woman leader we have led from the yesteryears. We started, look at the household. If it's food security, the woman vents for the family. If it's education, if it is health, they even knew the herbs that they would treat the children. And if there's one word that you keep hearing from the men and other people is, if it wasn't for my mother. They say that all the time, if it wasn't for my mother. Even women say it, if it wasn't for my mother. Now we are changing that narrative, if it wasn't for my sister. Where is the real sisterhood? That we can be able to walk together, that you can be able to see the problem the other sister has and are able to carry it on and be able to represent it. That you can be able to see what that grandmother has, what those orphans have, what those girls who didn't finish education, opportunities that are there, and carry it. And the women leaders that are there, when will we stop talking against each other, but for each other, and even using facts? Let's not get emotional about anything. Let us look at being able to always be the people that can actually be the voice of reason. That would enable us to rise on. It's amazing that we've been celebrating a lot of wins. We are happy that we have seen intergenerational equality, and even just looking at our conversation this morning with Professor Kobia in the aspect of generation equality. Very happy that our own president has ratified and is supporting the FGM and even the GBV. And I'm happy that we are having these conversations on. And even when we carry it on all aspects that I represent, I'm the chairperson of GBV and mental health at KEPSA, bringing the conversation to private sector, that we can be able to rally this and be able to change. It's our time. Conversations are changing. The private sector is involved. The government is involved. Whatever is lacking and missing is us to start rising together and working together. So I'm very excited about this convention. The 2 days are even shorter than the things that we have. But of course, we are started, and we're looking at having more and more women sitting on the decision-making tables, all the way from grassroots to the executive. And it's going to be such a good time, and you'll be amazed how we don't wait for the government to do things for us, because we've been gifted. We have it. We are natural leaders. That's how we were born, and God knew it. And indeed, it's time for us to rise in Kenya.
Such attitudes towards the female child.
In lower classes, we have many girls than boys, from class 1 up to class 4. But when it comes to class 5 up to class 8, the enrollment of girls go down. They drop out because of poverty and because of their parents not getting their basic needs, like the sanitary towels. So when they reach the monthly periods, most of the children, because they lack their pads, they stay at home. Some of our parents, because of their culture, they are still circumcising their girls. So when they circumcise a girl, they tell, wake up because now you are a woman. So because of that sentence, the girl will come knowing that now I am a real woman. So they'll start going into sex with the opposite sex, and this results into early pregnancies. And this is what will make the children to get out of school, because when now they are pregnant, their fathers and mothers sit down. Now the child is out of school. So the next thing they will plan is how to get rid of this child. They'll sell this child to another man. Even if the man is older or young, they will get the child married off, the child to the people in the community.
Practices such as these slash women's education and financial prospects at an early age. Ignorance and poverty play a huge role in hindering girls from realizing their full potential.
Like in my school, we would have girls miss school because when they are on their menses, they cannot sustain the sanitary towels. So they would choose to stay home for the days that they are attending to their periods, which also disadvantage the child girl.
women in leadership in local communities could be key to keeping young girls from resorting to such desperate measures to stay in school. It took Sophia Abdi 20 years to realize her ambitions of representing the people of Ijara constituency in Garissa County. In 1997, she was denied a certificate by her party, KANU. Even though she had won in the primaries, she still vied in the same year with the Ford Asili ticket.
I won the nomination. I came to KICC to pick my documents, and it was a shock. The whole group went to His Excellency the President, and they told him it is taboo, it is against Islam, it is against our culture, and we are in danger, Your Excellency, the President. If you allow Sophia to continue, yes, she has won, but we cannot. So His Excellency the President cancelled my nomination, the 11th hour.
But she was relentless. She would play a key role in constitutional amendments that would champion for affirmative action. She served in different capacities and committees as a nominated legislator. But in 2017, she would then thrust herself into elective politics, stamping her authority and winning her people's confidence.
2017, I never gave up. People told me, you are tired, you are exhausted, and you are out for 5 years, you didn't have a job. I told them, job is not an issue. Issue is I'm passionate of changing the status quo. I want to give a different kind of leadership to the people of Ijara, and in particularly the northern Kenya.
But while it is clear that female representation at leadership and decision-making levels are key to solving gender discrimination, getting to such positions is no easy task. Women vying for elective positions have to contend with gender-based violence and intimidation from competitors and their supporters. For Millie Odhiambo, MP from Bitter, the 2017 campaign was the most costly.
Some of the challenges I could say that I experienced at the last election was that for the first time, a person in my campaign team was killed. My security was killed by one of my opponents. They literally chased him off the road and knocked him and killed him off the road. And secondly, they burnt my home, which to me really is not a big deal. It was nothing, it wasn't as important as human life, for instance. Property, if you burn for me, it's not a big deal because God can give me the opportunity and I will make again, or I can get property again.
One female candidate had earlier been raped when she vied for Member of Parliament. And in 2007, there is another female candidate who was stripped naked and was beaten, and even her arm was broken. So I was getting into politics knowing and having some little expectation. But the basic experience is that there is quite a bit of violence. And at some point, there was a lockdown. I was locked up in a certain center, and I had over 300 youth who were pelting stones at me and my team. Unfortunately, that day I went with a very small team. I was not proactive to see it coming because I was cheated that the ground was okay. So I bought into that and I went, and I had to be literally evacuated by police officers.
Women also lack funds to run campaigns.
Resources is one thing that actually affects women so very much. If women have resources, politics is not difficult because we have a culture that has been there since time immemorial. Handout issues, people anticipate a lot from politicians. So it is not limited to the women. They equally see women as people who are supposed to give out like their counterparts, men.
Resources is the major thing, and women do not have, they're not blessed in terms of financial capacity. So that is a major hindrance for women to go into political participation.
Women also experience propaganda and personal attacks, especially in the era of the internet.
The attacks on women and the challenges that we get as candidates or political players is that, first of all, your attack is neck down. You are hardly ever attacked on your intellect. You are attacked on who is the father of your children. Your children are paraded. Who did you give birth with? Who did you sleep with? Sexist kind of campaigns. We must deal with that. It does not matter if you're single. It does not matter if you're married or divorced, God forbid, or separated. You will get the same kind of attacks. If you're single, they will say you cannot run a home. If you're married, they will say they don't even like your husband. And I can assure you, all women in politics are a scandal waiting to happen. So I always say, the women in politics must stand with each other. It does not matter if you're in NASA. I cannot be the one to throw the stone, because men have done worse, gotten away with it.
Jane Kihara remembers what it was like campaigning for herself for the first time in 2002. This was barely months after she had campaigned for her husband who died in office.
When I was campaigning for my husband, who was a man then, I noticed the difference immediately. It was my turn, because the story changed. They wanted to talk about my dressing. They wanted to talk about, it is the same election. They wanted to talk about what time I go home, who I'm with, who is seen with me. Many, many challenges. In fact, there are people who worked very closely with my husband, who I worked with to campaign for him. And immediately they went the other side, now to start talking about me. And you know, people would believe them because they have seen them with my husband.
She has reclaimed her seat after 10 years since the election of 2007.
I'm happy we are coming out of it. We can see areas that would never have dreamt of a woman being elected. So the country is getting out of there. And because women work hard, I hope eventually people will see women as leaders and as workers and managers, as opposed to demeaning them or trying to put them to kitchen and look after babies. There's a lot of advocacy that need to be told to the electorate, because some women just get into it and fear, because sometimes it turns ugly. There's kidnapping in some places. There is physical fighting, and of course the insults. And lately there is a new animal called social media. That one, they'll open a wall just to fix you.
Njoro constituency Member of Parliament Charity Gadhambi Chepkwoni's journey to leadership started 10 years ago.
I tried the one the URP ticket for the same position, but during the general elections it was so intimidating. There was so much bribery. There was a lot of chaos in 2013. I could not make it, but that one did not put me off from my focus, because I knew what I wanted to do for Njoro people. After I was defeated in 2013, I went back to the community, that is Njoro constituency. I continued with my normal works for youth empowerment, women empowerment, championing education and environmental conservations. And in 2017, it reached a time when Njoro people started pushing me that Charity resigned from your position as a national director, board member Kenya Literature Bureau, that we want to use you as a member of parliament. Actually, I thought, because I had fear of the previous experiences in 2013 of the intimidations, the propagandas about women, I was somehow fearing, but I made a decision. I said, let me try once again. And I went back through the Jubilee party. I got focused and I went to the ground. It was not very simple. It was the hardest in Njoro constituency. Constituencies. They used even to have a lot of mercy on me, but I kept it focused. I continued. I won the nominations for Jubilee, which surprised the majority of the men who had undermined me. But I thank God for Njoro people. They understood my concept. They understood my direction I wanted to take to them. And they voted for me on 8th. And I thank God that through the tough campaigns, I realized though women we pass through hell, it is good we get focused.
And welcome to the lunch hour with young women who shall be deliberating about the state of Kenyan
women in politics. And the theme, Kenya Women Rising, that shall lead our conversations. And we hope that you'll get one or two after this discussion. And I have on board two amazing women. We have Emma Omute. She is the founder of Amandla Foundation and also a member of the Young Women Leaders Connect. And we also have Eunice Oyule, who is the country coordinator of Emerging Leaders Foundation. And thank you so much, ladies. And I'm so glad to host you today. Yeah. So thank you, Emma. And just to start us up, I want us to talk about, you saw on the last news, in fact, yesterday, we had a photo that of the political bigwigs, the political big boys who went to the State House. And the photo went around. Everyone was asking, where are the women in the photo? And does it mean that this country is held by the small big boys? And are they the ones who are supposed to dictate the political direction of this country? So I just want to get started with that. What is your thought about the photo that we had of the 6 men representing our political parties and also representing different regions in the country? What do you think?
Okay, thank you so much, Wendy. So the photo has actually, gone viral since yesterday to today.
Yeah,
and, it was very unfortunate to just see, men, and they normally say that photos speak volumes. And for us to see...
let me get to Ayule. What is your thought on the photo?
I also think I share in the thought that it's very unfortunate considering the fact that women have agitated for the 2/3 gender principle, and still today we can see such photos. It only means that our leaders do not really care about women and youth in this country.
Yeah, so does it mean that we didn't have women who could go and discuss national matters at the State House, because they were talking about discussing matters of national importance? So that is a big question. Do we have women who can actually be on the same table at that level?
We have able women. We have the likes of Martha Karua. We have. I mean, I can name a number of them.
Yeah.
And when I look back at the journey of constitution making in Kenya, it's a journey that women have been having, and it has been tiresome, and it has been a long journey for them. Just seeing such happening, and yet we have women who were at the forefront of even agitating for the 2/3 gender principle. That really just means...
I mean, we have so many. We have the likes of Martha Karua, we have and Waiguru, we've been seeing her. We have the amazing Gladys Wanga. There's so many. So,
and also, it's very unfortunate that we call upon women during the campaign period.
Yeah.
So we call women to sing, to dance, to speak before any person who's being elected stands to speak. But then when it comes to spaces where we need policies being shaped or decisions are being made, women now are marginalized. Yeah. So then that speaks volume. It's very unfortunate because where we have a system that uses women as foot soldiers, but then when it comes to the round table, they are missing, then there's a gap. And that is serious communication. It shows that all the efforts any woman, who has come before and who is yet to come has had towards making the country a better place, it is not recognized, it's not appreciated. And that begs the question, where are we headed? I mean, it's August 2021. What mindset do our leaders hold, and especially what mindset do us as the citizens of the country hold as well?
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's a very loud communication, because even for the same parliamentarians who keep on saying that the 2/3 should be scrapped out of the constitution, and even propagating things like the BBI when the 2/3 has not been fully implemented. It just shows we can hear what the communication is all about.
And that brings me to the next question of, is the political landscape of Kenya really ready for a woman in the executive? Because just months ago we had Kamala Harris going to the top of one amazing historic seat. And then you found Kenyans on social media, they were really proud of her, and all of them were talking about now Kenya should now emulate from other countries, because if you look at Kenya in the charts, we are behind in East Africa, and that is just East Africa. But I think we have the opportunity, but I don't know, what do you think? Is the political landscape really ready for even a woman in the executive? Because right now it's about alignments, people getting the right people, the presidents coming out, the aspirants. But do you think that this time, would you expect them to maybe include a woman, a female figure in the executive?
Yes, I wouldn't be shocked. And I would confidently say citizens are tired, and Kenyans are tired, especially with the current economic times that we are living in, and even with things to do with COVID-19 and even corruption in the midst of a pandemic. It just shows how unbothered our leaders are. And Kenyans are really ready for a new leader. They're really ready for a new breed. So I can say yes with a lot of
Emma,
confidence.
we had Charity Ngilu try before, but we didn't give her a chance. And right now, would you think that at this age and this time, that Kenya would give, maybe they will think twice about giving a woman in the executive?
So my take is it's long overdue. And this is not a conversation we should be having in 2021. It's really unfortunate. However, I have posted before that we should consider probably even having a woman president. And I have before stated that we could have Mother Karua. I mean, she's been very vocal around matters justice, and we've seen what she has done for the country. My goodness. The comments.
I really want to hear the comments. What are the comments? What are people saying?
People are saying that no, Kenya is not ready for a woman to lead, and that connotation of women too emotional to lead, the patriarchy mindset of the position of a woman is not on in the top leadership, and it's really unfortunate to have people hold that mindset, and now it's a challenge to us, the upcoming generations, to do
but
better.
Also, I think I have a very contrary opinion to that, because on a normal day, when you're seated in a matatu with a matatu driver, and they explain to you how it's hard to live in these economic times, and you continue probing them, and you'll hear them saying, you know what, at this point, tunaweza hata jaribu kupea mwanamke tuone vile atatuongoza, and in such conversations you really hear a tired citizenry, and they are ready to do anything to just change the breed of leaders.
See, when you talk about alignments, which is the thing happening right now, I think now it's also a challenge to now the big boys. Let me call it the big boys, those who've been there before, they've always been talking about creating positioning themselves. But I think maybe it's now the challenge to see the inclusion. If they really want now the citizenry to talk differently and see things differently. Now, I think it's the challenge now on those who will be positioning to align, to talk about inclusion. Because I think if we can't do it, the executive, that's why we have the issue of the 2/3 gender rule.
And I also agree with you, Wendy, because as much as citizens, we could probably feel that we need more women in top positions in the country. How about the political parties that do not want to give party certificates for women in those positions? Again, because the power does not lie with us entirely. We have to work as a team.
And
however, also what she's saying is relatively true. Why? Because in Kenya, we have different regions where women leadership people are averse to women leadership.
True.
I come from Kisii. And in Kisii, if a woman is seen at the gym past 6 p.m., I mean, a man has come outright to ask me who is cooking back at home. He does not know me. He doesn't know if I have, if I'm married or if I have children or not. And the comment was, you should be at home now. Past 6 is no time for a woman to be out here. Look at the political scene we have in the country. Decisions or people have meetings, past 6 p.m. and stuff like that. So again, I mean, there's so much to consider. We can't just use a singular voice from a certain
And
place.
speaking of that,
and also just before you go to the next session, I think it's also a matter of understanding representation.
Yeah.
Because if we do not really understand representation, and that's why with the case of Kisii, it happens like that, because if then I cannot trust you with a role to represent me, then that just means your work is not going to represent me, it's going to represent your own interests. And I think we should also look into the issue of representation in a more deeper way and make people understand what representation really means.
Yeah, and I think there's something she has given. That is a very good example. And it is something that it goes a long way to the corporate. You'll find in a board, you are in a board meeting, we have men and women, but then you'll find a man coming to tell you, well, will you serve as tea? I mean, and the other day we had a presser by the MCAs, I think it is Nyamira County Assembly. They came out to say that they're not wives. When they come to the assembly, I mean, you don't expect me to stand and serve you tea because I'm a woman. I think because we've placed a certain standard that women should be at a particular place, and that's why we again come to expect the same people who view us the same way to pass the law about the 2/3 gender rule. And I think the issue about the 2/3 gender rule, we've sung it a long time. In fact, the last time we had an advisory by the CJ to dissolve the parliament. But all efforts are not working. But at the same time, we expect the parliament, because that is the role, to pass and implement the constitution, Article 81B of the constitution. So I think also the people we are entrusting with the role of passing such laws which advance more spaces for women are not doing that, because already they have standards that they've set for us that we cannot be there. So I don't know if is it a competition in the mindset, or is it a threat that if more women come to the parliament, men shall not be heard, or what do you think? Do you think there's a mindset that is challenging all this?
I mean, there has to be a mindset that is really challenging, not just to men, but also to women. Because at times, and I would just like to say, women are always at different levels. There are those who are fully empowered, and there are those who are not even empowered a bit. And so, as I say this, I would like to say that women also have been disempowered completely when it comes to their social, political, and economic rights, And so if we are thinking about this, we have to, like, if that is an empowered woman, we call an empowered woman being told that, then what happens to that woman who can't even believe that they can stand in front of people and speak?
True.
I know it. I mean, it's just something about the mindset, and also it's just something that we need to now wake up and realize that it's not gonna work anymore, because we have a different breed of women. And today, people keep on agitating that women are being empowered more than men, but that's not the case.
But
that's not the
Emma,
case.
Emma, this is something in the constitution. It's not even about they should think about doing us a favor.
It's a right.
We promulgated the constitution 2010. It's almost 10 years and above.
And
after that. And this is an article that has never been implemented. So it's something also about the rule of law. I think there's also the disrespect of the courts, disrespect of the constitution. And Emma, what do you think about now the rule of law? People just disobeying openly the rule of law, because this is something we are not coming to beg as a favor. And even if it meant that some women are not empowered enough, but this article is supposed to safeguard the rights of both the empowered and non-empowered women. So what's your thought about the Constitution or the obedience to the Constitution?
I mean, that speaks a lot, and I'd like to agree with what she has just said, that the mindset people hold is what is stopping us and the decision makers to move forward. Now, when we have men in decision making positions, making decisions for women, what do we expect? When we don't have women in those spaces. Now let's look at where all these originated from, where this mindset originated from. Back then we had men going out to work and women staying home to take care of children. Before the Beijing Beijing time, and times have changed. Now we have both the man and woman going to work. We are seeing mothers contributing. We have seen women contributing to the economy of our country. I mean, if we can entrust a woman with a family, why can't we and also know that the same capacity and capabilities that she has and skills, wisdom and knowledge to run a family, because that is also a task in itself. I mean, we also have it in Constitution that if a man is not married, there are some positions they will not hold. But then why is it that then we discriminate against women? And why is it that we are not holding this rule of law? Yeah, it goes a lot to speak about people who are in decision-making positions. And I think it's time we changed our mindset by, importantly, that we have more representation of women in policy-making decision tables. Because until we do that, we'll still even be rallying for we should have pads being given for free, because if somebody who's not going through, that is in the space of making a decision, they're not going to empathize, they're not going to understand, they're not going to understand the struggle. But then also to say that as a country, we are losing on a lot by not including women. When we have one gender overrepresented and one underrepresented, we are doing ourselves a great injustice as a country.
And I just want to now get from you, Eunice. Do you think the women leaders that we have brought to represent us, do you think they're doing enough, or what are the challenges or barriers they face that may not enable them reach the maximum? Because at the end of the day, you find people asking, we are really advocating for more women representation, but they may give instances and see what have the existing ones done. So do you think it is a parameter to gauge the performance of women, or what are the barriers that the existing women leaders face? And that's also talking about the representation of the two-thirds gender rule. We had women in the parliament. So do you think they're doing enough, or what are the challenges to now reaching the potential, the maximum that they're expected of?
I mean, I wouldn't, when I want to gauge the performance of the women who are in parliament or the men who are in parliament, I wouldn't use a gender lens, because if we were to use a gender lens, then it doesn't fall on any woman or on any man, because them being parliamentarians means they are a voice of the people. And so if they are a voice of the people, we do not elect them because they are a woman or a man. We elect them because we see the potential in leading us, in representing us in parliament and airing our issues in parliament, And so I wouldn't give it a gender lens. And so apart from that, it's a time where, just like you were saying, the rule of law has really been destroyed, because if the citizen cannot defend themselves, and already they have decision makers, then what does that mean? What are you telling us? And we are the ones who have elected you into those positions to keep the executive in check, even with the kind of spending they are doing. And so it's really unfortunate that there has to be that. And also, when you look at the generations that have been before the current parliamentarians, I mean, it's like it's a system that was rotten a long time ago. And so even you as a parliamentarian, when you're going in there, it's hard for you to keep clean. And so you are compromised in very many ways, you know. And so if you're compromised in these ways, for example, when it comes to elections and the financing, whoever finances you will expect you to air their voice more, to air out their voice more than the citizens. And so what does that mean to us? You know, then it means policies that are not beneficial for the citizens are going to be passed. What happens?
I have a contrary opinion. Now, in Kenya, there are two things that we still struggle with amongst many. But the first one is tribalism and this whole idea of gender. She says that, you know, when we are voting, we don't vote a man or a woman, we vote a leader. That is not true. Because if that was the case, then we will not be here today speaking about, you know, why don't we have more women represented? And now, I'd also like to say that we hold women to a very high standard. And I would like to also state that this is holding a double standard where we have had men lead all these years. What have they done? What much have they done for the country?
That's what I mean. If you give it a gender lens, then it means both have failed. That's exactly what I mean.
And I hold a different view.
She asked, do you think, how have they performed? How have the women performed? And it's not just the women who may not have performed, but even the men. So if you give it a gender lens, it's both.
How I understood the question was, is it, you know, they're using women who have come before to judge the women who are vying for positions now, you know, to set a standard for them, right? That was the question. And that's why I was saying that that is having double standards as a country, because we have seen men in positions. When another man stands, we don't use the same gauge to say, oh, the other one who came before you did not do this, but you who's coming in now, you're doing this, And I'd also like to respond to something that she said. She said that when we have people going into office, they can't do much, given, I don't know, the system is already rotten.
Systematic barriers.
The systematic barriers, let's call them that. First of all, before anyone seeks an elective seat, they normally have something they are telling people. This is what I am going to deliver to you if you give me, you know, position.
But you know very well what is always said is not always what is done.
And that should not be the case. You get, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, why are we allowing this to happen? Because when you are standing and saying, give me an MP seat, this and this is what I'm going to do to, you know, help the community, and by extension, this is how our social economic space is going to change and improve. So that is what somebody should be held responsible for, not somebody who has come before, not somebody who has come after. Because as much as by the time you're standing there to promise, you are vouching, and by the time you're holding that Bible and saying, I'm going to serve, is you promising people that it doesn't matter what system I will get, I will try and do well by you.
So I think now the issue now will be about the society now setting a certain standard for women, and that's why the question of performance came about, because that is what someone will argue out there, that we are really fighting so much for more spaces for women, but what are our women doing for us? And again, if you look at the performance, you've said that you can't use the gender lens, which is right, because even sometimes the MP is supposed to legislate in the parliament, and most of the time there are a few certain MPs that we know of that are very vocal and out in the media, that we've seen talking frequently, but someone who is not frequent to the media does not mean that she's doing nothing. And maybe back at home, you find most women leaders, they do community work, talking. I've seen most of them do stuff to do with girls, but that is not part of their mandate. So it doesn't mean that they're not working because they're not in the limelight.
Wendy, also, what you're saying is very true. Also, remember, when you come out as a very vocal woman, people look at you as a rude woman. They look at you as a very stronghold woman. And then there are labels now to describe you going forward, because at the root of the mindsets people hold is a woman should be sitting pretty, smiling, being in the house, and being that flower that is in a corner that is to be seen and not to be heard. And if we are vouching for women in political spaces in this time, this is still a challenge, and then we expect them to go and sit,
and sit back and not talk.
And then we ask, why is it that those who came before us didn't do much? Again, it goes back to we have so much expectation. And when it comes to women,
I know
very
cultures,
low,
but you see cultures where a woman should not be so outspoken. It looks like
it's
you've come to step on us. You are not supposed to step on us. You've come here, and especially if it is not where you are born. I think let's talk about where you're married. You've come from your county. You've come to rule us. So you're not you're just you're expected to sit back and listen and do what you're supposed to do. Yeah, so I think the standards that we keep putting to maybe the high standards that we are setting for the women as also some of the barriers that make the society think that we are not enough or it's not the right time to have more women in leadership. And talking of standards, I want to talk about now, because we are all young women here and in one way or the other we are in governance. It is one interesting topic of today, and in this current age, most of us are involved in a lot of things, apart from just governance and maybe the corporate. We are into fashion, we are into social media, we are into influencing. So I'll just give an example. We've seen recently many social media influencers, and even now the common faces we've seen in the fashion and beauty category. We've seen them coming out to talk politics. And then now the reaction is, you are not supposed to come to politics. You are not, there's a way. In fact, let me just say, they call slay queens. People call them slay queens. You look so beautiful. No, you should not be in politics. You should be in modeling or fashion. So because we've brought up the issue of standards, and this is one thing that we have to face as young women. I mean, we are in our prime age where we want to explore our talents. We want to keep exploring, to reach, even learn more things. But again, because of the standards, they'll be used against us. For example, if I wanted to vie, they'll take, now I become a public figure. And then one day you find someone bringing a video of you doing something crazy, like, let's say you are dancing. It was a party, you are dancing, you are doing your stuff, because we have our own personal life. So, and just recently, I give an example also of Huda Munroy. You know her. She's well known for cosmetics, fashion, beauty, and all that. And then she came out, she wanted to vie for women rep. And then everyone was like, you are not supposed to be in the political category. You are supposed to just remain, you are a slay queen, you are all that. They call her names. So do you think, as young women, that is one thing we are facing, but do you think it's really fair for young women? And what will you say about that? The whole thing about setting standards for looking a certain way because you're in politics.
I mean, that's a huge topic, and I love it that Badili Africa actually works with such people, and that's basically the audience of Badili Africa, just feminizing political spaces. And so when we talk about someone like Huda and wanting to vie for a political seat, and even with the kind of backlash you're talking about that people receive, and especially women, and I would just love to say that with fame, and this would be a contrary opinion, but I would love to stand corrected. But I think fame comes with a lot of responsibility. And so does it when it really comes to leadership. Because then again, you are expected to do things in a certain way. And so there's even, I think in each and every office, there's a code of conduct. And even as you're getting into the political space or governance and leadership, there's a code of conduct. And so I think...
So you think maybe the set code of conduct, they're not adhering, they've not really reached that level, or they're not adhering to it?
No. I'm not saying they've not reached to that level, and I haven't gotten there yet. But what I want to say is there's no problem as long as the law allows you to vie for a political seat. There's no problem for going for that seat. There's no problem at all with that. The only issue that Kenyans would want to see is you representing them in the right way, you know, to the set standards of what the Constitution says. Whatever that is out of that, whatever that has to do with your life, now that is up to you. But then again, now that is an office, it's not just you anymore, it's an office. You're representing that office. I mean, there's just a set standard that you need to follow. And that does not mean that you don't live your life, but it means whatever is required in that office, you fulfill.
I think it has really been an issue.
Because, can I jump in?
Just a minute.
Okay.
It has been an issue because now the age, we are talking about young women here.
Yeah.
And most of us, we love to look good. We love to slay. Yeah. But again, someone won't take you serious because now you're looking so good. You look like let me just say slay queen, the way they call the young women. But again, they forget that there's more to beauty. There's more to what is in your mind. It's not about how because I mean, it's not, they're making it look like it's a mistake or a sin to slay because you are in politics, you know. And often many young women are vying. If you really look to a certain level of, you look classy, let me say it that way. You look so well, you wear your heels, you put on makeup. So they'll start talking about, she's just a slay queen, she's waiting for men to give her a seat. So I'm talking about now that challenge, that issue of judging based on now the beauty, but we can't, we can't really separate young women and beauty, you know, and young women and fashion, young women and also music industry, entertainment. All these rotates around the life of a young woman, and at the same time, we are advocating for the same young women to join politics, because this is where decisions are affecting the other sectors of their life are made. And this is where we have less women, and with the time, we'll be the next leaders. And this is the right time to now start getting into the governance spaces. So Emma, what do you want to say?
So mine is, you know, we are back to those labels we'd like to place on people, so then we confine them to a cocoon. We have to understand that we are human beings. We are very dynamic. We don't have to fit to one, let me call it one tube. So then we seem okay, yeah? Now, we need to accept that human beings are not mainstream. Same as life is not linear, human beings are not mainstream. So one thing we have to look at is somebody's capability to lead and to deliver. And now, when you're telling a musician he cannot come into the political space, you're trying to limit them. You're trying to, because as human beings, we have so much potential. We are dynamic. Today, you could have a different job that requires you to use your, wit. Tomorrow, you could be in spaces where you are required to use your brawn, your strength, yani. Yeah. And this is how human beings are. To want a human being to fit in one mainstream is not good. So how about we use their fame to our advantage and use it as a platform to assess, not to judge. There's a big difference because let people be, but then when we look at leadership, are they able to deliver? Do they keep their word? Are they consistent in delivering? Is the quality of what they are delivering good? I mean, this informs, there are things in people that never change. Character is dynamic and it's dictated by circumstances and other things, but there are things in human beings that don't change. Values, the mindsets they hold, and things like those. And again, mindset can be influenced and can be changed over time. Now, how somebody carries themselves should not be construed to an office. I mean, Wendy, after, let's say if this is your job, you being here right now, let's assume this is your job. When you go home, you morph into something else. You're a woman, you morph into maybe being a mother, maybe if you have a child, maybe being a mother if you're married, to being a wife, you know. And that is how life should be. We are supposed to be expandable. We are supposed to be dynamic. Being rigid has its drawbacks, and as such, we should be a people that is welcoming. Take a person as they are, but then assess their output, not us looking from the eyes, the lenses of judging.
Yeah, these labels that you're speaking about, these are labels that the young women themselves are not, they're not the one who created them.
I was coming to that.
I would just love to say, we are really, and I'm sorry to say this, but it seems like we are really victimizing young women and not forgetting, that even the women who have come before us have faced violence, have faced insults over the same issues. So in my thinking, I would say, why don't we work towards, well, I know it's unfortunate that as women we always have to prove ourselves, but then again, why don't we work towards deconstructing those ideologies? Because then again, if they're still here and they've been there, it probably means they'll continue to be there, and women will continue to have to prove themselves.
True. What she's saying is true. There's that whole mindset of you can't be beautiful and be brainy at the same time. I mean, if you're beautiful, then you are misconstrued to be daft. And that is what she's saying. We need to deconstruct that. And to have women who have come, who we are coming after, having suffered the same, and those who are coming after us, risking to suffer the same, and us not doing anything is worrying. But conversations like these are important because then they go into shaping mindsets.
So that is definitely one of the challenges that young women face, and that is one amongst many. And because we are almost winding up, and we are 1 year to election, we are going to 2022. So I'll ask this as our last conclusion. What is your expectation? Do you think next year we'll have better statistics? We'll have more spaces, more women into leadership? So what, if you gauge right now and 1 year, because now we are on a countdown, what is your expectation for Kenya?
I mean, it would be very unfortunate for me to be honest, but I would say my ideal expectation, and then I would say what I expect, as in what ground between different. But idealistically, I would expect that at least we'll have a better country where the rule of law is adhered to, the constitution, the 2/3 gender rule is implemented, and the different offices that are set in to work for the citizens are doing so. So that idealistically, that's what I expect. But then again, on the ground, my heart is anxious because I do not know what to expect, especially with whatever you said. We can see artists coming into the political space. Are they understanding what that means to them and to the citizens, you know? And we have even people who are in the beauty industry, who are in other industries, looking at the political seats, and even people from the ground looking at the political seats. But when you question them, you just hear, "Iyo kiti mimi nikipata ninaiba." So it's very unfortunate, and my heart is anxious.
Yeah. So Emma, in terms of women in leadership, what is the expectation coming next year? Will we get good news after 2022? What do you think?
Mine is to hope that that is the case, and to also add to what she has beautifully articulated, that the rule of law hopefully will be upheld. And mine is a challenge. Let me use this chance to just challenge those who are going to vote, that it's time we embraced change, and it's time we understood that doing things the same way has never got us anywhere. It is time that we try doing something different. I know with change comes discomfort, but no one ever grows in a comfort zone. And let's feel that discomfort, but then still have hope and take that leap of faith and actually try and do things differently. And then after 2022, if we do things differently, just maybe, who knows, we might see a big change. We might thank ourselves for being bold enough and for actually allowing more women to come into leadership positions, having women and men represented, which is very important, because when we have two genders working together, we work in synergy to realize our goals.
And
that is my
just
challenge.
To add on that, Wendy, just 1 second. And I would just love to say, with especially the theme that we are going with, Kenyan Women Rising, I would love to say that as young women, we have a tool right now that can help us to really push for the implementation and compliance of the two-third gender principle and the Constitution as a whole. Because as we see the civic space being restricted, we have the social media and we have the power to do it. And so I think those who've gone ahead of us have been able to give us that baton to continue the journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma and Eunice. It has been an amazing discussion. And thank you, our viewers. That is us from the lunch hour. Thank you.
Encourage ourselves, and we
Kenya has a challenge of income poverty, where you have communities, particularly those living in arid and semi-arid region, because they do not have many opportunities for income generating activities, so they end up having very low income or no incomes at all. Another challenge is with regard to regular shocks. For example, you have drought, floods, or sometimes an epidemic.
Profit is a rural finance program supported by the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, which is a UN agency, and the government of Kenya. Financial graduation is a subcomponent of technical services. The rationale for selecting financial graduation to a program which is essentially rural finance was to address a segment of the population that is deemed to be too poor, that they can't interact in the financial and commodity markets.
The graduation approach, pioneered by BRAC in Bangladesh in 2002, is the creative and innovative solution that accompanies the poorest households on their own pathway out of poverty. Through comprehensive and sequenced steps, the graduation approach supports families in their own journeys to build resilience and sustainable livelihoods. Results from this evidence-backed method are inspiring adoption in over 40 countries by NGOs and governments. Using technical expertise from BRAC and in cooperation with the Government of Kenya, CARE and the BOMA project are implementing the Profit Financial Graduation Program, which targets 2,600 women and youth.
BOMA works with the extreme poor in the arid and semi-arid areas of northern Kenya. We empower women, build resilient communities and families, instill hope, and change the conversation about what's possible. Samburu County has some of the worst basic poverty indicators. I believe it's in the top 15 poorest counties in Kenya.
CARE's mission is to eradicate poverty, and in Kenya, we target women and girls as our impact group, and we look at poverty that is caused by gender inequality. The program that we're working on right now is in Chuso sub-county of the larger Kitui County.
The families in the Profit Financial Graduation Program receive 6 critical interventions. They include an income-generating asset, a consumption stipend, links to the National Health Insurance Program, savings support through groups, training on social and health messages, and mentorship through household visits.
This project has brought about a lot of changes for the participants in Samburu. The women that are participating in the project now have an income where they're through the businesses that they've started with support from the project. So they have a regular income, they have access to better food, so they're much more food secure. They have access to health through their enrollment in the NHIF. And I think for me, the most compelling change that I've seen in the women is their agency, their empowerment as members of the community, as women. They're much more in control of their own destinies.
Most of the beneficiaries will tell you that they were voiceless. So as a result of being mentored in terms of household visits to emphasize what they have been learning, and in terms of mentorship at their income generating activities and mentorship at the VSLAs, they can articulate their issues better.
Ende ayu anatoka mana amo member to kiano ni makwana balani no ene ni mana ambu mitebo anando ma eto na menda ko boya monyo menda boya skali ninyango manenge yiti ondola mana ambo ya
na yo ajo kwa daga kuni baras go tu mada kompoka yo ngara ngoto no mai migera utanto kene kia yisipetele amgia da sinu kusudo nikenta ishitara pa na magore kitoku kia uyo kia tanto ko poke.
Financial graduation has opened our eyes. We have seen it is possible to identify and work with people who could otherwise not be reached, people who are ultra poor, and make them lead sustainable livelihoods. To that extent, financial graduation, using the lessons that we have learned, will expand in this country within the social protection programming space.
Extremely poor people can often be invisible to their neighbors and to their governments, discriminated against and excluded from the most basic of services and opportunities. Graduation walks with families as they transform their own futures. We are all on a journey to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 1, ending extreme poverty by 2030. And it demands that we travel together with governments, with donor agencies, NGOs, and the private sector, and that we accompany poor families so that we leave no one behind.
The men who had undermined me, but I thank God for Joro people. They understood my concept, they understood my direction I wanted to take to them, and they voted for me on 8th. And I thank God that through the tough campaigns, I realized though women we pass through hell, it is good we get focused, we encourage ourselves, and we should not expect that campaigns are good.
A society with disenfranchised women is a broken society that lags behind. Women and girls make up 52% of Kenya's population. A lack of representation on issues that directly affect them has a great bearing on every sector of nation building. Women nurture and raise families and remain directly responsible for development from the home.
We must look at every law that comes to Parliament with a gender lens. When the budget is being done, we need to know how much is going to education, because who are the nurturers? They are the women. How much is going to sanitary towels? Because who are the girls who need, it is girls who need the sanitary towels. We want to know how much is going to reproductive health, how much is going to fight gender-based violence, how much is going to fight FGM. all those issues will come with the money. Otherwise, we will have just empty policies and have empty promises, empty laws that are not implementable. And for me, that is how I look at lawmaking function in parliament, that this parliament will be able to look and scrutinize. When we talk health, that is very critical to women, because we are the ones with the children, we are the ones who will take them to hospital. When we see allocation of mobile clinics, we want to know how many per county, we want to know how many have been upgraded to be able to be serious medical facilities. All these things have to go hand in hand. And I say that because I came to parliament with a 2-month-old baby in 2013. I have given birth to another in the same Senate. And I can tell you, even when I came to parliament, there were not even breastfeeding areas in parliament. I'm the one who introduced them, even to the Parliamentary Service Commission, because I was experiencing it. And that way, we were able to discuss that and take it up and have the same included in the Health Act. Now what we need to do is to push for the implementation.
If you go all the schools that are in my constituency before CDF, I'm the one who built those schools, water points and food security. I have some and places where we started some small irrigation programs, and I did a lot of women empowerment program. In terms of giving grants, training them, giving them exposure. So I've done a lot before I came. Now they expect more than what I did for them before I became an elected member of parliament. My biggest challenge now is the community are facing is water. So I'm trying to get all the resources that I can get, both from the government, international community, donors, anybody. I address the issue of water.
Political leadership is a career like any other. The difference is it's a serious servanthood. It is a serious voice to change many people's lives. I thank God I was given that opportunity by Joro people. I have moved in every ministry, writing letters, the ministers and the PSs to know there's Joro constituency, which did not have roads, which has no water, which women and the youths are not empowered. Now those are the issues of the electricity. I thank God where I've reached. Right now there are roads going on in my place. Right now I have street lights in all my 6 wards.
Women are also intuitive and proven to have unmatched track records in development, lobbying and advocacy.
I wanted to serve the community at a position of influence. When I come as a lecturer and I want to see somebody concerning water in my village, there is bureaucracy. But when I come representing a particular group of people, given, like, for example, a constituency, I'm heard more. So the influence is very important, especially if you really have to make strides. If we do proposals, they should be fast-tracked so that we yield the results fast. But literally my constituency, women are crying over water. There is no water.
Moving forward, the clamor for affirmative action and more representation for women by right and not just favor continues. Between now and the next election, a stronger formation of women has to emerge if the goal must be attained.
There should be mutual coordination between the elected and the women who did not make it. Because we no longer have competition. Nobody is vying, nobody is going for any political seat. So therefore it is development and mutual agreement, and we need to grow and mentor each other to that level, because we need additional people, members of parliament, women. We need additional members of county assemblies who will be women, basically MCAs. We need more MCAs elect. We need more member of parliament elect.
And how will more young girls be convinced to vie for elective posts? The battle first begins in the mind.
Come and vie. It's not a big deal. Don't come to fight men. Don't come to fight a fellow woman. If you have a vision and you feel called, because generally politics is a calling, there is nothing.
And we're back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And right now I'm just going to run through some of the conversations. that we've been having on Twitter. YWI says, politics is not hard if women have resources and support. Tokenism in politics has negatively affected women's participation in political leadership. I suppose this comment came after Bina's session, which seems like to have been a favorite. People talking about the structures that bind women from ascending to power, particularly those who are disabled. And Women in Leadership Kenya says, we must, quote Martha Karua, who has been cited a lot in this session, we must defend the Constitution from cannibalization. I suppose he was meaning the implementation of the third gender rule. We're just going to go through one more, and I would like you to keep the comments coming at hashtag Kenyan Women Rising over the next 2 days. And we are proud of Crown Trust for organizing this conversation. Lilian Museka, who was our panelist, says, we must engage men on issues of equality and make them understand it's not about women, but both gender for equal development of the society. Lilian Museka is a program officer for AMWEC, which is Association of Media Women in Kenya. All right, so guys, we are going to the next session, and those kind of tweets segues that into the next session, which we are going to talk about how women show up. Power is not just a product you pick off the shelf. It is something that has to be negotiated, whether in academia, science, religion, politics, and the people who are in this session would know. Our moderator for this session is an expert on such areas. Memory Kachambwa is an intersectional feminist, and she has over 18 years of experience working on issues of gender and development, women's empowerment and human rights at national, regional, and international affairs. Today, she's going to talk to us about the dynamics of power and how it determines the way men and women are treated by institution. Over to you, Memory.
Thank you so much, and welcome to this session. I think we are having a very powerful, we've listened to bold statements about power. So leadership is about power. So power manifests in different forms. Power is the ability to act and to do something. Power with together, collective power, strength with mutual support. And I just want to start by quoting Wangari Maathai, who said, every one of us can make a contribution. And quite often we are looking for that big thing and target that whatever we can and can make a contribution. Sometimes I tell myself, I'm only planting a tree here, but maybe imagine what's happening if there are billions of people who are doing something. Just imagine the power of what we can do. So this really is Wangari Maathai talking about our collective power. And it leads me to the other dimension of power, the power with collective strength, mutual support, solidarity. We've heard about the collective power of women here in Kenya. When women came together and said collectively, we can make a difference. And it's just not something that we have seen. It's probably something that is not being told, something about her story that we need as Kenyan women are rising to start telling our stories of power. Another dimension of power is power within, which is the agency, the power, the inner strength, the belief in self. We also talk about power over, the ability to exert, to control one another. And power under, which reiterate a bad example of the power over. So I think with this, as we get into our session today, we have amazing, powerful women today who are going to join us as we speak. We have Caroline. Welcome, Caroline Gaita from Zalendo. Welcome. We also have Professor Maria Nzomo, PhD, and we also have Honorable Beatrice Elachi. So let me start by introducing Caroline Gaita, who is the current executive director of Mazzoleno. Caroline is a governance and communication and advocacy expert with demonstrated success in leading and building sustainable programs and strategic leadership in tourism, humanitarian development sectors. She's an ardent advocate for the constitutional promises of justice and accountability. And her entry for the National Integrity Alliance won the Best Public Affairs Campaign at the 2017 Public Relations Society of Kenya and the 2018 Africa Sabra Awards. She's a past facilitator for the Young Political Advisors and a member of the National Multi-Agency Working Group Task Force on Schooling Titling. She has previously worked for the Shule Yangu Alliance, hosted by Transparency International Kenya, the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution, the Society for International Development, and the Catholic Organization for Relief and Development Aid, CODAID. She holds a Master's in Development Studies, a BA in Political Science Sociology, and a Diploma in Public Relations, among other professional qualifications. Caroline is an amazing, powerful woman. And I just want to start by asking you, as one of the first panelists, on just how far are we from having a united and transformative women leadership in Kenya? So Caroline, let's hear from you. Welcome, Karibu.
Thank you so much, and I'm really honored to be able to join such a panel of powerful women and powerful participants, women making a difference in their sectors. In reference to your question, I would say that we as women have made great strides in terms of forming a powerful network of women leaderships, but in terms of creating a powerful leadership, but we are not there yet. You know, there are power dynamics, there are institutional, structural challenges that mean that this still remains a mirage. But I would say, compared to where we were 10 years ago, we have and continue to make tremendous progress. We have seen women taking up leadership positions currently in the judiciary, in the executive, women holding positions that were previously never held by men before, such as the Ministry of Defense. We've seen also in Parliament, where our work at Mzalendo Trust is mainly anchored, women holding positions in committees, parliamentary committees that were hitherto perceived to be male, almost male select committees. And here in our sector, you know, in the civil society sector, in the media and in the corporate sector, we can see the progress that women are making. So I think we've come a long way from where we were a decade ago, but whether we are there yet, that still remains a challenge. And perhaps it's the reason that we're having conversations such as this, to see what continues to hold us back and what we need to do to move forward.
Thank you so much, Carol, for those very insightful. You talked about we are not yet there, but I think that is the journey where we are going when you talk about where we are when it comes to transformative power. I'm going to move on to Maria Muzono, Professor. Professor, welcome, and so great to have you join our session today. Professor Maria Nzomo is a professor in international relations and governance. She holds a PhD in political science and international relations from Dalhousie University, Canada, an MA in political science, and a BA honors in political science. Professor Nzomo has been a first in many dimensions. Her PhD earned the distinction of becoming the first Kenyan women to attain a PhD in political science and international relations. I have to pause there and say, you know, when women are the first in a lot, it says a lot. But she's done a lot. She served as co-founder for the member of Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies. She has had several leadership roles, academic and in the public service. She also served as Kenya's ambassador to the UN and related international agencies and the World Trade Organizations in Geneva. Prior to that, she served as Kenya's ambassador to Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Lesotho. She's also served as the regional research coordinator for UNDP. She also launched, in collaboration with the National Defense College and University of Nairobi, and served as the first University of Nairobi director of this academic program. She continues to serve in this capacity and as co-chair of the Joint Administrative Board, very powerful positions. She also serves as the University of Nairobi Director of Academic Programs at the Defense Staff College, and also co-chair and member of the Policy Control Board. Professor, your work has been outstanding when you look at your illustrative career. And I also want to ask you the same question, in terms of where are we when we talk about having a united, transformative women leadership journey here in Kenya?
Thank you very much, moderator. And especially thank you for those very generous remarks that you have made about me. I have tried my best to serve. When you are given an opportunity, whether you are male or woman, you also have a responsibility to give back to society whatever you are able to give. And that's what I have tried to do since I attained the highest point I could get in terms of academic education. I have not forgotten those people who held my hand as I moved up the scale, and especially the people of Kenya and even of the world, especially in the places where I attended university. Regarding your question, where are we? It's a very difficult question to answer in terms of measurability, and especially if you introduce the question of where are we in terms of what? If you're asking where are we compared with where we were in 1990, which ushered in what we call the second liberation of this country, and when women really emerged, the women's movement, we have come very far going forward. There is a lot of hope that things will even get better for women as we continue, but we are not where maximally we would want to be. And I'll tell you, as someone who was there in the 1990s, working very, very closely with the women's organizations, at that time, we were so sure that the 1990s would not end before Kenya had the magic minimum number of 30% women in parliament. We were even sure we would have that number as of the first multi-party elections. And we were relying on the numbers of women and thought at that time there would be some goodwill also among men, at least those who are also believers in human rights. And really women did come together. A lot of women came together from across the country. It was enormous. Those who were there, we were so impressed. Not technology, but somehow we managed to get a lot of women come to attend the first meeting at the International Conference Center. And we were all talking in one voice, unity in diversity, we shall overcome. At that time, we had some of our older leaders like the late Gary Madai, among others. We were really disappointed at the end of the year because when the elections came, we managed to get 6 women in parliament, which was a lot. If you look at what we had before that, we had always one token woman in parliament, but at least we managed 6. But we were still disappointed, and we said we have to continue. And that's a journey we've been on, incremental, very slow, but surely moving forward, not backwards. Backwards, we have said no. And it means there are certain obstacles which are there, which is what we should be addressing more, rather than whether or not we are going to reach the end of our journey at the end of this next year. I'm sure you're talking about the elections of next year. We may not even get the 30%, but we'll get, in terms of politics. But we have got more than 30% in some of the other organs of governance, like judiciary now. But we need to now have a different conversation because the world has changed. In order then to stop being disappointed because we put so much effort, but what we get back doesn't seem to be nearly enough. To look at the obstacles that are keeping women from, achieving as much as they would otherwise do. Why aren't the numbers making that huge difference that we expected? And we still have those numbers. And I think our conversation, as we talk about going forward, Madam Moderator, must now revolve around the question of our understanding of power, how you access power, how you influence change using whatever power you have to get more power. And what do we want this power for? What do we want to do? The institutional values that may be in the way, especially patriarchal values, and what we can do about it. And also the women question itself. We need to be now much more open with one another. Let's stop homogenizing women. Women are just like men. Not everybody may be necessarily an advocate for, gender equality and equality of men and women. They may have another purpose, which has only to do with themselves. So I know I haven't really answered your question by giving you a number, but I'm saying I think we need to push this conversation from not just the issue of numbers, but looking at the substance of power. What is substantial power that can be sustained? What is it that we can do to get rid of this resistance, even to an affirmative action quota as a methodology for increasing women's numbers? What is it? What is it that needs to happen? And I think, I'm sure in some circles this conversation is already going on, but it has to be a conversation we all embrace. Women are not homogeneous. Presence of women in institutions is not enough, and that's something which is not enough. Is what perhaps we want to talk about more and more as we continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. You spoke about the different dimensions of power. You were very precise in terms of saying, what does it mean? How do we understand power? How do we go beyond the numbers, beyond the 30%? You talked about, you gave us a bit of an insight into the evolution of power that women have had here in Kenya. When you spoke about united, united we stand. And I believe there is a song around that, as we harness the power within as women and say, as we forge forward, how do we navigate this system which was never designed to accommodate women, to accommodate women. So shifting that power, what does it take? What do we have to understand, the barriers, the different obstacles that we need to overcome? I'll just ask you all to keep your videos on. And I have a question for our next panelist, who is Beatrice Elachi. Honorable Beatrice Elachi is the current Cabinet Administrative Secretary for Public Service and Gender in the Ministry of Public Service and Gender. She's a renowned woman leader and leading female politician. Beatrice has made history as the first ever female government chief of whip of the first Senate, elected under the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Honorable Elachi went on to record another first by becoming the first ever female speaker of the Nairobi City County. The Honorable Beatrice Elachi is a committed women's rights advocate, having worked over 15 years in women's empowerment and advancement before joining politics. and to continue her work as a champion for women's rights. Honorable Elachi is a phenomenal woman leader and an inspiration to many women and girls. You also hold a lot in terms of being first, and when I read your bio as a first chief whip, that is a position that we haven't seen a lot of other women following in your same footsteps. And I really wanted to say, when, let's take stock of women's leadership post-2010, post the Constitution of Kenya. What have been some of the successes, the failures, the opportunities? If we honestly look inward and say, how do we get beyond that? And I think, Honorable, your illustrious career, moving from public service to being a politician speaks a lot. And I'm sure we can hear a little bit around how can we have an honest discussion, when we're saying what has been our successes, what has been our failures, and how do we harness some of the opportunities that we have.
Thank you very much. And first, I just want to thank my two speakers, who are also my very good mentors, in terms of Mzalendo when I was in Parliament, in terms of Prof from the time we were in civil society. And I think that's where our journey, my journey, starts. And to just be precise on the question you have asked, I think the journey of women empowerment in Kenya starts at a time when we were agitating more on the Constitution. We started before that, but the time we came to the agitation of the Constitution, I think in 2003, 4, 5, I think that's when women felt that there's complete need to transform Kenya and make sure women join decision-making organs within the political sphere. And we continue really thanking Professor Wanjiko Kabura. We thank Martha Karua, Beth Mogo, Charity Ngilu, and many others who build us through and now make us come to the 2010 Constitution, where now we have these new positions that come in. And also we have a new Senate that now brings in 16 women nominated, who I was part of that. And that is how I find myself becoming the first majority whip. Now, when you look at that, you find that at the time, Charity Ngilu, Martha Karua, Lina Chebi, Millie Odhiambo, Rachel Shepherd, and many others, those who were in Parliament then, had established KEWOPA, Lady Justice Jo Kindungu, and the rest. And KEWOPA was to help now women within Parliament to be able to build their capacities. Where you are trained, you are able to come up with motions, you are able to come up with bills that will transform, but bills that are really gender sensitive, that will deal with the issues we were agitating before we joined into Parliament. Now, one of the challenges I realized now when I joined into Parliament, which is a challenge that many women will face, and even as Prof is saying, that we need to have a candid discussion as women, it is true, because women who come through the movement or who have gone through capacity building, understanding why we should look at laws in a gender lens and all that, will have a very different view when they get into Parliament than women who come in and believe they have come in due to merit. And therefore they do not have any allegiance to women's sort, or more importantly, they will not even understand. You can't blame them. Sometimes they will not even understand, why are you talking about women issues? After all, I went and I vied and I was elected by both men, women, and I won. So you find that competition starts coming even within Parliament. And therefore, some of the biggest failures we've had is that understanding. And that is why even as we bring in the numbers, and I'm sorry to say that, if we do not come back and have a robust movement the way we had during Professors' time and many other women organizations that were there to support and build capacity of women, Parliament is going to find itself in a situation where you have the numbers, but you are not achieving much on women issues. We will not achieve 2/3 gender rule because for them, they feel, yeah, we are 67, we are 80 Parliament, and they are women. Why do we need? After all, we are campaigning and we get. And so they reinforce themselves back the way the men do it. That's the first challenge now that facing in Parliament. And that's how we now divided Kewapa. So we went into small groups. Oh, we are senators, so we have our own organization, and then we have those who have been elected in constituency. You have so you weaken your strength, and that is why the challenge you face today in Parliament, that it is so difficult now to women and have a conversation and say these are issues of women, regardless of your political parties. We can focus and win this agenda. The other thing is that within that power of leadership, now one of the challenges again we face, and it is good to speak about it, and we have to deal with it, so that in 2022, when you see people saying we fear women, we know how to demystify that. Is that sometimes even as women, we have smaller mistakes that we do. You see, in public office, one of the things that you have to understand that people believe it is their office. So it is not a private office or personal. And so when you come in with your rules and regulation, that this is how you would want this to be run, and you try and put in and regulation that people will, so you demean people. So you did certain class of your workers, for example. I'll give an example. You're working in a ministry, there's job group from this group to this group. You feel, I don't need to meet jobs. And they realize that. And when they realize, it brings a lot of enmity. As in, they believe even the messenger at the door, the watchman at the door, has a reason why he's there and has a duty. And therefore, all of them it's my team. So for me to succeed, I have to embrace from that level to the other level where I know we sit on the same table, that you will achieve. Now, that is another weakness as women have. Even when I walk in many offices, you'll just find senior people telling you, oh, we have women this. So since we want to learn the lessons that are making people fear women leadership, it is good to be candid. These are some of the things, even when we are now going back to that capacity building, we should be talking about. Now, the other thing is that women, we are very strategic and can transform an institution. That is one thing men fear about us. Because wherever we go, regardless of all the things we shall do, but one thing you'll always push for is a legacy to be remembered. And therefore, when I look at where I have come from, I had an opportunity to be in the national government, in the Senate. I've had an opportunity now to come to the county government, worked as a speaker, and be able to transform many things very quietly, but with a lot of hatred, that you find the men now they gang up, whether they were together or not together. This one, they will gang up in one. And that is the biggest challenge also many women face, that when you are transforming, especially institutions where people have been very comfortable, and men look at power, not just power, the way we look at it. For us women, we look at power in a sense of, I have power, I want to transform, I want to make a name, I want to leave a legacy, I want people to see how we can change. Men have power on two things. Number one, how is he going to make money and good friends who will keep him in this office? Now, women, we have a weakness. We don't know how to keep friends who can take care of you when things are worse in the office. But we don't do it in a way we know. We do it genuinely.
you are following the book, you are following the law. So when the time of bashing comes, you will be bashed because you did not expect to make friends. You thought, I'm helping everyone. I support everyone. I support systems to work. So you want to see change of systems. You want to see good governance. But men, for them is how do you ensure you protect your friends? These friends will stand with them. So if we are moving to the next level, as I finalize, that we want to take over the country Kenya, which for me, I believe for Kenya for the next 5 years, if we can get a woman, she will take us back on track. She will have challenges, but she'll bring Kenya back on track and now move Kenya to a level where we will see again a change of many things that we have. But that woman must have to try and learn that in that field, you must have friends and you must bring them closer. Because you will find yourself very lonely. And when things become hot, in fact, in women, when you are in that trials, nobody asks you, what is the real problem? People follow what people are saying. But for men, nobody bothers. Men will just say, these people, it's just because I've refused to give them money. But for you, you've done so much for an institution, but you'll be thrown out and your name, if you don't know how to cleanse it back, can go and disappear. So I just want to say, as Prof said, and that it is important to look as we go to 2022 in two ways. It's a very interesting election. Women are going to find very serious challenges. It is a very expensive election, but more importantly, we must go in and especially take over the county governments. That women, for 10 years of our constitution, we must elect women county assembly members. At least 400 must be elected. We must prove that 10 years we have built our capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. And, sorry for interjecting. I know, your rich experiences are just amazing. And thank you for honoring and just being honest and being candid about where we fell as women. But also, I think it was mentioned earlier that sometimes we are too hard on ourselves. Who makes the rules in this political game? How do we start shifting those rules? And that's the whole power games. We are nurtured not to be in that space. So I just want to hear from Caroline, just to tell us a little bit also in terms of when you look at our successes or failures, what opportunities are there for women in all this? And we are talking transformative. I think Honorable Elachi elaborated on what a transformational leadership is. Like, it's not enough just having women in that position. You need to have friends. You need to understand how the whole system is against you, and the expectations that are up and the odds against you. Caroline, just to hear a little bit in terms of zero in on some of the opportunities that we can use as women when we talk of transforming leadership and really understanding the power that comes with these positions. You're on mute. Can you kindly unmute?
I'm saying, just to start where my two colleague panelists ended, I think one of the challenges, of course, that we need to, or one of the determinants about these power relations is, of course, the society context. And when we speak about context, it's easier to always talk about patriarchy, but we also have to go beyond and speak and look at how, even in that society, how have women been conditioned, women as citizens now been conditioned to look at women's leadership. We are always talking about how we are the majority, and yet when it comes to the ballot, we don't elect leaders. So how do we get, in addition to the support from the general citizenry, women actually looking at creating a critical mass of women's leaders and who can then transform this leadership? But I think moving forward in terms of creating successes and some of the opportunities we've had is that in positions where in positions where women have had an opportunity to lead, you can actually see some of the progress that has been made, even if it has been minimal. Going back, for example, to Parliament, we've seen some of the life-altering legislation that has been sponsored by women in some cases, or some environment changing just because women leaders took that initiative. But I think the main space where women really need to make a difference is in terms of the political space, and especially when it comes to participation in political parties, because we sometimes look at the end result, and the end result looks at how many appointments maybe in the executive, how many people have been elected to Parliament, how many people are holding positions in all these other institutions. But how are we showing up so that as people are offering themselves up for elections, how are we joining political parties? These political parties that are the main gatekeepers, how are we ensuring that the women are on the table, and how are we ensuring that even as we have distinct women leadership, for example, the women leagues in political parties, that we are not spending so much time caught up on the women's issues on the side of the key decisions being made at the table, so that when it comes to now the key decisions about who gets where, who gets where, what gets done, we are missing in that conversation. Again, how can we make the systems work? I think the bottom line is really creating this critical mass of women who are available to take up the different positions. And sometimes you see we make progress. Right now, we were talking about IEBC appointments. The conversation has been that 3 of those positions should go to women, yet women offered themselves up for those positions, but did we get the gender that we were looking for? So, but I think we must keep showing up, even when we don't get the numbers that we need. We really just must keep showing up, doing our best in the positions that we are doing, and being visible in the sort of work that we do. One of the things you find is that a lot of women who are holding senior positions, they are doing so much, but sometimes that does not get into the public domain, and when it does, it's only when things go wrong. And when things go wrong, again, as Honorable Elachi has said, the public reaction is so negative, it is double or triple what it would be if that same thing was happening with a man. So I think we also need to trumpet our own horns and say, this is what we are doing, these are the success stories that we are creating, this is a transformation that we are doing. And then finally, it's to create multi-sectoral kind of support network, so that, because as it is now, sometimes you find that women leadership is siloed into the different segments of the society. So if it is the corporate sector, they have their own women leadership positions. If it is women leadership formations, if it's a political space, if it's the civil society, if it's the academia. And perhaps is to then see how do you create an apex of all these women leadership formations from across the sector, and then start seeing the success stories that cut across board, so that you're not then just handpicking just or pinpointing a very low number from each sector, and yet were you to put these women together, the sort of success stories that they are creating would be extremely high. And that goes also, for example, even when we are talking about the success stories from the 3 arms of government, how do we highlight those in a way that the success goes back to the women's movement and the women's leadership? So I think those are some of the things that we need to do moving forward, but most importantly, being united in how we approach some of these issues. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm just going to go to Q&A before I come to Professor, and also before I come also to Honorable Elachi on the questions on how prepared are we for 2022 elections. I think I'm just looking at some of the questions that have come. I don't see much questions, but I hear from, I think Eric is saying women in leadership must mentor those aspiring women leaders to overcome the fears women have in the political space. Purity says, very true, 2022 will be a very expensive elections. Sefin is saying, Meshimiwa Elachi is a woman of many firsts. Has she tried to mentor others that can have many like her? And what would she term as the biggest hindrance to mentoring women in leadership? Purity says, a system that has never planned to have women 22 elections has to tilt this statement. Very powerful statement from Purity. Morris is saying what Honorable Elachi is saying could explain why some strong women empowerment organizations have collapsed in the past. And Salim says, as we go for 2022, we must take over county governments, go in and elect more women MCAs in the county assemblies. Thank you, Honorable Elachi. Morris is saying sometimes it boils down to the fact that women do not have very many opportunities for them to be able to carry out their ambitions. Priska says women in politics really face a lot of difficulties from their male counterparts, as speakers have put it, but on all we must push on and push on. So I'll go to you. I think we have questions for Honorable Elachi in terms of mentorship, but maybe before, let me ask and bring in Professor to say, are we ready? Okay, I'll go back. Maybe if I bring in Professor, let me just ask Honorable Elachi to respond to some of these questions around mentorship. And I think some of the issues that you had raised on 2022 as an expensive election and the need for us to tilt that narrative. And I think the strategy that you also elaborated on voting at the county assemblies and making sure women are in those positions. I'll go Honorable. On mute. Can you please unmute?
I have. You can hear me? Yes. Thing. You know, when you talk about mentoring, and this is one thing I keep on telling every young woman I meet. Mentoring is I open a door for you. In this door, you will be given space to do whatever you want. But you must use it knowing very well, number one, you will have to dedicate yourself. You will have to give in and volunteer. When we were being mentored by Professor Wanjiko Kapera, Professor Nzomo, and many others, you would be given a document and be told, look, Beatrice, we want to have this and this, and it is for you now to go and package it and make it a document that will do activities, and you move. Now, the challenge I'm facing with many young people who I've met, they tell me, please mentor me. You meet, you call, and you tell them, I have a meeting somewhere. Can we go? Definitely, they will tell you, oh, I wish you told me earlier. You see, when the opportunity is also coming, it's like, to me, anyone who calls me tonight, but if I am available, I avail. I always look at what is best and how can I live, just sacrifice my time. So in mentoring, you must accept to sacrifice time. And it is time that you are not paid, because that's another challenge we are also facing. So one young person will come 1, 2, 3 and will think, why am I not being given this? I can give transport, but sometimes where I will send you, I've just sent you to try your, commit yourself. They will see that commitment will take you very far, because that person will realize this is a person who committed 2 hours just coming, wanting to know what is happening. But I know that's the challenge we are facing, and that doesn't mean we are not going to mentor. But I've always told everyone, you need to define what type of mentoring. But if you want a mentoring where I'll be able to give and I have to give everything, trust me, you will not be mentored. The mentoring we went through is where you are thrown into a deep sea and you must learn how to swim and come out of that deep sea, but you will achieve. That is what we are today. And courtesy of Professor Nzomo, Wanjiko Kabira, and anyone else who held our hands, all they did is to call you in a meeting and tell you, you listen. The next day they'll say, are we able to get something to do through? Or you also just go and sit down and bring and say, I have this. Are we able to go through? I have women who have done that, young women, and they have achieved today. So it's also important to define, how do I mentor you? I have those I've worked in Parliament. I remember when I was taken by Martha Karua to train in Geshogo. I trained in her constituency. I never bothered Martha, even one day, to say we have gone, we didn't have transport, or we had transport. Whatever we were given little, we will arrive on the ground, train for 4 days, and we'll come back and give our report. We will even go beyond, and even we would sleep in houses of our mobilizers. We didn't care. We didn't care where the hotel was. But today, I want to be very honest. I know. I've worked with some girls. They will come when they know there is transport. The day you say there's no transport, nobody will be in that office. Nobody will be in the field. You'll be alone. And it's something also to get into this field of politics, even in 2022 as we speak, must start preparing yourself to be a good person who will volunteer and dedicate. That way, even political parties realize so-and-so has been here, has been there. You've gone where they are going for a rally, for example. You will arrange the chairs. People just see you doing things. I remember a girl called Daisy. That's how, even if I was not in the party she was in then, we used to wonder, this girl will come, set the, and that's how she ended up being nominated. But you see, many of them today feel, I will just be working with the governor, I need to, and this, because the governor will nominate me and I will always support the governor. I think that is why we are saying, and I want everyone who is saying, we have to go in and we will look for a better strategy. I said it is expensive on how IEBC is packaging. That does not mean you cannot sit down and look at your budget and say, I would want this seat, strategize and see how friends, because in political positions also, it's not your position alone. You have friends, you have people who believe in your leadership, and they will support you.
Very interesting about another dimension of power, which is the power within. To say, if you are going to be mentored, what is the inner drive? How far are you willing to go and approach Honorable Elachi and say, I'm going to just be in your space and be visible in that space. So I think that's another dimension of power that needs to be harnessing. Maurice is saying something quite interesting, which says, I think mentorship is overrated. Exposure is truly required, but most important is personal ambition and the drive. Don't ask for fair to functions. Lillian says she's still tuned in and she feels that most women have opportunities to do politics, but people tend to perceive women as powerless. And Evelyn says, I need to be connected to Honorable Elachi. I think Honorable Elachi, after this session, you'll be receiving so many calls. Maureen says, women need encouragement, interns for leadership and politics. And I think the issue, Siaya is saying the issue of hard handout is a very big challenge. And I think here we are being very honest and very candid about some of the barriers and expectations to say, if you want to be mentored and you want fair and you want to be cushioned, that's not the politics that we're talking about. And I think from the footsteps that you have, it really demonstrates that you have gone all out. I think Purity is saying, I agree with Honorable Elachi. Mentorship is not about budget commitment, but time. How much time are we willing to be exposed ourselves to political processes? It's never easy. And I think it takes us to our last questions as we round up. How prepared are we for 2022 elections as women political leaders? How are we going to shift the power into us as women? Professor, can we hear from you? 2022, how prepared are we, and what do we really need to do? You're still on mute. You're still on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I thank you again for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this. I'll answer perhaps the same way I did before. You know, when you say how close are we to, you are thinking about a particular goal that we should be aiming at. I can say work is being done even right now. That's why we are here. This is part of the preparation. And I've seen a lot of communication on social media, which is very, very useful because that is sharing important knowledge, especially about strategies moving forward. It means preparations are taking place. And we are constantly preparing. Even as we are doing these by-elections, elections for the position like the one of the IEBC, that's all part of the preparation for leadership. And some is immediate because you take the position now, not in later 2021, 22. So preparations are going on. What they will achieve is the big question. I would have to really be dishonest to make myself a prophet in that regard, to say you have reached a particular number by the key date in 2022. However, what I can say is we are likely, very likely, to have an increase in numbers, because there is a lot of work which has already been done since 2017. People have learned some new lessons. Technology has helped a great deal because technology continues to improve and is a very important empowering factor, especially for women, because technology has the very good habit of democratizing availability of information. But having said that, I would want to suggest that we keep remembering that numbers, the only thing we are assured of with numbers is that we have greater presence of women in the parliamentary and other political institutions. And presence alone does not translate into power on its own. There is much more to it. We are still dealing with the issue of very, can I say, deep-rooted institutional culture, which does not favor women. And so that is still a battle to be fought by, even a greater number of presence of women. Numbers are important and they will continue to be important for a variety of reasons, but we have to remember that, women are still entering a space which is a space like entering a private club, which was owned and by others and had to set the rules of women, and you are not being invited to go and change the rules. So if you have to change the rules, it requires now a whole new strategy to get it done. And this strategy is part of what we have been discussing here. We have to come to terms with some of what it is among us women. We need to do better. How we need to not just look at the numbers, but to look at who can assist us while we are there. Very much what Beatrice was saying, that when you are in power, you need friends. You need like-minded people. And then like-minded people, in my view, do not necessarily have to be women. Gender champions can also emerge from among men. And that's one of the things that those who get into power, depending on their level of dedication to the cause of women, you have to immediately start working on. Who are our allies? Who are the people we can work with to change this institutional culture, because it's the enemy for women. Because if you look, after every election, there is a huge attrition of women who don't then return to parliament, because the culture there has still not changed. And until we change the institutional political culture, women will continue bouncing back, because that culture is not friendly to women. it is anti-women, and you will always be treated as a stranger. Numbers, yes, they have to continue to go up. So in measuring now moving forward, we have to look at the tangibles. What have we really achieved apart from being present? And is the power we have now sustainable, even before we go to the next election? And a big telling point for us should be the no more than 2/3 of either gender rule, which is in the Constitution, but is still being fought. It shows you that there are gatekeepers who are averse to any possibility of democratizing in a gender direction of power and power relations in the governing institutions. So there is a lot of work to be done, even if we, and I'm very hopeful the numbers will increase of women. I don't know exactly by what percentage, but we should then not pull back and say we have arrived. We have just entered, we have just accessed an institution that is largely very hostile and anti-women. It's pretty much the same kind of power relations you find in other areas of society. Even when you look at countries, like African countries compared with the more developed and dominant countries of the world, they are still fighting at the margins because there is another culture up there in global governance that keeps us out. And that's what has to be changed. So for women, this is, a journey. We are on a journey which will take a while, but we will go, if you want, removing one block by one block, and we'll get there eventually. And not getting there eventually is when we remove this institutional culture that is resistance to democratizing and engendering, institutions of leadership. Thank you, Chair.
Prof, you raised something very fundamental around the system that we find, the institutional system and the systemic barriers. And if we do not recognize them as women, we may actually end up reinforcing those same systems. And I think what you raised, that we may get into power, but if we are not deliberate in that term to make a shift in terms of politics, in terms of the policies that still keep and still maintain that hostile environment. So I think this is very interesting. There's another question which came, it says, I'm a woman with disability, and I say for a fact that the difficulties are immense from every sphere. I've tried politics and societal norms are worsening. It's not a walk in the park. Many people with disabilities are not registered, and this is hindering their access to many services that could support their growth in development and leadership. And she says even the podiums during the campaigns for women with disabilities, they can't even access. People strip you naked in the name of helping you access these podiums. And the question is, how do we handle the discussion of unpaid care work in our rural setup, where traditions are the order of the day? And also, I think a question about what really needs to be done to ensure inclusion, particularly of women with disability, to have the power to compete at an equal footing as well. I'll give that to Honorable Elachi.
What I will, I know, yes, and I'll be very honest. Women in living with special needs, when they are campaigning, is the most difficult. And I could tell you, even the women we supported during that time within the parties, you will feel it's very torturous, by the way. So one of the things I think we need to be very clear, number one, is how do we move the agenda now that IEBC must enforce political parties to ensure when you're going for your podiums, you must have podiums that have ramps where women can just come up with, those with disability are able to participate fully. And these are regulations where IEBC should really be very strict, just the way we are now appreciating that they're going to be strict in ensuring political parties ensures that there is 2/3 within the lists that will be going to IEBC. It's the same thing. And I think, so that I finalize, I know where I am, is
the network is not so good, is that one, as we talk about women with special needs and getting to ensure that the institutions, the political parties, and IEBC will ensure that this happens, the thing we must agree as women, and especially women organizations for 2022, number one, regardless of the political parties, regardless of where you have mapped your region, I think it is just good if we are really in this journey to achieve 2022, to ensure young women come in and join the assemblies, is that we must come up, all of us together. Let us just do one consortium and map ourselves in the areas going to work. And agree, if I'm in Embu, for example, or in Nairobi, I know I am in Nairobi with organization A, B, C, and D, also working within Nairobi. And you map now the women, and let us agree, at one point, these women you have mapped must agree at one point to be coming together, regardless of their political parties, because the agenda is one. Have a strategy of winning. We don't know which party you're winning from, but the most important thing also, women must accept that these parties are regional parties. So don't go in a party that you know very well, this is a party you're going to lose, but you're still there. Don't do the mistake we did in 2017. If we knew there would be something called a handshake, we would have just gone to the parties that were winning in the constituencies. I divide in Dagoretti North, you get 36,000, you lose just because of the party. It was very sad. So this time around, my clarion call to any woman, please, if you know you are vying in a region that is of, for example, Wiper, please don't make mistakes. Go there, compete there. Women to the ballot, get to the ballot. If you get the ticket of that region, trust me, 80% you will win that seat. Because that's another mistake we do. And then now we have to ask ourselves as women, how do we target the vote? With the pandemic that is there, with everything, how do we transform? Prof is saying we have new technology. It's true. And so we must think around that and come and train women. How do you target the vote as we move? How do you work tirelessly, but to a number you know this is a winning number, not going all over, and then in the end, you strain yourself, you've gone all over, but you have found yourself, the numbers you were just looking for, maybe would have been like when you look at the numbers of MCAs, what they win, even an MCA in Nairobi, 1,000 becomes an MCA, by the way. So if we are very strategic as women, you just look at how do I work and make sure I cluster myself in a number where I can be meeting these people. And then we move and use technology more this time than even going to say that you want to do big rallies. In fact, cluster and have small meetings, but make sure within the target that you know, that is your winning target. So if we want to really move, and if we want to see people with disability participating and achieving what the Constitution says, then it is political parties must ensure the laws are friendly for people living with disability to compete. But also, the political parties must accept that when the list is going to IEBC, we must be within what the Constitution says. Article 81 is very clear. We must remember minorities, we must remember people with disability and the marginalized.
Thank you, Honorable Meshimiwa. Time is not on our side, and I just wanted to thank you for honoring and being in this space and the strategies that you have really put forward, that our agenda as women is one. We support at every level to get the women in the space. I think with the numbers, we can prove that we can have a different type of leadership, because the only leadership that we have known is a leadership that is male-dominated. It's a leadership that has never allowed women to express themselves and to shift the power. Thank you so much for that. And I think when you say, you just reminded me, in Malawi, they had elections last year during COVID. And one of the strategies that they were using as women, they were going together and campaigning for other constituencies regardless of the political parties. And I think we need to see more and more of that start here in Kenya as we go towards 2022. I think this is a great time for us to start, and I think we have the trailblazers. We can stand on the shoulders of the amazing women that have gone before us, and with technology we can do so much more. 2 seconds, last words from you, Caroline.
I think I would just
on mute.
Say that it is Gloria Steinem who said that power is taken, not given. And so as women, we must recognize that we are not going to be sitting in this space and expecting that the patriarchy or the institutional systems or the structural barriers will be addressed out of the blues. We have to show up, we have to strategize, we have to speak up, we have to organize ourselves and create movements that then create this critical mass. So I think it's to really, really just strategize and show up and speak up and also create impact in the spaces that we hold right now. And just 2 quick things relating to some of the issues that has been mentioned. So on the expensive politics, Mzalendo Trust and with other partners released a report on the cost of politics last week. And it's to look at the various aspects that women spend their money on as they run for office. And so already for aspirants to start familiarizing themselves and figuring out how they need to address some of those costs, and recognizing that as per the report, women actually spend more and yet their elections rate is lower. So what do we then need to do? And then finally, on the work around persons with disability, I think in addition to the interventions from the political parties and IEBC, we also need to create awareness that just as we say women can, it's also important to say that women with disability also can. They can lead, they can hold these positions, and then we address those systemic and structural barriers that hinder their participation. But in a nutshell, I think 22 is a year of women, and we need to show up. Thank you.
We need to strategize, and congratulations on that report. I think we'll also share it in terms of our resources. It's a must read for every woman who wants to be in politics, even for women who are supporting women in politics. That was a fantastic report. Professor, 1 minute, your parting shots.
Thank you for giving me this last opportunity to, try and wrap up in few minutes, which you have given me, a very important topic which we cannot finish in one day. I am a believer in women and women power. And, the resilience of women is what is particularly admirable, that they never give up, no matter what. Despite society loading all manner of responsibilities, challenges, etc., in the direction of women. So I'm still hopeful for Kenyan women, whether it's in accessing political office or other spheres of life. I keep saying in the last few decades, especially this particular one, that one thing that is in favor of women is, the information technology. It is a very empowering tool if it is well utilized, because one of the things that kept women down is lack of awareness, lack of information, and lack of the capacity to pass on the message. Raising awareness now is much easier than it was during our heydays, those of us who are in the struggle in the 1990s. And if we could utilize that information technology well to our advantage, women could mobilize, women could empower themselves with the right information, professionalize their capacity to do politics, just like the skills men had advantage over because of social reasons, but now using the tool of technology. And we can make it, we can close the gap. And some of the problems we are talking about here of in the institutionalized political culture, which is retrogressive and very anti the cause of women and gender and equality, those things can slowly be taken care of. And our voice can have more meaning, because it's not like we don't voice our views. We are very loud these days, but that voice has to carry power with it. And it means we must also, find another space for creating greater solidarity, consensus, and, a common purpose among women moving forward. But in all of this, I think we must recognize women, like men, are human beings. We shouldn't make too many demands on women, unfair demands that are never made for men. We should allow women also should be human beings, that they have diverse interests, and they should not be homogenized, like if we have to all think alike. And we should not be made to carry the entire burden of society, as if men have no responsibility. And sometimes women have to be nice also to themselves as we go through this struggle. So take advantage of technology, fellow women, and you'll get there, even if it's not 2022, but certainly 2022, some significant progress will be made in 2022. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you so much, Professor. I mean, technology, voice, power. I think from what you're saying, we can definitely do much more. We've come to the end of the session, so I just want to thank you all, Caroline Gaita, Professor Maria Nzomo, and Honorable Beatrice Elachi, for sharing with us the amazing insights and the nuggets. And we are hopeful, Professor, we stand on your word. We are hopeful 2022 will have women in power, not only in politics, but in all the other leadership spaces. Thank you. I just want to thank you all, to all our viewers. Thank you for the questions and the comments that you shared with us. We are really talking about the dynamics of power. And I think as we have seen that there are so many dynamics of power that we can do. And yes. So once again, thank you so much. I think this session was really looking at the dynamics of power. And I think we saw that there are so many dynamics, there's so much potential, there's so many opportunities. When we are true to ourselves as women, we've done so much. And as we look towards Kenya 2022 elections, women have power and women can do it. Thank you.
You get from politics, people think you get power. It's a position of service.
Anytime they see a woman offering themselves for electoral office, they should just try that person, because women are serious. They never leave anything on the way. They don't drop the ball. They go all the way.
Challenges will always be there, but it will depend on our attitudes on how we change the challenges into opportunities. And that is what I will urge the young girls. Take up leadership.
Kewapa, I think in 10th Parliament, did a study, and it showed that every woman who tried to run for a position had a 50% chance of being elected, doing nothing, just by running. So the biggest challenge is to actually get women out to seek for positions.
Find ways of being visible, be involved in your local community, be involved in church functions, be involved in fundraisers, empathize with people who have calamities, going for funerals and all that.
It is not a dirty game the way people have been cheating us. It is people who are looking for the positions who are dirty. And when you meet dirty people are using dirty language, it is them who are dirty. But political leadership is a career like any other.
am every woman.
I am every woman.
Being a woman sometimes means carrying several generations on your shoulders, providing solutions to their problems, and giving hope to families and communities. The ability to nurture and love.
It means seizing every opportunity to advance women's rights, especially for those women in marginalized community.
To be a woman is to be constantly evolving and growing so as to change the narrative of womanhood and the societal expectation of who a woman is supposed to be.
The society holds very strong and high misconceptions on feminism.
It is assumed that feminism is an extremist approach to offer everything and anything associated with men, which is not true.
Because of the evolving nature of what it means to be a feminist and how it seems to be defined sometimes along a continuum, as well, it is considered harsh.
It is seen or it is perceived as a gendered war of women against men rather than seeing it from the objective lens of achieving equality for all.
Feminism is about accepting and appreciating that men and women have and hold unique and diverse capacities and abilities that, if given spaces to thrive, then we are creating a society with equal opportunities. Feminism is not about making women strong. Women are already strong. It's about challenging the way the society perceives this strength. I choose to challenge the lack of goodwill from our political leaders, which is evident by the exclusion of women in decision-making spaces.
I choose to challenge women being fearful of participating in certain movement or being part of certain spaces because of the gendered insults towards them, like body shaming and slut shaming, which should be stopped at all costs.
I choose to challenge all societal voices and actions that demean, exploit, and exclude women from empowerment.
I stand against every form of gender-based violence and other forms of exploitation against female domestic workers in Kenya.
Tunga mbaya mingi muno na nondo echireka yakia nigitutethete kwa kweli nigimbukilite no nyiga mbumite bala ne nze pio na kwete kwingwa ngwe makiana ni ando ni ange ngwa ni nate ende ayu anatoka mana amo memba to kya no makwana bala ni no ni mana mbumite bo na ando ma eto na menda kuboya munyo menda boya skali ni nyango manenge yiti ndola mana amboya.
Nina beneficiary manele na meongo nyanya na itatu na scholastica no mwe katoka beneficiary ala ni dhana mo beneficiary asume maanele na meongo nyanya na itatu nina sobisie ikundi 14 na scholastica yetha ndini wa kikundi kimwe kitwa Tumaini Group Safe in Saloni kwa uni project itumite etha emulumu kila kita wa women empowerment nundu yu scholastica no kubulana na ibetila cia muika wake na matia yangewa yulua maisha make undu methiawa kila kindani tha sandini wawe ya undu kumani kuona andu alame na ukwati wa nthi maithikia kwitha na ukwati wa yulo mundu ulo ate ya nena yambia kunena chuchu nicho kituma andiwa kana ni ndukumie mathukuma nundu wa kuhakikisha mundu ula winthi ni wavikia kukila na nitwamina na kutethanya kou nicho kitumine bata na uyo ndukuma ni asanti
inya ningotonga hoya muno echirika yake ni yambika nesa na ngai na moteje muno ayu na mwazogeria ko mukangira jane sawa ndikachoka nyomba ingi ayu ngende ya na kuthukuma ndikachoka tina ingi no ni mambo nginya
Welcome to the Annual Women's Convention 2021, to be held virtually on the 11th and 12th of August 2021. This year's convention will be seeking to amplify and unify the voices of women's movement in Kenya and enable them forge a common ground. The two-day event will focus on discussions on the dynamics of power and how it determines the way men and women are treated by institutions, policies, and laws. The discussions will take the center stage, with the main goal being to forge a collaborative sisterhood that will work towards transformative women's leadership in Kenya. The convention, which will be held virtually, will comprise panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses from high-ranking government officials, development partners, industry leaders, and many more. The 2021 convention is a partnership initiative under the auspices of the Women's Voice and Leadership Program Kenya, networking and alliance building pillar powered by Crown Trust and Care Kenya in collaboration with Femnet, Oxfam, Amwick, Badili Africa, Young Women's Leaders Connect, WeHub, Feminists for Peace, Rights and Justice Center, and Coast Association for Persons Living with Disabilities. Don't miss out. Register now by visiting www.crowntrust.org/AWROC. The Annual Women's Convention 2021, Kenyan Women Rising.
Thina umasya mundu bandu basa noka mutwa bandu bangi nye inosi wikia ibinda kila nitegi na kindu inegi na mathina mengi muno ona ndiye gingo initaba nayo kibu iyanengie mbui na nathukuma biashara yakwa nzio na nongelela maundu makwa mengi masio nitethetwe imurandi wakia. Ndiye bala naonete wiyawi bandu baso baswekyao nathi nosa ngilile mona mana tano nathu asukali mutuanganu mauta giya na mayani nathi kugia athukumia la methi wa mothukuma baukiaoni ina sobisi mbesa siakwa siegenzi opio na ngilie mona mana tano
mweri ugila walike murandini ngwana aterekete kana kala kake wa kala na ko ba kala ba o adi uluka na chenako lakini gila murandi wogiyu wa munenge yembeza na wadi anu kumalu ko dio o ka do ya sindu ile chitkatonya ko ya akuko ko ugia akudi bandu baza akudi da ziara akudi akudo wa sindu cha akudo cha akuka akudo cha na do cho kwida no wa kwato okenduka akudo ya kana kindu yungo na murandi uzuno ende tene saka ende u with esawa na kuongela ndani yake na munda kindu kwa nuna kwati mangoto le makomba munda na akwata liu
kila kingi nasia ibinda kila kia yokieko iya tusome thesi maundu manji eselo kula kwitu
itwethi watu kwata nete meringo round tukumye zilingi giana ikyo kindethe cia kuthoa ibila iyo kwana ni kalilite kila nendie meringo round ibonethiwe nebosu gya kukwata ngili 35 natho aka space yoka kwa kanini kala ikoni kala oyu na ciana ciakwa
nasia nundu imuvya muno kwa kia nundu akunenge kadi ya NHIF na kuongivia kwa ibinda yasa nasi nitumite kadi yakwa ya NHIF ngagitwa nayo na ciana ciakwa ona kele tukanye kala disabled ikana gitiwe na kadi no ngumitumia ona yukende na kunywa ndawa na sia kadi ona kia ya umako ngeze wa ready kumivia mpaka vinda gyako gya mudia ya kuma bayo luanzi kitumi yake kadi ni ndethe tisaidi na ngavikia kwithiwa nina ugiti musiona wima wamwe
ingona maka tukethwa twina andu menga ingi mabwana ta meri withi atwi sawa
Kenyan woman, keep your head high, usirudi nyuma, mbele tunaenda, na tukiungana sote tunaweza, usikate tamaa, tunaweza, we can make it. Spread your wings, yes we can fly. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Like an eagle we shall fly away. No, we're not sleeping, we are wide awake. If we stumble, we shall rise again. Conquer everything that stands in our way. Only we Kenyan women rising. Pamoja tuna Kenyan women rising. Usiachwe nyuma Kenyan women rising. Usikate tamaa Kenyan women rising. Imba pamoja na Kenyan women rising. Paza sauti Kenyan women rising. Oh, paza sauti Kenyan women rising. Huzuni wimbo Kenyan women rising. Don't you give Kenyan women rising.
We are back to the last and the most exciting session, I think, of the annual Women Rights Convention. Today we have an interesting topic. As you all know, religion is everything, what Kenyans form their perception, the vital fluidum from which everything, including life itself, flows. And to take us through this conversation is Winnie Njenga, who is the Executive Director of the Africa Council of Accreditation and Accountability, where she's responsible for strategic leadership, advocacy, and increasing public awareness. So Winnie is going to help us talk about whether religion or faith plays in advancing women's political emancipation. Over to you, Winnie.
Thank you so much. And in this session, we'll be looking at the topic, what role does religion play in advancing women's political emancipation? And we really are looking forward to engaging our panelists, and we have 4 panelists with us to take us through this session. We have Fatma Ali Samam. And Fatma is passionate about the girl child, and she is passionate about empowering the girl child, as well as championing the rights of the girl child and women. Fatma is a passionate educationist and is always out to lend her voice to the cause of women and to the cause of girls. And we are so pleased to have you with us today, Fatma. You're welcome to our conversation this afternoon. We also have with us Bishop Warairi. Bishop Warairi, who will be joining us shortly, is the pastor of Grace International Tabernacle and international ministries, and he's passionate about issues of governance and the rule of law, the adherence and observance to the rule of law and constitutionalism. We will be having him join us a little later. Together with us is Pastor Jackie Othoro as well. Pastor Jackie is an ordained minister with the Anglican Church of Kenya, and Pastor Jackie is passionate about matters women and girls. And she will be sharing with us her perspective on the place of religion in advancing the rights of women and girls. We also have with us Reverend Father Dr. Evangelos Pianis. He is Senior Proto-Presbyter of the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Alexandria and all of Africa. He serves with the Orthodox Church of Kenya, and he's a member of the NCCK and chair of Side by Side Faith for Gender Justice movement in Africa and leads the Kenya chapter. And he's a representative of the gender reference team with ACT Alliance. You're all welcome this afternoon to have this amazing conversation about the place of religion in leadership, where women's rights and advocating for the same is concerned. We welcome you, Bishop Warairi. We're glad that you could make it. We gave your introduction ahead of you, but I will just repeat that you are passionate about the cause of justice and governance and constitutionalism in this country, and are always willing and ready to lend your voice, and therefore a great advocate for matters justice, and in this case, women. We are so glad that you could make it. Welcome. So we'll move on to our areas of discussion, and I want to ask this question: what is the role of religion in sifting through the discriminatory cultural norms couched in negating the democratic rights of women? Maybe I'll start with you, Pastor Jackie Othoro. What's the role of religion in countering this negative narrative?
Thank you, Winnie. It is really good to be here with you all. This is an amazing conversation. It's long overdue, and I'm glad to be a part of this. Well, let me start at the beginning, because I think when it comes to faith and it comes to women, it comes to men, we need to have a starting point. And my starting point begins with the scriptures in the book of Genesis, chapter 1. In verse 26 to 27, it says, let us make man in our image. And then he goes on to clarify what he means in verse 27. This is the Godhead speaking. And they say, God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. And so when we go to the beginning, we see that man and woman, male and female, were created equal at the beginning. And they were assigned an equal duty that we see in verse 26, and that was to rule and then to multiply and to have dominion over the created world that was given to us. So the dynamics of power in the beginning were equal. There was a shared responsibility between the male and the female to do a particular task, on the planet. But then we have this point in Genesis chapter 3 that most theologians will call the fall. And this is what happened when Eve, the mother of all, was deceived by the enemy, by Satan, by the devil. And what happened here was it changed the dynamics of power from equality to inequality. So where they had been at the beginning created as one, doing one responsibility, brought about to rule together, this equality lost its balance. And inequality came into the relationship between a man and woman. And unfortunately, that inequality has expanded over the millennia. It has grown, it has become to the point where it is violence has come in, judgment has come in upon the woman. She has not been given her rightful place. She's not been allowed to take her rightful place alongside the man in leadership. And many times it is this chapter in the scriptures that is used to negate the role of leadership of the woman, because it is said if she could have been deceived by the deceiver, then there is no way that she can become a ruler. So what happens when religion steps into this situation? It actually reinforces the discriminatory actions against women and women in leadership. Because many a time we have seen through the millennia that women's positions of rising up to leadership have been predicated on what someone has understood the Holy Scriptures to say. And what it has done has it has denigrated one half of the whole. Because remember, in the beginning we were one. It has denigrated one half of the whole. The woman has lost her voice. She has lost her ability to lead. And therefore, in my understanding, the entire of humanity, the created order, actually loses out. And so religion, unfortunately, cannot bring these two back together. But what I know can bring back and restore and remove discriminatory cultural norms that have been built up over time is faith. Faith in God and faith in what God intended man and woman to be. Co-rulers on this planet. And why is faith a strong part in changing our cultural norms? It's because faith is undergirded by love. And love is the one thing that holds it all together. And so when I look at what we're discussing today, if we stay on the platform of religion, which is many times man created, man understood, man executed, then we will always have a struggle of inequality between the male and the female. But if we come to the place of saying there's a God that created us, and we come to the point of faith, and I believe I'm sitting here with men and women of faith who will agree with me, that when we talk about our faith, it is based on who God is and what God has said, as opposed to what man is and what man has said. So I think in a nutshell, Winnie, I would say that there is much that the church, it's much that our faith can do to change our cultural norms. And we need to move away from the standards of religion to the tenets of our faith.
Pastor Jackie, you have said that there is much that the church or faith can do in countering this negative narrative. I want to ask Bishop Warairi to just add on to the specific things perhaps that the church can do in sifting through this negating narrative against women.
Thank you so very much, and I would want to say all protocols observed. I'm very, very grateful to be with you this afternoon. When we speak about women and the liberty that God has given them, in the book of Isaiah chapter number 60, verse 1, it says, arise and shine, for your light has come. We must know that women were born leaders. They are global leaders. And we cannot keep quiet. We must speak. And there is a jewel in every woman. And women should not sell themselves short. We are talking about a new quality of society, which will be realized when we support our women in all spheres of leadership. We must ask ourselves, what has the nation achieved in promoting our women? In the religious circle, we have changed our perspective. We have faith in our women. We believe in them. And when we see our women occupying high offices, we are thankful. The church is obligated to preach moral, ethical messages of hope. We have seen the shameful ashes of dehumanizing our women. Now, like the eagle or the phoenix, women are rising from the ashes. We have isolated our weaknesses, and we have sought forgiveness of all injustices and oppression and atrocities against our women. And what the church is doing right now, it's pouring oil of ointment to heal the wounded Kenyan woman, and we must accept that request of forgiveness or to forgive. Our women, like the rejected stone, are slowly becoming the cornerstone. Of course, each one of us, we are happy because of our golden girl, the athlete Faith Gone, who, despite the scars on her stomach, having given birth to a human being, she did us proud. Our women are scarred, but that scar is a statement that they did not die. So in the church, we are cheerleaders. We are telling our women, go, we are behind you. We will pray for you, and we will stand with you. Thank you so very much.
Bishop, the church must be cheerleaders for women. Fatma, you're a woman of faith yourself. Is there a place for faith and religion to support and counter this negating narrative against women and their rights and their place in leadership?
Yes, there is, Winnie. I think we need to remember that when it comes to religion, it affects how we do things, it affects our perceptions and our attitudes. And in Islam, a political leader is expected to lead fairly through consultation, through actual mutual consultation. And this mutual consultation is where the woman is lacking and where women of this country have always been left out. So when consultations happen meant to lead the country and the woman is not involved, these are consultations that lack the perception, the thinking, the blessings of women. And therefore, it is very important for us through religion to understand that it is our God-given duty to ensure that women are at the table when decisions that are affecting them and their is being made. The effect of religion on how we are socialized and how we are taught has mostly been dominated by male thinking, not actually the tenets of Islam, but something that I would call the Islam of men. There are men who are knowledgeable Islamically, who have been educating women all along. And if that kind of an education was based from a place of patriarchy, a place where the woman is seen differently and interpretations in the religion are not properly executed, it will be a place that is informed from a discriminative socialization. In most cases, you would find that because religion comes from a place of divinity and reverence, people have a tendency of relating the negative cultural practices with Islam. And here is where you now start seeing people who religiously would follow something, assuming that it is from the religion. What I have found very helpful for Muslim women is to equip them with adequate Islamic knowledge to know that Islam emancipated women in the dark days, and it continues to emancipate any woman who takes time to fairly understand her religion and to be able to demystify and not to live in dogma. So with the struggle of Muslim women getting access to Islamic knowledge, I think this is where our place is, and this is where our strategy would be as women, that we should not at any given time make assumptions or ignore religion and relate it with myths and relate it with dogma to the extent that we assume we can live without religion. And in the real sense, it pays when we understand our religions, when we study them, and use them contextually to help us progress and become productive people. Thank you, Eni.
Fatma, contextualize our faith for the benefit of advancing the cause of women. Father Evangelos, you have advocated for women. What would be your comment on this matter in countering this narrative from a faith perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. It is true that faith institutions are important in this journey of seeking for gender justice. And it is true that faiths have also been a major reason why many people believe and have a very negative worldview of women in positions. Most of our faiths, Christian, Muslim, Hindus, any faith that is here, being very ancient, we have a lot of patriarchy taking control within our own institutions. And therefore men have major leadership positions, for example. So when you're looking for women leaders within the church or even society, you won't find that the church spearheading that, although we're changing that story by story. But there is a lot of work that is needed to be done, and faith institutions and organizations can be very helpful. For example, we are the people who give platforms to many people who become leaders in society today, and therefore it is possible to give, for example, women an opportunity. If we make women leaders, if we make women religious leaders in our institutions, then definitely people will trust them. People will give them opportunities to also be national leaders. The platforms we give every week, the platforms we give every day within the religious circles, those that we give are seen as very faithful and trustworthy people. So we give a lot of these opportunities to men, and we can change this because actually injustice is something that the church has a major player in fighting, because justice is a core business of the church, of almost every religion. Every religion fights injustice. So if oppressing women is an injustice, it's against God, it's against godliness, it's against what we do as faith institutions. And therefore, if we put our hands together, we can be the people to uplift and salvage, repent of the past, where we were not able to be part of the justice that is godly, that is expected of all of us. So we have done wrong, but we can change, and we are doing so. I belong to an institution that is bringing together the resources that we have as faith institutions in Kenya, and we are coming together to look at where we can help. And one of the core goals of the institution that I lead, which has Christian, Muslim, Hindus, and other institutions and religions in Kenya, is to propagate for women leadership realities in Kenya and implementing the constitutional aspects concerning gender justice in Kenya. And we have had some of the civil societies that are here with us, work with us, and use us also to campaign for justice for women. So we can do it, and we have already started. Thank you.
Evangelos, well said. Faith and justice must go together. Fatma, if I would come back to you and just ask you, what is the role of faith or religion in mitigating against violence against women? Gender-based violence, we've seen a lot of that going on. Is there a place for religion to stand against that violence?
It picks a lot of traditions from justice, based on justice, and standing up against any form of injustice or harm or torture on any human being and God's creatures, including animals, including the trees. And therefore, One thing that is very clear that should be understood, we lack a lot of ability to be able to see the resources within religion, particularly Islam, that we can actually use to help us overcome the phenomena of domestic violence, or rather gender-based violence. What we have seen is a very important instance in areas where we have majority Muslims in the coast and the northeastern, is that when the violence is meted, people would look for a way out of the court system and will go for the maslaha, which is more of clan-based than religion-based. And this is the unfortunate place where most of us in Islam are quiet about. Maslaha would be very helpful if it is used with Islamic resources, because the Islamic resources would never allow any injustice to be meted against any gender. And therefore, all we need to work with is look at the available code of conduct in Islam, in based either whether it's in marriage or within a family setup, and mitigate and use that to mitigate violence within the family setup. What usually lacks is that many Muslims do not have enough time to study Islam and would rather just learn through the socialization or maybe learning very basic Islam, and therefore would assume on the conspiracy of silence and obedience is something that is religious. It isn't. So these are some of the things we need to demystify. We need to come out clearly and demystify what is culture and what is religion, and how can we overcome, as Muslims in particular, the issues of violence in the home, and use the resources that are very clear and very divine and give us guidance on how we can overcome this situation. Sometimes there is a lot that lacks in the process of marriage itself, where maybe young girls could be forced into marriages without their consent. And in Islam, a marriage is considered null and void if it doesn't carry the consent of the girl in particular. And this is why I keep on saying educating Muslim women in Islamic studies is where I find a lot of empowerment, and that's what I have spent doing many years of my life, is educating and helping the Muslim girl or the Muslim woman learn her rights, her God-given rights, and her super rights in Islam that would protect her and provide her with an opportunity to grow and potentially become a healthy Muslim woman while competing with the rest of the world and attaining her best. So on the issue of gender-based violence, Islam does not condone. Islam is very clear about not marrying men who, there's an instance where the Prophet actually intervened for when one of the ladies spoke to him about someone proposing to her. And he actually confided and told her, so-and-so's hand is always up, therefore do not. He actually stopped that marriage from happening. So that's a clear indication that we should be careful not to marry men who are potentially violent. And this sometimes is what our women and our girls need to know, that Islam actually in whole protects. We have what is called the social justice within Islam. There is also justice within the family. The context of justice is not only at the political arena, but also socially and even individually. It is encouraged to be a just person. A Muslim should be a just person at any given time, to themselves, to the rights of God, to the rights of their neighbors, to the rights of those whom they deal with, and those who come under their care at all times. Anyone who is not just is considered to be disobeying God. And this is something that we need to spend a lot of time educating Muslims and educating others to know that we actually have a lot of resources, psychoeducation, to help us overcome the phenomena of gender-based violence.
Thank you so much, Fatma. We continue to explore the question of faith in advancing the cause of women. Bishop Warairi, Fatma has made a very profound statement that the conspiracy of silence and obedience, which results into violence, is sometimes used by religion to expand or extend the impact and legitimize violence against women. What would be the role of the church in standing against this violence?
Thank you very much for that question. Indeed, the church must not be quiet. The role of the church is to speak up and stand in between the gap. Our sisters, they have suffered endlessly. I am the Secretary General of Inelera, Kenya, an institution or an organization that takes care of those who have been affected or infected with HIV/AIDS. And majority of the people that we counsel and we see are women and our sisters. And the problem has been that the church, which is supposed to be bold, because we have not been given the spirit of fear, is not speaking up. But I want to thank God because the church with time is coming up with messaging of hope. And we have been empowering and teaching religious leaders to know that their mandate, their prophetic mandate, includes standing for those who are weak and disadvantaged. And so we have come up with safe spaces for these, our sisters who are abused, our sisters who are weak and they have been battered and they don't know where to go. Churches have safe spaces where they can run to, rescue centers. Churches, we have come up with professional trained psychosocial counselors who are willing to listen and to take through or to walk with the victim. And also we refer cases that are criminal. Whenever we see a case that is criminal, we take it where it is supposed to be. And so the joy that I have today is that with time, the church is getting bold. The church is saying no tolerance to gender-based violence. And we are empowering our leaders. We are empowering our congregants. We have with us tele counseling. We have numbers where a number where somebody can call in confidence, and we can take up the matter. We trained with the Ministry of Health, and to us that is a big breakthrough. So the call from the church is no, zero tolerance. Actually, the word is zero tolerance on gender-based violence.
Bishop, some very practical actions that the church can take there. I hear the tele-counselors, I hear the safe spaces, I hear advocacy, I hear taking up litigation where women have been exposed to this abuse and violence. Reverend Jackie Othoro, yourself working with women in the church, any further thoughts on what else the church can do in mitigating against violence meted against women?
Let me share out of a passage of scripture that is normally being called the mission statement of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, out of the book of Luke chapter 4 and verse 18. It says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the favorable year of the Lord." And when he closed the book, he gave it back to the attendant and sat down, and he said, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." And that was the overview of what he came to do, to preach the gospel to the poor, freedom to the captives, recovery of sight to the blind, set free those who are oppressed. And when we look at what the church is doing today, and I'm really, excited to hear when Bishop was talking, and many churches have begun to get engaged in a place where they are making places and spaces, safe spaces available for women who are going through gender-based violence, violence against women and girls and even children. And we're beginning to say we've got to be very practical about what our faith is. But one of the things that I don't know whether we've done very well is when we're talking about violence against women who want to stand for leadership. And that I don't know that I've seen the church stand up very strongly. The church needs to speak out. This morning, I've been sitting throughout the day listening to the conversations and some of the horrific stories that these women have been sharing about their experiences when they wanted to stand for elections. And they have gone, their clothes are stripped, some have been raped, some have been beaten, some their families don't support them, their husbands have threatened them, just because they have chosen to follow a call upon their life to stand up and be leaders. And I think this is where the church can really come in and begin to put structures as an institution where we have a huge grassroots spread across the country. And we can come and say that if somebody in our congregations, in our communities, in our denominations wants to stand for political office, and if you're a woman, that we will come and surround you and support you and be there for you, that we will speak out for you, we will be your defender, we will harness the resources that you need. So we must speak out against violence in any form, but we must also be very vocal when we speak out about leadership violence, because very many women are intimidated for standing for political office because they've seen what has happened to their sisters and nothing has been done. Women have been asked to be submissive. It is one of those tools that are used against us as women. But when we look at the word to submit, to be submissive, it actually means you're harnessing your own personal strength and authority to walk under the mission of another person. And if we as men and women, because the Bible does say submit one to another, if we harness our authority, harness our strength to support each other's mission, to see what is it that God has called you to do. So if God has called a wife to be the political leader, then the husband would harness his strength and authority to walk alongside her under that mission, and that the church would do likewise. We would support anyone that wants to come and stand, in a political office. Because I think too many times we have left women who've gone into politics, women who are standing for leadership, to figure out how they're going to battle the sexism, the violence, the attacks on their person. I think some of the young ladies were speaking that when they stand up to say they want to be leader, they're asked about their dressing, they're asked about their husband, they're asked about whether they can go home and cook food. So we've got to change that narrative. And because the church is that one of the institutions where I believe primary socialization happens, we have an opportunity today here in Kenya, before we get to next year's election, to begin to change the narrative when it comes to the support, the safety, the protection that we will give to women who want to rise up to leadership. We've done a good job, and we're doing a good job about societal violence against women. We need to now do even more when it comes to those who want to stand for leadership. Thank you.
Reverend Jackie, you have highlighted, actually spotlighted, a very key and critical element of support by the church, and that is support for women who vie for political office. Father Evangelos, what would you say would be commitments that church leaders can make towards pushing for women's political emancipation, supporting women who vie for elective office in very practical ways?
I think the church has the capacity to uplift women and create some of them by capacity building, first of all, picking out, because within the church we are able, for example, to see who is able, who is not able, who has this gift, who has the other gifts, and we can guide some of these people to be the future and the present leaders of our society. So for one, is capacity building. But two, also the church is able also to do the same capacity building within the congregation, to help them understand that women can do the same, if not better than men, because it's not about you being male or female, it's you having the quality of leadership. That whatever gender you belong to is not what is standing in front of people as leadership. It is the individual, the person. And we have some women who are excellent leaders within our congregations. And for your information, a lot of women are used by the church actually to empower the church within their villages, within their towns, by being the leaders of these institutions. And therefore, those can be very good examples of how women can do and create, beams of leadership in society. And the church can entrench this within our communities. Many people don't think women can be leaders, but they're already leaders, only that they're not given the platforms. So the church can do that. Number two, it's important for the church to give equal opportunities to women as they do to men. A lot of men who want to be leaders, when they come to us as religious leaders, we give them the platforms every Sunday, for example. Every Sunday, after I preach, after the service, I give the person that I think want to become a leader tomorrow. So it's possible for the church to give those opportunities to women. And when we give these platforms to women, I'm sure they will get noticed. They'll get listened to, because those platforms where a religious leader puts you in front of people, gives you 5 minutes, that's a very important platform. Another thing that we can do also is to push for men, teach also men that they can also step down for women. It's not just women stepping down for men. It's not just women, uplifting men and helping them, get position. But also men can do the same. It's not a position of weakness. It's a position of recognition that we also need people who can benefit society in a big way, because women have this, approach of helping more people than men in most instances, because they meet the youth. They are with children. They are also with men. But most men will already meet men most of the time. So they benefit men more than the rest of society. So it's possible to have women be given an opportunity and men to stand with them at that juncture. And if a religious leader, because faith leaders are trusted, people believe whatever faith leaders tell them. If we do this, with passion, I'm sure a lot of women can become not only today but also tomorrow. And we won't actually be pushing for this. But finally, also end this idea of misleading theologies that the church has taught or other religious institutions have taught, and misuse of biblical texts that undermine women. If we eliminate this, I'm sure a lot of women will be recognized as equal leaders with capabilities that are equal with men. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Evangelos. Misleading theologies that work against women. I like that you have spoken to giving platforms, not just for existing women leaders in political or governance circles, but also giving opportunities to women who you see or find have the capacity to provide such leadership, giving them the platform in churches so that they can speak and be seen is critical. And thank you for highlighting that. Fatma, just asking, that place of misleading theologies, misleading religious and misplaced, miscontextualized, if you may, religious beliefs and teachings, how can that be countered in religion in order to be able to allow women space in Islam, for example? How can the use of religion be used there to amplify women in leadership, to enable the world to see and to engage, intentionally engage women in political office?
I think there's quite a lot that can be done. The women, for instance, would need a lot of education and deliberate sermons done at the mosque to clarify the role of women in leadership and what is it, when we talk about political leadership, what is actually expected of a Muslim. And apart from making that available, also try to point out the contexts of distortion between culture and religion, and also speak out on the extreme views against Muslim leadership, and bring up the context, the clear context, the Islam in its purest form, that provides a safe space for women to lead, that supports women in the process of leadership, and provides them with guidance. Actually, we have had discussions with my Muslim brothers of even coming up with modules and a curriculum very specific to political leaders, and helping coming up with a leadership institute that would provide guidance and will provide help and support for such leaders, because that's one area that is usually neglected. While we speak about justice, while we speak about Islam protecting justice or forbidding evil and enjoining good, we must be able to see the political space as an important space where this is usually implemented and applied. We need to actually be able to bring out clearly that for us to live as a just and a fair and an equal society, we have to understand the context of justice, which is propagated by Islam in a bigger context, and a context that requires the support of the political systems and functionings of the individuals appointed to such offices to be able to see and nurture a society that is truly just and fair, that a society that is going to provide opportunity for all and sundry to grow together and be productive people. Because again, in Islam we say Allah loves people who are beneficial to human beings. So the political arena has been ignored as a place where beneficial people should be seen through. I agree with the many speakers that I listened to today, saying that that is what is brought into politics. But if an individual who's coming in politics is focused, has a good moral standing, understands that they are there to actually represent other human beings, and whatever they do or say affects other people, then would have a sober leadership in the country. It becomes a problem when people assume that the religion is only available or helpful when it comes to issues of social needs and whatever. No, it's very important that we play a bigger role in influencing what happens around us, because if injustices happen to women, if women who are in the political arena are not assisted, if they're not supported, if they're not protected, then what are we saying? What kind of a society are we looking at? What kind of a Muslim woman are we expecting to have in the future generations? And this is the important questions that we need to continue asking ourselves and encourage ourselves as people of faith to work together, because people have a tendency of listening. People who come from a position of reverence and divinity, people have a way of respecting the law of God. And the moment we use that platform positively to help our country develop and be productive, then we attain the best of what we want as people of faith. But sometimes if we ignore and say that this is not our space, that we are safe within our mosques and churches, then again, what are we saying? By neglecting our very fundamental duty to educate the masses, to provide civic education from a point of divinity, for helping train people what it means to respect the rule of law, what it means to support the government of the day. If the government of the day is supposed to be supported, then what kind of a government are we talking about as religious people? Are we talking about a system of a political system that oppresses its people continuously through corruption? Are we talking about allowing people to be obedient, or rather respecting a political system that neglects their interests and their development, a system that pushes them and makes them timid and everyday violates its rights? Religious people should take up the challenge of, speaking out, because again, this is about forbidding evil and enjoining good. We shouldn't be silent when things are wrong just because we feel people are powerful. So, people of faith do not come from a place of fear. They come from a place of fairness, a place of bravery, a place that is supported by God, and therefore we should never second guess our role in society. And mine is just to encourage that we work together and we continuously encourage women and men to work together to change the narrative in the country, that we can actually speak out, we can set genuine agenda. We don't have to speak something this day and practice something different when we come to power. No, it is our responsibility to keep people in check and help them, educate them, keep them on track, assist them, and help point out when others cannot speak. When we feel there are people who are voiceless, who do not have a platform, then religious people should be able to speak out and, fairly, without impartiality. Our biggest problem, again, and the biggest challenge that we have as people of faith is we are sometimes not impartial. We are seen to be supporting one side, and this is where we fail. People stop listening to us because we choose who to support. We choose to bring others to our mosques and churches. We choose to lock out others. That in itself sends a very negative message about people trusting us. We must learn how to be fair, how to be focused, how to be non-partisan, so that the masses can continue to trust us, and that way God will honor us and will continue glorifying what is happening in our country. I think these were the few comments I wanted to make. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Fatma. You raised very fundamental issues there, and some really critical, practical steps. I like what you said about developing modules for schools of leadership, for those who are going into governance, and involving men in the same. And so we are so grateful that we were able to engage our panelists on this critical component of women in leadership, closing in with women in political leadership and the place of faith and religion in that. Thank you very much, Reverend Jackie Othoro, for sharing your thoughts with us and for raising and amplifying the cause and the place for church to amplify women and their area of leadership. Thank you, Father Evangelos, for coming in this evening. Again, just to lend your voice, as always, to the cause of women in leadership. Bishop, we are grateful that you continue to champion justice and to give very practical helps and even invest in the cause of protecting and providing safety for women, and especially those in leadership and those that will vie for office. Fatma, as always, thank you so much for the role that you play passionately in advancing the cause of women. We're grateful to all our panelists, people of faith, who have stood to be counted to support women. And so we're grateful this evening for all those of us who have engaged online. We have had a wonderful discussion, and I'm sure that in your various spaces, in your various faith spaces, to be specific, you have found something that you can pick with you and go and implement in your churches or in your mosques or in the temples that can advance the cause of women, specifically supporting women who seek elective office. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure spending this afternoon exploring this critical topic. Thank you.
We can make it if we try. Yeah. Spread your wings, yes, we can fly. Yeah. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Yeah. Like an eagle, we shall fly away. No, we're not sleeping, we are wide awake. If we stumble, we shall rise again. Conquer everything that stands in our way. Only we Kenyan women rising. Pamoja tuna Kenyan women rising. Usiachwe nyuma Kenyan women rising. Usikate tamaa Kenyan women rising. Imba pamoja na Kenyan women rising. Paza sauti Kenyan women rising. Oh, paza sauti Kenyan women rising. Huzuni wimbo Kenyan women rising. Don't you give up Kenyan women rising. Kenyan women rising. Kenyan women rising. Kenyan women rising. Sio kesho ni sasa, wakati wa kujiunga na siasa. Sio kesho ni sasa, hii elimu kuinasa. Sio kesho ni sasa, maana tunayo mamlaka na tunayo nguvu ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Yeah. We can make it if we try. Yeah. Spread your wings, yes, we can fly. Yeah. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Yeah. Like an eagle, we shall fly away. No, we're not sleeping, we are wide awake. If we stumble, we shall rise again. Conquer everything that stands in our way. Only we Kenyan women rising. Pamoja tuna Kenyan women rising. Usiachwe nyuma Kenyan women rising. Usikate tamaa Kenyan women rising. Imba pamoja na Kenyan women rising. Paza sauti Kenyan women rising. Oh, paza sauti Kenyan women rising. Huzuni wimbo Kenyan women rising. Don't you give Kenyan women rising. Usikate tamaa Kenyan women rising. Usikate Kenyan women rising. Don't you give up Kenyan women rising. Kenyan woman, keep your head high. Usirudi nyuma, mbele tunaenda. Na tukiungana, sote tunaweza. Oh, usikate tamaa, tunaweza. Yeah. We can make it if we try. not sleeping, we are wide awake. If we stumble, we shall rise again. Conquer everything that stands in our way.
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
kukuranga,
kukuranga,
iridi kuiri, iridi kuiri,
iridi kuiri.
Kwani hivi ni Nyasaye,
Kwani hivi Nyasaye,
ukugasize,
ukugasize,
ukuheburamu, ukuheburamu. O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye, iridi kuiri,
iridi kuiri.
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye, iridi kuiri,
iridi kuiri.
kukusandiza hivi na saa kurio
O Nyasaye,
ukurindi kutura asubuhi mpaka kutuchi wa
O
kutuchi na saa
Nyasaye,
kuna kobora sana na saa
kuiri.
na saa nzava mama bosi
O
na saa
Nyasaye,
kusala na saa wakati
O Nyasaye,
amen.
iridi kuiri.
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye, iridi kuiri,
iridi kuiri.
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye,
O Nyasaye, iridi kuiri,
iridi kuiri. History has a funny way of remembering women. For Winnie Mandela, she's remembered as wife to Nelson Mandela, a man who fought apartheid and was imprisoned for 27 years for it. But what you're not told about is the role and legacy Winnie Mandela played during the fight for apartheid in South Africa. She too was imprisoned. She was sent to solitary confinement for more than 1 year. She was tortured, and her life and that of her children continuously threatened if she didn't stop her activism. But even with the struggles and obstacles she faced, she continued to fight until Mr. Mandela was released from prison. But no one ever talks about that because history has a funny way of remembering women. For Muthoni Marshall, she fought alongside male Mau Mau warriors during the fight, and her role is continuously downplayed by others and even with the other women who contributed to the fight because history has a funny way of remembering women. Muthoni Marshall, Muthoni Nyanjiru, held up a skirt and told the men to take a skirt and give them their pants if they weren't able to handle the heat. This was after the men failed to negotiate for Harry Thuku's release. That day, she led close to 4,000 people to fight for him and was amongst the first to die. Mekatilili Wamenza led the Giriama revolution with songs and dances. She fought at the front line with her warriors so brutally that she was captured and exiled to Kisii. 5 years later, she broke out of prison and walked hundreds of kilometers to continue with the fight. But we won't hear about these stories because history has a funny way of remembering women. It should be noted that during the times of the fight for independence in most African countries, a lot of men were imprisoned, exiled, or lost their lives, leaving the women to continue with the fight. Until date, they are considered to be one of the most ruthless and dangerous fighters in their movements. But history has a funny way of remembering women, of wiping out our existence, of failing to acknowledge our presence, leave alone our legacy, of refusing to tell our stories. But even when they do that, we will rise.
We will fight. We will make our own table when they refuse us to sit at theirs, because we won't let history continue to erase our existence. And as Trevor Noah put it, Nelson Mandela was an icon, but the police were more afraid of Winnie Mandela, even though history has a funny way of remembering women. Oh Nyasaye,
Oh Nyasaye,
oh Nyasaye,
Oh
oh Nyasaye, hu.
Iridi kuiri,
Iridi kuiri.
Oh Nyasaye,
Oh Nyasaye,
Oh Nyasaye,
oh Nyasaye,
Oh Nyasaye,
Iridi kuiri.
Oh Nyasaye,
Oh Nyasaye,
Oh Nyasaye,
oh Nyasaye,
Oh Nyasaye,
hu.
Iridi kuiri,
Iridi kuiri. Thank you.
Kenyan woman, keep your head high. Usirudi nyuma, mbele tunaenda. Na tukiungana, sote tunaweza. Oh, usikate tamaa, tunaweza. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We can make it if we try. Yeah, yeah. Spread your wings, yes we can fly. Yeah, yeah. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Yeah, yeah. Like an eagle we shall fly away. No, we're not sleeping, we are wide awake. If we stumble, we shall rise again. Conquer everything that stands in our way. Only we Kenyan women rising. Oh, pamoja tunaweza. Women rising. Oh, siachwe nyuma. Kenyan women rising. Usikate tamaa. Kenyan women rising. Imba pamoja na Kenyan women rising. Paza sauti. Kenyan women rising. Oh, paza sauti. Kenyan women rising. Huzuni wimbo. Kenyan women rising. Don't you give up. Kenyan women rising. Usikate. Kenyan women rising. Usikate. Kenyan women rising. Don't you give up. Kenyan women rising. Sio kesho ni sasa, wakati wa kujiunga na siasa. Sio kesho ni sasa, hii elimu kuinasa. Sio kesho ni sasa, maana tunayo mamlaka na tunayo nguvu ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Yeah. We can make it if we try. Yeah. Spread your wings, yes we can fly. Yeah. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Yeah. Like an eagle we shall fly away. No, we're not sleeping, we are wide awake. If we stumble, we shall rise again. Conquer everything that stands in our way. Only we Kenyan women rising. Oh, pamoja tunaweza. Kenyan women rising. Oh, see. rising. Usikate tamaa, Kenyan women rising. Imba pamoja na Kenyan women rising. Paza sauti, Kenyan women rising. Oh, paza sauti, Kenyan women rising. Huzuni wimbo, Kenyan women rising. Don't you give up, Kenyan women rising. Usikate tamaa, Kenyan women rising. Usikate, Kenyan women rising. Don't you give up, Kenyan women rising.